witch? What a bad witch.
Well, good Friday, every morning. John and Lance along with Dell, and we got a lot to talk about here. Man, oh man, oh man, that was a great night last night. The Astros took them a while to get out there, but they finally did. They won 8-2. Isaac Paredes with a couple of home runs. Jeremy Pena continues to rake. Bromber was good. It's so hard when you start at a lot later than you're supposed to. But the offense did its job. Jacob Melton with his first big hit as an Astro. That was really, really nice. Cam Smith contributed as well. That was a nice little series. The Astros now move on to Cleveland, where it's going to be a little bit tougher. Did you know this? Like, what's okay? How many games are left? How many games are left in this major league season, Lance?
In the major league season?
Yeah, for the Astros. Let's see.
Like about 100.
Oh, about 100, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dell's screaming too many in there.
As a matter of
can't
fact,
hear him. Dell's mic's not on. He's yelling, too many, too many.
As a matter of fact, it's exactly 100 games the Astros have left. Do you know how many games they have against teams with winning records?
Left?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, I would guess something like
out of 100.
68.
You would be way off.
I figured I was.
36.
What?
And it's not even close. Nobody else has that few games.
They're going over 86 now. Well, I mean, look, it's because their division is a suck fest.
Yeah.
The
Rangers.
The Mariners have gone in the toilet lately. They're three of their last 10.
Rangers have lost 12 of 16. They lost yesterday. A 2-run infield single beat them.
Yeah. Real bad news bear stuff.
Oh, I mean, talk about crappy.
I mean, they're 3-7, and they're just in their last 10. I was looking it up. They've lost 3 in a row. But, man, they have really played. What did you say they've lost? Like
12 out of 16.
12 out of 16. And the Astros, they're just beating teams they're supposed to beat,
what
basically.
They do. It's what they do.
It's
It's
not, this team isn't a dominant team, but they're playing solid baseball, and solid baseball may run away with it in this division.
Oh, in this division, yeah. In this division.
Golly, this is the worst I've seen the division, to be honest with you. Astros now 1.5 games up in the division.
Yeah, the Mariners just can't win. They've won 3 of 7. They're just really, really, really bad. The Rangers are 4-6, and then they lost 6 straight before that. The Angels are 3-7, and the Athletics are 1-9 since the Astros have seen them. It's just awful. But I'll tell you, that little Jacob Wilson is still hitting. I'm doing that thing where you have to pick a hitter to get a hit. I picked him the other day. He had 3 hits, and he's just. But I'll tell you, yesterday I picked Jeremy Pena. Because I just said he is on fire. It's 11 straight games he's hitting now.
I mean, he is really taking a step. 3 hits yesterday, and his average now is 318, John, and I was like, 318?
Yeah.
In the last few years, remember how few 300 hitters there were in the league? A very low number. And I thought, and I said to myself, wait a minute. I wonder if Jeremy is in the top 3 or 4 hitters in the American League.
Hitter.
So I went and looked it up. What do you think?
He's a top 6 hitter.
Well, Aaron Judge is almost hitting 400.
Yeah.
He's hitting 392, which is pretty good.
Yeah,
Freddie Freeman's 363, as is your boy Jacob Wilson.
Yep.
Jose Ramirez is hitting 330. Then Will Smith 327. You got to go all the way down. Jeremy Pena is 9th in the American League, which is great. I mean, it's great, but it's just it's a little lower. I mean, right now in terms of 300 hitters, right now this early in the season, there's 15 in the American League, which is way higher than the totals have been recently.
Yeah.
We're also early on, but Aaron Judge's OPS is also 1250. I mean, we're looking at a modern day Babe Ruth. It's outlandish. And because the Yankees can't win a World Series and because he doesn't play well in the postseason, I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, that's great, Aaron. But did you see Jeremy Pena?
Yeah. 3, 4, 5. Oh my God. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 games. You have to go back to May 23rd, the last time Jeremy didn't get a hit. He has been spectacular. And Jeff Lum was on MLB on the network with the guys, and they were talking to him. First, one of the things he said was, you got 3 aces now. The way Lance McCullers is pitching, you really got 3 aces. You got Colton Gordon tonight. You got 2 weak links because of all the injuries. You got Gusto and you got Colton Gordon. But with Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and Lance McCullers Jr., he said, you got 3 aces. You literally have 3 aces. There are about probably 15 to 20 that all 3 of those guys, 15 to 20 teams that all 3 of those guys would be their best pitcher.
Oh, and McCullers? Yeah. I'm not ready to say that the
way that, I mean, his last 3 outings have been.
Yeah, it's been 3 outings.
He outdueled Skeens.
That's not enough. We know that he's going to have a hard time getting through the season, historically speaking. But I just appreciate what he's doing now. I'm not even asking for just make it through the season, Lance. That's all I want.
That's all you're asking.
I'm not asking.
Well, I'm going to tell you this:
I'm a simple man.
With Gusto and unless they get some help back with Gusto and Colton Gordon, all 3 of those guys have almost got. I mean, they're must wins when they throw, because you can't count on anything with the other 2 guys. You can't. You really can't, and it's a shame. But that's just the situation you're in when you've got 6 guys, 6 starters down. I mean, how deep can you possibly go? And I just saw a minor league, one of the minor league guys. He's been throwing great. It's like
Alexander. He had his second quality start. It said.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, but
I forget which one. I forget. It might have been him. But it's like, holy crap! It is. You've got to have those guys throwing great every single time out. You're playing. You're up against Cleveland today. I don't really expect much, but you know what? You get through these Colton Gordon and Ryan Gusto games, and you got yourself in this division. You're pulling away if you win 3 out of 5. You're pulling away from everybody. So that's nice. Astros with the win last night with another series win. Nice job, and nice job, Framber, getting through after a lengthy rain delay.
Yeah, that's always the concern, is that you're going to start eating up your pitchers. Your starter will go short innings, and then because he's already been warmed up and had to cool down, and so it's always big when you can get 5+ innings out of a starter on a lengthy rain, and that sucker lasted. That rain delay was that took a little while now.
Yeah. Art is laughing at McCullers as an ace. Really? Because he just outdueled.
I mean, he's pitching. He's pitching good.
He just outdueled Skeens.
Yeah, okay. I don't know that I'm calling him an ace yet.
Ace.
I mean, that guy can't even get to 18 games a year.
Well, he is, right. He's got 50 wins in his career, so put some respect on his name. You're always poo-pooing Lance McCullers Jr.
He's got 50 wins in his career.
50 wins in his career. That was his 50th win.
That's it?
He's been here since, when was he drafted?
Well, he made his debut in 15.
17? In what?
15 is when he made his debut.
He was drafted in 12. And he's got 50 wins.
Wow.
Yikes.
That's missing a lot, and he's thrown pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, that tells you how injured he's been. Maybe one of the most injured players in Houston sports history that has been a consistent.
Let me ask you this question. Does Paul Skeens, he's a great pitcher, right? Great ace. Does he have 50 wins? No, he doesn't.
Well, he's given up. What has he given up? Like 9 runs in 13 games or something like that. And
Yeah.
they've got 8 losses in those
And
games.
he's 4-6.
I mean,
yeah, but Paul Skeens doesn't have 50 wins. Does he? No. Okay, Art. Yeah.
He's also only been pitching since 2024.
That's okay.
Skeens.
And no one, but the fact of the facts, Del. He doesn't have 50 wins. Lance McCullers has 50 wins. Boom.
He also doesn't have 50 Tommy John surgeries.
Nope, he doesn't have that either.
Lance hadn't even been just Tommy John's. Sometimes his forearm hurts and he's out for 2 years.
So this season,
strained forearm is right now. I recognize if I hear somebody has a pitcher has a strained forearm means
done.
That's 2 years or a neck strain is another one.
Done.
Remember when Justin Verlander had a neck issue that lasted forever? Christian Javier's became a Tommy John. Well, there's 2 things I fear more than anything: neck strain on a pitcher and forearm discomfort.
Forearm, it's over.
Forearm discomfort, great.
No. Let me ask you a question. This season, Tyrese Halliburton has taken 15 shots in the last 2 minutes to win or tie a game. How many has he made?
10.
Wrong.
12.
Wrong.
How much?
13.
No way.
Yes, I'll show them all.
13.
I will at you. I've seen every one of them.
Wow.
15 shots. Michael Jordan said, I missed more than I made in the final 2 minutes.
Tyrese Halliburton, also known as the most overrated player in NBA history by the players.
Okay.
By a sample of a few players, at least. That dude has been nothing but clutch. And he hasn't, and when you look at the performances, he has been up and down in some games. But even inside of a game like yesterday, when he's been up and down, when the money's on the line, that dude is unbelievably clutch. And so if you didn't see that game yesterday, we're talking about, so there's an 11-point lead with 7 minutes to go. And then Indiana cuts it down. We're talking about a game that was 13 points in the fourth quarter. It looks like it's over. And then Indiana cannot miss a 3-pointer. They can't miss a 3. They're making all the threes, and Oklahoma City is in and out on everything. Miles Turner hits it's a bank shot 3 after Lou Dort had a down and out, went halfway down and out 3-point shot. Oklahoma City couldn't make a basket late in that game at all. They were just in and out, and Indiana couldn't miss. And it was unbelievable how Indiana. They believe that they are a team of destiny. Once that game gets inside of 2 minutes, their persona is, this is what we're supposed to do. Their level of confidence when they shoot, everybody's making. Obi Toppin is making 5 threes. Miles Turner's banging home threes. Halliburton threes. Everybody's making threes. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams, I thought was terrible. All he did was ISO everything, and he just wasn't he wasn't clutch down the stretch. But there was a 7-point lead once again inside of 2 minutes again, and Indiana comes back from that. That's the 3rd time in the playoffs they've done that. Third time.
No, it's more than that.
In the playoffs that they've come back from 7.
Yes.
From 7 with 7 inside in 90 seconds. I think.
7 inside 90 seconds.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a very specific thing that they've done it 3 times.
Oh, I mean, it's been ridiculous.
Well, double digit. No, they come back from double-digit deficits in the fourth quarter and won, I think, 4 times. You don't do that twice.
I think more than that.
You do?
Yes. That's been ridiculous, dude. And this is what I said. Everybody is underestimating this Indiana team. 9.5 points yesterday was crazy. That is crazy.
You say it was crazy, but they didn't. The only time it was crazy was the last,
Except what you mean?
9 minutes of the game.
You mean forever?
No, they had big leads.
No.
Oklahoma
From now
City did.
Forever, for the history of the world, it was crazy.
The game played like that, though. The game played like that
because the Pacers always play like that. You said yesterday, no, Oklahoma City's defense is too good. They can't come back against them. You said that. Their defense is too good. And you know what? Their defense wasn't too good.
I mean, bet the Pacers if you want. I'm still taking Oklahoma City. I saw Indiana hit a ton of threes that they're not going to make.
But no one has given up 9.5 points. Was my point, Lance? It's stupid.
Oh
they
no,
did the same thing
I would
against
never.
the Knicks.
I would never have laid 9.5 points.
Yeah,
I told you I liked the under yesterday.
It's crazy.
I told you and your boy John Chill under because they hadn't played for eternity.
Yeah, well, and they still shot. They shot 71% from three,
and they still went under.
It was
230 something. Like,
yeah,
dude,
230 was ridiculous on game one. Now maybe on Sunday they're probably going to.
They shot 71% from three.
From three.
I mean, they had to shoot 71% from three to come back and win. Keep that in mind.
Oh, that's fine. It's what they do.
That's never going to happen again.
It's what they do.
That's the only time they've done that, I guarantee you.
71%
from three.
No. Hold on. No.
Can't be that.
They 71% from the line. They were 46% from three. 46%.
Okay. Well, they can do that.
While Oklahoma City was 36%.
The Pacers have made 5 double-digit comebacks in the 2025 playoffs, but they don't say that in the fourth quarter, including a 15-point comeback in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. This is the most such comebacks by a team in a single postseason since 1998. Now, many of those have been in the fourth quarter. That's what makes it so incredible. And if you watch the game yesterday, it was really an intriguing game going back and forth between the Astros and the Pacers game. Oklahoma City had that game in hand. They looked like they were in great shape. And it's weird because Indiana will make a couple threes on you. And their biggest run was 6 into like the first, with 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. It was still like 6 was their biggest run, a 6-0 run. They couldn't get a run going. And all of a sudden, 3. They're not even hitting rim. It's all net. And you can see Oklahoma City say, what's going on with this? And then all of a sudden, the Pacers are grabbing some additional rebounds. There was a foul that they called on. There was little things that triggered that win. Like there was a foul on.
Oh, yeah. What about Siakam? Is at the line,
missing
2 free throws, and they called a lane violation on Oklahoma City when everybody was in the lane. Everybody was in the lane.
I mean, lane violations. Now they won't call it. They only call it if you're coming from the top of the key, and they rarely even call that ever.
But listen, Neesmith, then Nembhard,
and Neesmith's banging home threes.
I'm getting a lot more respect for Miles Turner.
Yeah,
I really am.
10 years over there.
I mean, I thought, he's just a guy. I mean, he's a good player.
He's a good player.
He's a key to that team.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they're in the NBA Finals.
Well, right. No. Yeah, I get that. We got a break. We got so much to talk about. Aaron Rodgers. If you want to talk Astros, you want to talk about this series. There all kinds of stuff. Let's go. We've got we got the. Oh, what about the softball game? Holy crap. That was another good one. We got a lot to do here.
I got a real problem with women's softball when we come back.
Oh, yeah.
I got a real problem.
The umpires are one of them.
Well, that's not what my problem is.
Time to talk about Golden Nugget. We're going to be there on Monday and Tuesday, and I just can't wait. We're going to go there Sunday night to watch we got to get there in time to watch the NBA Finals, Game 2. All right? So we'll watch the game in the DraftKings Sportsbook. Then we'll do some gambling, go to bed, get up, do the show, play some golf, gamble some more, watch the sports, DraftKings Sportsbook, eat at wonderful restaurants, stay at a beautiful hotel, swimming pool. Honestly, what more do you want? Plus, you can go to Vegas. And Vegas is awesome, awesome, awesome. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road? No, it's a 7-hour trip to get from your door to your hotel room in Vegas. It's a good 7 hours. Okay, by the time you get everything done. Listen, it's so much more convenient. It's right down the road. It's easy to get to, right down I-10, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Let's get on over there. We're going to be there Sunday, Monday, and we leave Tuesday. Come hang with us. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, Lance isn't even here, so that doesn't matter. Well, and here's the problem. My granddaughter is watching in Oklahoma, where her father is furious that Oklahoma City blew that lead. Hi, Char. Hi, Char. What up, my girl? Yeah, he was none too pleased. Oklahoma, it's the only thing they've got, really, right? I mean, what else do you have in Oklahoma? They got this team.
You tell us your daughter lives there.
I know. They got my daughter. That's it. And
is she being held captive?
Well, yes, yeah, apparently.
They've got my daughter.
I'm trying to get her out of there. But unfortunately, they've got a grip on her there.
The most dangerous cities in sports are the ones that don't have
anything else.
That have like one team.
Yeah.
Because they are all in.
Everybody's in. Everybody's in there. And listen, that was a great crowd. It was, they had great home court advantage. They got really good traditions. They don't sit down until after basket, all kinds of stuff. I went there. They love that basketball team. I'm telling you, everybody's sleeping on this Pacers team, just sleeping on it. And they brought up a pretty good point. Did the Knicks look stupid now? I mean, why would you fire Thibodeau because he lost to the Pacers?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, it's Dolan. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I know they blew leads too. I mean,
there must be a coach you love that you think you can get. I don't know why they would do that.
No, I mean, they're asking people to. I mean, they asked her for Ime. I don't think they have a plan. They're just stupid.
Well,
they're just stupid.
That's dumb.
Yeah, that's what they are. That's what they are, though. So, anyway, yeah, the great game last night. Holy crap! I mean, you knew when they pulled it within two.
Do you know what the line is for the next game?
11.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just stupid.
11.
Now, I will say this. They're more likely to hit that in this upcoming game than they were in game one. They're more likely because there is going to be a focus. But this Indiana team is just better than anybody gives them credit for. They're just better.
Their luck's going to run out at some point.
I don't think it's luck, man. They
can't get behind double digits all these games and think they're always going to shoot like they're shooting. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's a great win for them. Great comeback win for them. But man, if you just live by the crazy comeback, that's just so hard to win 7 games like that. I mean, win 4 out of 7, We'll see. But they got one. I mean, they flipped the advantage in their favor, even though it's still the series total is still Oklahoma Thunder minus 350. So
gone down from minus 700.
Minus 700, yeah.
Yeah. No, listen, they're probably still going to win this series, but Indiana is just hey, they've been a beast this whole postseason. They've been great. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 is the number. If Indiana wins this thing, it's a really great story. A great story that they were able, all of these comebacks. I don't know that we've seen anybody. I know we're looking at it right now. But even like I said earlier, Michael Jordan said, "Hell, I missed more game-winning shots than I made." But everybody thinks of me as, this clutch guy. There ain't nobody more clutch than Tyrese Halliburton. There ain't anybody that we've seen. Name a guy that has been, Brady has been this clutch.
Well, for 1 year, I mean, this is one of the great runs in the postseason. This is one of the great runs we've ever seen.
Ever seen. Ever seen.
And we're talking about he's had some games that have been off, but when it's time to step
win,
up and play clutch, it's been ridiculous.
And one of the ones that he missed, he's 13 of 15 in the last 2 minutes to tie or take the lead. One of the ones he missed was a putback dunk. So they won that game too. I mean, it's incredible what this dude does. Won or tied with that. So, I mean, holy crap. 713-780-3776. Texas and Texas Tech tied at a game apiece. Tech needed all those runs, man. They were up 4-0, and all of a sudden, here comes Texas. I mean, Kennedy is awesome, but she's hittable. And, oh, by the way, this is going to be 3 back-to-back where she's got to pitch.
Yeah, this is okay. Thank you. I'm glad you said it. I just can't do this. If you have a sport where the same pitcher can pitch every game, she's thrown 495 pitches in the College World Series. What are we doing here? Don't tell me to be careful, Dale. I'm telling you now, the game has got to change. You can't just have one pitcher pitch every single game.
Why?
Why? What's the point of that? Isn't there supposed to be a team? Shouldn't you have to have at least 2 or 3 pitchers pitch? At least 2 pitchers. They even do that in Little League.
Well, in football, you only have one quarterback.
One pitcher.
Well, every game, you're only going to put the same quarterback out there?
There's no other bat and ball sport anywhere where it's just one pitcher pitches the whole time and never comes out. What is this, all-time pitcher? Have her put on a Texas uniform and pitch against Texas Tech. Let's make her all-time pitcher just like all-time quarterback.
Of all things that's crazy for you.
One pitcher gets to pitch the whole time and never a second pitcher never has to pitch? That's
the
stupid.
way that they throw.
I'm immediately out on College World Series. Who cares what happens now? I'm out. Just pitch your same pitchers every time. Who cares? All you need is – that's why you give $1 million to her, because she's the only one who pitches ever.
That's all you need.
That's all you need. Just one pitcher ever. And boy, and I got it. And isn't she the one with the torn up hamstring or whatever?
Yeah, she got a torn hamstring.
What a sport.
What are you
rip
talking
hamstring
about?
And you throw 500 pitches. How is that possible? Name another sport where you can rip a hamstring, keep playing. Not only keep playing, pitch every single day and throw 600 pitches when it's all said and done. What is this? You go pitch every day with a ripped hamstring and it doesn't matter?
You're just waking up to softball because this is how the game has always been.
I've been sleeping on women's softball. It's fair to say that.
So the Texas Tech roster I'm taking a look at, they have –
how many pitchers they have?
They have 5. Now, one pitcher, Chloe Riasetto.
Is there such thing as relievers in women's softball?
If you're having a rough outing, probably. Chloe Riasetto has pitched 96 innings. Samantha Lincoln's pitched 69, then a couple of pitched 11 and 12. So,
and how many does Kennedy have?
She's pitched 239.
Yeah.
239? Wait. 239 innings. I'm thinking 495 pitches.
Innings. Yeah. Yes,
she's thrown 500 pitches so far. Do you understand how many Tommy Johns Lance McCullers would have had by now?
Well, it's a different motion.
Tommy Johns.
Well, he's not as tough as her.
Why look? I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say what no one else will say. Major league pitchers need to start thinking about throwing underhand, and they can avoid Tommy John surgeries. There, I said it. I have basically come up with a concept that will save so many arms. Can you imagine how many games Kevin Brown could have pitched if he threw underhand? He would have pitched. He almost pitched every game already for the Marlins.
I don't know if you know this. It's a different sport. Okay.
Well, for the Padres and Marlins.
It's a different sport. It's not Major League Baseball.
Throw underhand. You can throw risers. You can throw sinkers.
Yeah.
And your arm never gets hurt, ever. You can throw 490. You can throw 600 pitches
Are you hoping that she gets hurt? Is it what is your point here?
Underhand is my point. We've got to – the Astros have got to look at throwing underhand so we don't have any more Tommy Johns.
Just say what you want to say. Say it. Just say it.
I think I did.
Nope. Just say it.
No,
say the phrase, it's not a real sport. Just say it.
Oh, no.
Just go ahead. You want to say
it. It's a real sport. I don't take seriously the way that they run things where you don't even have – like even Little League says, all right, there's a pitch. But
it's overhand.
It's a different throwing motion.
The inning pitch stuff is not because of arm stuff initially. It was because one guy could become dominant over everyone. And it's not fair. You got to have somebody else.
No, that's not true. Okay, that's not true. That's not true. I coached Little League Baseball. The reason is that's because you don't want to hurt them.
When it started back when I was a kid.
Yeah, because kids were getting hurt.
No, they weren't. None of the kids were getting hurt when I played. None. Even when
I played, we had 3 pitchers that always had to pitch.
Yeah.
Even when I played.
You have rules on innings.
We had Chris Ferris who could dominated every time out.
Is Texas throwing one pitcher?
was unbelievable. But no,
It's dumb.
we had
You'll
to
never
have Drew
convince me.
Steinbach too.
You'll never convince me. One
Yeah.
pitcher throwing 600 innings is dumb to me.
What's
You
your
should
point?
have to have at
But
least
dude,
2 pitchers.
Why?
You're just waking up to
Because
this.
it's not. Yeah.
It's
And I'll go
every
back
high
to,
school
I'm going
does
back
this.
to sleep on
If
it.
you
I
have a
don't
dominant
care.
pitcher, you
I
every high
don't
school.
care. No, in high school you can't just pitch one person.
Yes, you can.
Not in baseball.
No.
Well,
Oh my God, it's a different sport.
I don't
This
care.
is so
It's a
stupid.
why are you
bat and
holding
ball
the rules
sport.
of baseball to softball?
This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
You just want
I'm out on it.
variation. You just want someone up there who's worse.
Yeah,
for
I
what
think
reason?
you should have to field a freaking team. Yeah,
Well,
field
Texas
a
Tech
team.
may not win the World Series.
I'm out on all this. Y'all can talk softball.
He's upset over a sport he doesn't care about. He's upset about the rules of the sport or how they go about it.
Yeah.
That you just watched for the first time.
Well,
apparently.
guess what? I'm out on it. If Caitlin Clark played, maybe I'd watch.
Okay.
If she was striking out
Wait a
Angel
minute,
Reese,
does
or Angel
Caitlin
Reese was
Clark
getting
play
rebounds
most-
against Caitlin Clark on the.
How come Caitlin Clark gets to play most of the minutes or all the minutes in a basketball game?
No, they don't play 48. Somebody else has to come in.
No. Caitlin Clark usually plays the whole game.
If she could play the whole game, they would play her the whole game.
Well, a lot of players do.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
In playoff situations, it happens all the time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Guys
so
go 48
they shouldn't
minutes.
do that. Nah, that's not a team. That's not a team sport.
Yep.
Basketball's
Nobody has a bench.
It's not legitimate anymore.
Nobody has a bench. You guys are right. Nobody has a bench.
Generally, in closeout games,
everyone plays
the
every
best
inning.
generally in closeout
Tyrese
games.
Halliburton has played 48 minutes for every game so far in the
if there's a
postseason.
game 6 or 7 and they don't think they have a better option, he would play all the minutes. It's happened before. It's happened before.
Yes, it happens all the time.
Guys
no one
play
plays 48 straight.
Fine, 46. Okay, they take for 2 minutes.
Let her not pitch in any.
Why?
This is the dumbest thing ever.
Why? Why can't
it's
she
the dumbest
pitch?
sport ever. I'm never going to think it's a field a team.
It is a team.
Field a team.
If there's nobody fielding the ball,
got pitchers who pitch 11.
If there's nobody fielding, then no matter what she does, they're going to get scored on.
Dumb.
There is a team. She just happens to be the best pitcher on the team.
Dumb, and everyone agrees with me.
Okay, so of all the arguments we've ever had, this is by far the dumbest. There's no question. We got to break and come back and actually talk about something that's not ridiculous.
I really wish Scott Zolak would have played more when Drew Bledsoe was on the Patriots roster.
Yes. How are you going to play the same quarterback every game? That's ridiculous. All right, let's talk about Game Day Men's Health. Let's talk about, Game Day Men's Health is just awesome to me. And listen, it's awesome. Elliot called yesterday, said, hey, I went to Game Day Men's Health. It's great. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's just different. So all the other ones are trying, and now they're talking about getting labs and all their ones. They're talking about, a free consultation now because they're copying from Game Day Men's Health. Because Game Day Men's Health says you walk in the door the first time, we're not going to charge you to find out whether or not where your testosterone is. I mean, that's just ridiculous. We're going to charge you to find out whether or not you're a client of ours. Come on. That's ridiculous. So Game Day Men's Health is different there. Game Day Men's Health is different because they got labs on site. Game Day Men's Health is different because they care, okay? They've got everything that you could possibly need. They've got people in charge who are knowledgeable and know how to get you to where you need to get to. With your peptides, with your whatever your goals are, they're going to reach those goals with whatever they need to do so you're better. So if you're feeling sluggish, if you're not as good as you used to be, if you need focus, whatever it is that you're looking for, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. Locations all over the city, and they're growing. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. That fight was a worse fight than Trump and Musk. That's how bad that fight was. Okay, that argument. Dumber stuff, and more detrimental to our country. That argument we just had about softball pitchers.
There was a nastier argument on Twitter yesterday.
Well, there was a nasty. It's getting nasty between them.
Oh, we
two.
Knew that was going to happen.
Man,
we just had bets on when it would happen.
I want the one with the eating the popcorn. Watching Jon Stewart eating the popcorn, watching. Yeah, that's what I want. This is going to be fun.
That was a given, but it was.
This is going to be fun. Again, just an aside.
Like we're watching
I don't want to talk politics.
High school.
But I want to know, Elon, this is not a great business plan. All the Democrats hate you because of what you did with the Doja. Now all the Trumpsters are going to hate you because of all the stuff you're saying about them. You're really limiting your client base now.
Well, he lost $150 billion yesterday.
I know.
His stock went down 14%.
Oh.
That's pretty.
But this is not a good business plan. That's all I'm saying. Don't let everybody hate you.
Well, spending $37 trillion is not a great business plan either. So
no. All right, let's get TJ in here. Hey, TJ, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I got three quick points. Lance, what you think about the Aaron Rodgers move? I'm a Steelers fan.
Mm-hmm.
Also, are you buying or selling what the Texans are putting out about CJ's shoulder, given the fact that he hasn't thrown? I know it's still early, but still, I mean, what you've been doing that your arm is sore going into camp, I mean, jacking off too much, I guess. But
Can't put him on hold. Did you hear that, John?
Yeah. Well, who was it had two shoulder injuries?
Did he get it that way?
No.
Well, Anthony Richardson also has a current shoulder injury. The guy who's missed 17 games the last 2 years has injured his shoulder in the summer doing nothing.
No, there was a coach who was talking about one of his players. He had two shoulder injuries, and he said, "No, it's going to make it difficult for him to, and we all and the assumption was, pleasuring himself."
No.
So first of all, Aaron Rodgers. What do you think?
Signs a 1-year deal with the Steelers yesterday.
Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Roman Wilson, Caleb Johnson, Jalen Warren, and Pat Freiermuth.
You going all their skill position guys?
Is that a playoff offense?
Well, you didn't mention their offensive line.
Well, right. Well,
they're not very good. When we talk about our offensive line not being very good, theirs isn't very good. No, that's not a playoff team.
They're not a playoff team.
Nah, they're not even. They're the third best team in their division, I think. I mean, unless Aaron Rodgers has some magic we haven't seen since 21, and parts of 22, Nah, I don't think they're a playoff team. They're not better than. I think the Bengals will be better than them. They got a good defense, but I like Metcalf. I mean, look, I don't know. Metcalf's pretty good. He's a little limited, but what he does really well. Roman Wilson hasn't done anything up to this point. I mean, the Steelers are already talking about trying to get their hands on another wide receiver. Freiermuth's fine. He's fine. I like Jalen Warren fine. Caleb Johnson's a rookie. I don't know. I'm done just assuming Aaron Rodgers. I've done this already. So I'm done assuming like there's this magical 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers that looks like 38-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Usually that doesn't. I mean, historically, guys don't get healthier when they get older, and they don't get better when they get into their 40s. It just doesn't happen. So, nah, I think the Bengals, as long as they get Trey Hendrickson to play, the Bengals and the Ravens to me. You got the Texans. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they could be the third playoff team. They're right there on the cusp, but you got Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs in one division. I know the AFC South and the AFC East is weak, but I don't know. I like it fine. They really didn't have a choice. From what I heard during the draft, when I heard late, I thought they were looking at Shedeur Sanders at one point. And then I heard late, nope, that's not their plan. Their plan is looking at Will Howard. I was like, Will Howard? When they're like, yeah, because Aaron Rodgers, they think they're going to get Aaron Rodgers. And if they don't, they still got a shot what's his name, Kirk Cousins. And so Aaron Rodgers, like on paper, you think, oh, well, Aaron Rodgers, I mean, this is a future Hall of Famer. And saying that about old players, who cares what they used to play like? How do they play now? Who cares if they're a future Hall of Famer? To me, that's the most played out thing, is talking about a guy who's washed, that he's a future Hall of Famer. Who cares? All of those guys end up being, they're all terrible by the end of their careers in most instances. But I read an article today that it wasn't a big article. It was just some little, aggregator. And at first I thought the headline was really stupid. And it still feels kind of dumb, but I want to ask you, Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers aren't better off with Aaron Rodgers and their quarterback than they were last year with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Now, on the surface, I thought, this is dumb. What is this going to be? And they looked at their total quarterback rating, the total QBR, which factors in the running game. But I guess you have to factor in the running game. Like, it can't just be about what you do from the pocket. If you get first downs with your legs, that counts. The same as moving the sticks with the passing game.
Certainly not for Justin Fields. I mean, that count. Like for Brady, that doesn't figure into the equation. But for most of Justin Fields' game is running around.
A big chunk of it is. He had last year. He threw 5 touchdowns, 1 interception, and he threw for 1,100 yards. I mean, that's not much there. But he didn't turn the ball over.
What did he run for?
His rushing yards last year were, I remember, I think he only had, he had 5 starts? I think he had 5 starts. Yeah. His rushing yards last year were 289, 5 rushing touchdowns.
So 1,100 yards throwing and 300 yards running.
He had 10.
I mean, relatively speaking, if he plays the whole season, he's a 1,000-yard rusher.
But 10. Yeah. But 10 touchdowns, 1 interception, but he had 4 fumbles. I don't know if he lost all 4, but but then you look at Russell Wilson. I mean, the quarterback position last year on paper wasn't terrible for them.
It wasn't great, though.
It wasn't terrible for them like you think.
No, but just like Aaron Rodgers, go look at Aaron Rodgers' numbers. They weren't terrible either, but they didn't translate into winning.
So the Pittsburgh Steelers had 21 touchdowns and 6 interceptions with their quarterbacks. That's not bad. 21 and 6 isn't bad. They threw for 3,500, almost 3,600 yards passing. Their QBR was higher than Aaron Rodgers. I don't know about quarterback rating. I have to see quarterback rating, but it wasn't terrible statistically, but they weren't winning. I mean, it's, that's why these stats are a little bit misleading to me.
Well,
but Aaron Rodgers' stats were extraordinarily misleading.
They were a playoff team.
Were they? Oh yeah, they were the last team in. But didn't it take a miracle though, because they kept losing at the end of the year?
No, they had such a good start that they wheezed down the stretch, but still made it. It was the
lost Philadelphia, lost at Baltimore, lost to Kansas City.
But they were never in any danger.
They lost 5 straight.
Yeah, they were never in any danger of not making
because
it.
They had such a big lead because the quarterback play was amazing.
No, well, then what happened down the stretch?
No, their quarterback play, when you look at it, was okay. They couldn't win games for you, but they weren't losing them for you. Aaron Rodgers, we saw his play. It wasn't good, but I still would make if I'm Pittsburgh, I still do that for 1 year. I don't know how it's going to end though. I don't know that it's going to end great. Aaron's still doing his same stuff. Nothing's going to change. He'll probably keep doing it. And at some point, he's going to have a run in. He has a run in with every head coach, John. You know that. He had one with McCarthy. He had one with Robert Saleh.
Respect Tomlin, I would imagine.
Oh, he doesn't respect anybody. He don't respect anybody. It's his way or the highway. Only problem is there's no more highway for him.
I'm going to tell you this. Tomlin ain't going to try to hug him. So,
but Tomlin is going to look. Tomlin is one of the only guys to me that could have handled Aaron Rodgers or Shedeur Sanders with Dion. Like that's why I thought. Because if Dion starts getting lippy, then it's going to be a problem for Cleveland or anyone else who has him. The one team that I thought Dion would respect would be the Steelers. And it's the same thing with Aaron Rodgers. The one team I think Aaron Rodgers might respect, the head coach, I would hope, would be Mike Tomlin. So there's a chance. He just doesn't do it historically. With that said, if I'm the Steelers and TJ Watt you want to keep giving him a chance to win at a high level. I mean, you're already you got rid of Pickens, you added DK Metcalf. You kind of had to go after Aaron Rodgers for this year. It's a 1-year deal. It's a Band-Aid, but I get it. We'll see what he's got left.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It's a more interesting league. I mean, if the Steelers don't have him, they're toast. At least they got a chance. At least they got a chance with Aaron Rodgers, because otherwise, look at that. Look at that quarterback room. Holy crap! Come on,
it's terrible. It's
awful.
That's why it was like you knew they'd continue to wait for Aaron Rodgers. What choice do they have?
They didn't have any choice. No choice. And we'll see now what happens with Kirk Cousins. You never know what's going to happen. Like you mentioned, Richardson's already hurt.
Yeah.
I mean,
Richardson's hurt already. And it hasn't even been through from a practice, I don't think.
Anthony DeGrom can't stay on the field.
No, he's been a disaster.
Holy crap.
Unmitigated disaster.
Well,
he was injured at Florida. He's still injured.
He throws as hard as DeGrom, but he's not nearly as good as DeGrom.
No accuracy.
That pick was just a disastrous pick. Your boy Ballard really screwed the pooch on that.
Well, he had to. He couldn't just keep adding. How many more 37-year-old quarterbacks could he draft? He's ahead of top 4 pick. I mean, I don't know. The only thing he could have done, I guess, was try to trade up ahead of Houston. Remember, the Bears already traded the pick to Carolina. Carolina was dead set on getting. I don't know if it was a legitimate choice between 2 quarterbacks. Maybe it was, but Houston needed a quarterback, and Carolina. I don't know what Ballard could have done. You had 2 teams that were not going to move off their picks for a quarterback, so I guess just not pick a quarterback again and see if there's another old quarterback you could get. Another 36-year-old quarterback who's done with his career, Kirk Cousins. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. There was no choice. Andrew Luck screwed that organization, and I get it. It's his choice. He was hurt, but going in right before the season started and saying, "I'm not going to play anymore," it was history. I'm not going to play anymore. What'd you say? I'm not going to play anymore. Oh, you're telling us this in August? It's really bad timing, Andrew.
Yeah. When you think we got one of the best in the league, now we got none.
Now we got nothing in the league. And we just drafted all pro rookies, and our team is pretty good, and we're not going to be able to finish in the bottom 5. We're going to make the playoffs.
Well, he could have taken Will Levis. I mean, that would have. Or Aiden O'Connell.
There was no good answer in that draft. That's just how it goes sometimes, That's the fear. What's happening to the Colts is the fear of every team that won't pull the trigger on letting a quarterback go, because they're like, I don't want to get stuck with that. Everyone's going to look at the Richardson thing, where a team didn't go quarterback for all these years because they didn't have a high pick, and they finally get a high pick and they're forced into it, and that's why teams go, you know what? I'd rather just roll with this guy. Let's just stay with Schaub.
Yeah.
Let's stay with Dak. We're not messing with this. Give him $60 million.
We'll find out whether or not this draft is like that one, because that was bad. After CJ, there was nothing there.
This draft is nothing. Not a good. This draft we got to see what happens with Shador, but this could end up being a Cam Ward draft, and that's it.
All right, we got a break. Hoops is what we're talking now. Produnk.com. You're looking for the best way to get that goal in your driveway. Dad, I've said this I don't know how many times, because I've been talking about Produnk forever. I loved my Produnk. The kids loved it. We used to have to crank it, though. We were old school, right? There was a crank where you raise it and lower it. Now it's zzz, and it's going up and down with a button, push of a button. I mean, that is awesome. All the kids can do it. And they love to lower that goal, Dad. They love to dunk. Even the big kids love that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, you're not shooting a 10-foot, so, you're not going to. Hey, man, let it so that they can have fun. They want to have fun. They don't, you know what? You could get scholarship. You absolutely could. All right. You got a much better chance if you get the hoop goal, especially when they're little. They're going to lower the goal and they're going to shoot, and they can actually make goals. All right. When they're little, a 10-foot goal, you staple that to the garage. Those kids can't even play. They can't get the ball up there. So let's go. Lower it for them. They shoot. They get a touch. They grow up. Now all of a sudden they got a good shooting eye. You never know. You never know what's going to happen. But you can't do it especially if they're little, with a 10-foot goal. Raise and lower the goal. Get the best goal in the history of goals. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, the summer circuit is back. The boys are going to be out there today. Dell is so lazy, he's not going out there. Friday, today, noon to 6, Kima Boardwalk. The entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. You can see it all. But today, they are going to be out there. Kima Boardwalk inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. All you have to do is register. You got to be out there. You got to go out there. Register at our promo table, and you could possibly win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. $4,000 value. So, I mean, the good shows are going to be out there. Dell has decided he doesn't want to go out there.
Wait.
That's fine.
Why am I the lazy one again?
Because you're not going out. It's from noon until 6 instead of from 10 until 6.
Well, then who would have been here?
AJ, saving the day again.
Okay, then let Joe know next time that you want me out there from 10 to 12, and then AJ can come in. Because the only reason, well, one of the reasons is they behind the scenes, they sell it from 12 to 6. But for your purposes, someone has to be here. That's why I'm here.
Oh. Lance could take the board.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
He's done it before.
I've done it before.
And that was a good idea.
Yeah.
We're a package deal, unfortunately for me.
We'll do it for the team.
So that's why I got to be out at the Golden Nugget with you guys. By the way, no, we're not eating together at all. Just letting you guys know.
Yes,
we're
we
watching
are.
the game.
We're not.
Eating.
We're having lunches together.
We are not.
I'll see you on Sunday at dinner.
I won't be there for that. I will listen as you guys plan what you're going to do and then do the opposite.
Nope. I'm going to wait.
We're not eating
and we'll
until
wait
you
down
get
in the
there.
lobby and wait and see where you go and then get a table
I'll just
right
go to a
next to you.
different restaurant. What do you mean you're not going to eat until I get there?
We're not eating until you get
Then
there.
I guess you'll starve.
No, because I'm going to go put an Apple tag on your card after the show.
That's not weird.
Well,
what does that matter?
So we can know when you get in.
But that doesn't mean I have to
He'll
eat
just
with
get
you.
all his meals to go, up in his room.
Who cares? You can know when I get there. Doesn't mean I have to come down from the hotel room and eat with you.
Yeah.
Just guys, do what you want to do. You play poker. You play slots. You guys can eat your meals together, and I'll eat by myself.
No,
Nah,
we're eating
that's
together.
not
We're not
We're
eating.
going to watch the NBA Finals
Did we have a meal together last time?
Sunday night. Yeah, we went to
that's why we got to do it today.
No, did we? We didn't have a meal together last time, and that was my plan. Work to
Well,
perfection.
no, we went the time before we did.
Yeah. Then I
in the
realized,
fall, and it was a great time.
and then I realized I don't like this very much.
It is a great time.
So I flipped it the
a
second
good
time.
time was had by all.
Not so. Hope you guys.
When we pool all of our money, we get the best food.
That's not how it works. I hope you guys have a good time hanging out together, being Hall of Famers in Lake Charles. I'll do my own thing.
Nah, you're doing the things that we're doing.
No,
you're playing golf with John one day.
We're a team.
You're playing slots with me.
We're not a team.
We're gonna go to Lily's Noodles and go get the same stuff we got.
Yeah.
I will
fall.
spend time at Lily's Noodles. You just won't be there.
Yeah,
for
I'll
it.
see you there.
We'll
Dynamite shrimp, bang bang.
No.
So I was just watching the highlights. Max Fried, the Guardians faced Max Fried yesterday, lefty, and he shut him out. And the Yankees won 4-0. And today the Guardians get Colton Gordon. I have a feeling that's going to be like. I don't want to make that analogy. But, like, if you're really, really restricted and then all of a sudden you're set free, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You see what I'm going there?
Well, no. What are you talking about with
Well,
what does that have to do with Colton Gordon? You're worried that there's going to be an offensive explosion?
Well, if you face Max Fried and then the very next day you get Colton Gordon.
Well, it's like swinging two bats in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, I think you could put it that way.
You drop one of them, and you're like, "Oh man, this feels light. I can get the bat through the zone quick."
Yeah.
It's
gonna be different. It's gonna be a little bit easier for him.
Okay, let me ask you this: with Colton Gordon and
Ryan Gusto.
Yeah, Ryan Gusto from not yesterday, but day before yesterday. Does that really put pressure? I mean, we're sitting here like the cock of the walk. Like, look at us. We've got all the best pitching. Whoa. Does our pitchers all have to pitch like Hall of Famers like they are right now? You know, Fromber's on a run of like, a little bit of hyperbole, but Fromber's like all-star caliber right now. Hunter Brown's like Cy Young caliber. And Lance McCullers, we haven't seen this version of Lance McCullers in probably 5 years.
You got to have it.
Is this what you have to win the division?
Yes.
Yes. I don't love that trying to.
Listen.
That's hard to keep that going an entire year.
Let me ask you this. Those two starters, Gusto and Colton Gordon, the rest of the season, you got 100 games left. They get 40 of those games. How many do you expect the Astros to win? Let's say nobody comes back. If nobody comes back.
I think if no one comes back, we got some real concerns because you have to hope that all three starters stay healthy and stay really good
and win at an unbelievable clip.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, I can see there's still, and I don't want the Astros to make any moves at the deadline to add guys. We did that last year already with Kikuchi. It didn't matter. I mean, he was good for the Astros, but
he was real good.
They didn't hang on to these throwaway prospects. Like, oh well, there's our little rental. Let's not rent again. So Eric Getty is supposed to come back late in July.
Okay.
And he will come back. This is not one of these Tommy John things. His thumb is going to heal. Eric Getty's going to be back. It's just a matter of how quickly can he get back into.
But if he doesn't, but he's coming back. Okay,
he's coming back.
So let's say they start 25 games because that other spot is still going to be, still going to be 20. So let's say 5 more starts for Colton Gordon and 20 starts for Ryan Gusto, or a combination of the two. I mean, you're not going to win 10 of those games.
May not.
No.
Well, because you're not putting enough consistent runs.
I mean,
together.
you may, if you score enough runs, you may outscore.
I mean, you. That's how it works. But you could. I don't know. Maybe. Am I looking for quality starts from those guys? No, I'm not.
No. Well, all I'm looking for is 3 or 4 or less.
3 or 4 runs.
Gusto gave you 3 last time. It was in 4 innings.
When you got to have great bullpen pitching or an offensive explosion.
Exactly.
I mean, if Paredes is hitting 2 home runs a game, I like their chances.
Well, okay. If you have to score 7 runs, score 7 runs then. That's all.
Yeah, every once in a while, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just do that if that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
But those other guys have got to be, they've got to be fantastic. Yes, they do. And as Jeff Blum said, you got 3 aces. That's right, Art. 3 aces. Suck on that. That's what Jeff Blum says. He knows more baseball than you do. All right, we're way behind because Gallant doesn't like that softball pitchers pitch every game.
What does that have to do? That was a long time ago.
Well, you put us behind.
Everything
you could have connected your breaks.
No.
I'm just sitting here watching Alcaraz versus Musetti. I'm just going to mind my own business while y'all talk softball.
Well, how about actually watch the show? That'd be great. Or watch your air conditioner because Air Team is here for you. And listen, it's 1,000 degrees. It's going to be 1,000 degrees every day now. The brutal summer heat is here. You're going to run your air 24/7 because unless you want it 100 degrees in your house while you're gone, it's even going to be running while you're gone at work. Okay. Don't sweat it. Air Team is here for you. Let them come though and make sure that everything is working great. Because if you don't check it out and there's a minor issue, it turns into a major issue. How's your Freon? Have you blown out the air conditioners outside with all the leaves in them? Have you checked whether or not all the lines are good? I mean, there's a lot of stuff to do, and they've got a great deal going on for you to just check it. They'll come and visit for a low price, and they will make sure that your stuff is running great. It's way better than spending tens of thousands of dollars on replacing your air conditioners. So they're going to be nonstop. And if you run anything nonstop, chances are something could break down. Let's make sure that it's in great working order with airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com, 713-936-5346. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So good night last night. Back to basketball. The Pacers proved. I don't know that they're going to win the series. I do know that they are. I mean, nobody had them winning that game last night. They are the most clutch team down the stretch that I think. I mean, the numbers are just ridiculous this postseason. Now they put themselves in that position by going down, and it's not. I don't know that it's a recipe for that.
It's not one you want to follow.
It's not sustainable.
No,
but it has been this entire postseason. I mean, I don't know any. Have you seen a team that it doesn't matter how far down they are, they're never out of it? And by the way, come back and win at this rate? We've never. I don't know that we've ever seen this.
No, not yet. I mean, they'll be the first one if they win a championship who have done it. Look, no one's done this up to this point since 1998.
Yeah.
So, yeah. No, it's not. They haven't done that, but they got to win a championship. Or it's just a cool little side note. Hey, remember that year the Pacers lost championship and won a bunch of games late? That was cool. No, you got to win a championship. Then it won't matter more. Then you're this crazy team of destiny, which maybe they are. Maybe they are. I knew some people who thought they could win game one, but not a lot of people. Not a lot of people, but anything's possible in the NBA. With these comebacks now that we've seen across the board, anything's possible. I just don't think it's sustainable to win a series. It's just really, really tough to win a series.
Is Oklahoma City gripping right now? Probably not.
I don't think so.
No.
They don't strike me as that. I think that they I don't think so. Their coach doesn't strike me that way. They're not an up and down emotional team. I think they'll be fine. This will be a good game. It's going to be a little tighter, I think, than some people thought, potentially. An 11-point spread is outlandish. In the NBA Finals, I mean, look, you may win by 15. It may be a big, but come on, 11 in an NBA Finals on principle alone, you can't do that. I couldn't even imagine laying 9 in the NBA Finals. This is the NBA Finals. I mean, it's just that seems outrageous to me.
11 is crazy. You know what? I would think if there was one game that I'd hesitate on, but Indiana is just so good late. I just can't. They could be down 15 with 5 minutes to go, and they'll lose by 4 because they just I just can't. I don't understand that Vegas hasn't caught up to them at all.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they'd probably get inundated with Oklahoma City money if they didn't make it, if they didn't make it outrageous. Because I thought 9.5 was outrageous yesterday.
Yeah.
And now 11? Wow.
Yeah, well, they're looking at it as a must-win. But you can still win you can be in a must-win and win by 10. Like, that's just such a high number for a team that can shoot threes. And on the other side, for backdoor covers. So it'll be interesting. I mean, if Indiana can somehow pull off a second win, what a crazy, crazy situation that would be. Wow.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. Good game, though. That was fun. I mean, it wasn't fun for a while. It seemed like it was 15. They pulled within 6 at like 80 to 74 or something. It was in that neighborhood. Then all of a sudden it's 15 again right away.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh man, this is, I guess that, what everybody said. And then at the end, it's just crazy how good they are and how good Tyrese Halliburton he's got ice. He just doesn't, it's 13 of 15 this year in the final 2 minutes when the game's on the line.
Jalen Green of the Eastern Conference. When it's on the line,
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
It's uncanny. the level of clutch when it gets down, when the chips are down and they need big plays.
A lot of people are saying that.
Many people are saying
watching him play, he invokes Jalen Green.
They call him Jalen of the East.
Yes.
Instead of King of the North, he's Jalen of the East.
They look at him and go, I couldn't put my finger on it before, but Lance hit it right on the head.
Yeah.
Jalen Green. When I look at Tyrese Halliburton late in games.
I see some similarities there.
I mean, people call Adam Vinatieri the Scott Norwood of New England.
And how about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was still getting to the free throw line in that game and making all his free throws, and they still couldn't win the game. They still couldn't win the game because they couldn't get one mid-range jumper falls for them. They win the game. Yeah. Like Indiana had to have almost the perfect scenario where they didn't miss threes. They only missed a couple threes down the stretch at all. They didn't miss threes. They got offensive rebounds. Oklahoma City couldn't get a make from the field. Everything was having to come from the free throw line after, I think, in the last 3 minutes of the game. Almost the perfect scenario had to go down, and it did. And you give Indiana credit. They're the ones. I mean, it was a last-second shot. There was 8 seconds to go. There was Jalen Williams misses another layup. It was contested, but then you have 8 seconds to go. Jalen needs to know who the dude is. The dude is SGA. Jalen Williams is a really nice player. Late in that game, it goes to 2, and you get out of the way. I'm sorry, Jalen, you're a good player, but in these instances, this guy shoots almost 90% from the free throw line. He gets to the free throw line a ton. You're not the MVP. The ball goes to that guy, and he gets stuff done. Not you, Jalen. When the game's flowing, do whatever. Late in the game, no. We got to have our little pecking order here. Because you notice who has pecking order? The Pacers.
But you enjoyed the Rockets not having a pecking order, right?
Well, I want them to have not necessarily. No. I think it's good that anyone can step up. That's not the same as when you need a big basket. You have a guy you can rely on.
Would you rather have the Rockets or Tyrese Halliburton?
Well, Shai had a chance, even though Jalen missed his opportunity. They got the rebound on what probably should have been a foul when Pascal Siakam fell out of bounds. Shai missed.
Well, you thought that should have been a foul?
I think
in that situation.
I don't really buy the not.
Doris Burke
people like to do that not situation thing. I don't subscribe to that. It felt like a foul to me, and if Shai knocks down that jumper, then it affects the game in a way that maybe the Pacers don't come back. Either way, Shai gets his opportunity. He misses it. So while Jalen took it upon himself, when it came down to it, Shai had his chance to extend that game to 3, and he didn't get it done. And of course, that led to the Halliburton shot.
How about Halliburton? It took that guy he got off him, right? He gets just inside the 3-point line, and the guy switches and just steps back and to go pick somebody else up, and it didn't take him a millisecond to just put that jumper up.
Yeah, apparently that's a Pacer rule, because there was Siakam who was in the corner, and once a guy drives towards you, and your defender becomes a help defender, they automatically cut away. So it's McConnell. I don't know who it was, not McConnell. Caruso. Caruso was guarding Siakam, and he was coming to help, and Siakam cuts away, and that draws Caruso away to give Halliburton the opportunity to rise up and knock down shots. So even in that moment, they still play by the rules that they set, and it worked out.
But he still had his guy on him.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even, again, he turned, and as soon as he turned, he just went straight up and knocked it down.
Well, he's a big guard. You can't challenge him.
Unstoppable.
Well, you got to help side. If somebody's going to come check you help side, you want to put pressure on them by moving without the ball. That's just standard basketball stuff, but they do it well. They're well coached. You watch them, it gets to be a little sticky. The ball will get a little sticky at Oklahoma City. The Pacers, it was like you're watching Hickory. The amount of passes they throw sometimes with no dribble, they get rid of the ball. There is a level of Rick Carlisle influence that is undeniable for the Indiana Pacers. Did you see, by the way, late in that game, did you know they had a female coach on the bench, John? Jenny Vucic? I just have never paid attention to it, and she's been there since 21. She's been in the league as an assistant since 17. She was with Sacramento 17 and 18. She was with Carlisle was with the Mavericks 18 to 21, right? For part of that. She was with Rick Carlisle there, 18 to 21. And then she's been with the Pacers from 21. Like, she's been in the league now for 8 years as a bench coach. She had the board and was drawing up the defensive in the last 0.3 of the game. Rick Carlisle was standing there. She had the board and was drawing up defensive stuff for the 5 starters at the end of the game when they had to defend for the last 0.3. Jenny Buchik was the one who was drawing up the plays, which I didn't realize. And Jim Boylan, our guy Jim Boylan, former Rocket, he's on the bench too. He's a bench coach, although he sits on the second row. He's one of the assistants as well. But yeah, she played at Virginia. She was an assistant coach and I think a head coach for a little bit with the Sacramento Monarchs.
It wasn't a sandwich board?
You think that I'm going to answer that with the NFL, with NFL as my employer? That's the most disrespectful. You've spent like 2 straight weeks talking women's softball, and now you think you have to get off your sandwich.
Maybe he
joke.
took his cue from you. Considering how
I just don't like the structure of one pitcher pitching forever.
You attack the sport earlier.
I didn't say anything about women making sandwiches on the softball field.
You said it wasn't even a sport
on the softball pitch.
You didn't.
I never said that.
You say you didn't respect the sport.
No, I don't respect pitching one person.
Do you respect a woman getting a nice ring from if you go to Zadok?
Yes, I do. And being on the bench of an NBA team making important defensive calls. I respect that too, Commissioner Goodell. Let me tell you about Zadok right now. Father's Day is coming up. Why is it always Mother's Day? Why do the moms always get the nice stuff? How about the dads? How about me? How about I get the nice stuff? All right? Why don't I get the nice stuff? Why don't you go get me a luxury watch from now? Maybe coming out of my account. But why don't you get me the nice watch? Why don't you get your dad the nice luxury watch or cufflinks as well? Nice cufflinks. Maybe he wears a lot of suits. Get some really cool cufflinks. They stand out. Mont Blanc pen. There's a lot of different things that you can get dad for Father's Day that are going to look great and that he's going to absolutely love. So why don't you give him a chance to have that special day as well on Father's Day? You know that he hasn't balled out like mom has at different times. Why don't you step up and do something for your dad at Zadok Jewelers? This is at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, and they've got a selection for you no matter what your budget is. But if you want to take that next step and say, I want to get my dad a luxury watch, that is going to be the spot. And man, is that going to be, that's the gift right there, man. For the rest of your life, that's the big gift that you got dad that he'll remember forever. Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's Zadok Jewelers.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. I just heard this is awesome. Del, put in the Korean sound. I put in Korean is the best on the audio. Put in the Korean sound of the Tyrese Halliburton game winner. I speak fluent Korean, so this is kind of unfair for the rest of you who don't. But this is what, this is what it sounds like in other. I didn't hear Mike Breen doing this, okay? Mike Breen, pick up your game. I know you're a Hall of Famer, whatever. Not like us. You're not a Texas radio Hall of Famer.
No. Never has been.
No, never will be.
No.
Never will be.
Highly unlikely.
So, Mike Breen, did he have a call like this one? I don't think so.
바깥에 없이 가요.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이합니다. 할리버튼 버텨내는데요. 할리버튼! 와우! 0.3초!
역전에 나는 인디애나가 이거 아주 아버지죠. NBA 파이널에서도 드라마 쓰나요?
Did Mike Breen have that kind of emotion? No, I don't think so. Pick it up, Mike. Now, what he said was Tyrese Halliburton with the ball, dribbles into the front court, shoots. Wah! Wah! That's what he said. And so, yeah, I understand Korean because I played the game, okay? That you all don't know about the game, but okay. So
I played the game.
Yeah. I played the male golfer, female golfer.
Oh yeah, no, I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, so that was the.
They were quite excited.
They're excited about.
Quite
NBA
excited.
Best. Yeah. I mean, you better pick it up, otherwise Kim Jong-un ain't gonna have you. You ain't gonna be. Mike Breen could not.
Are you sure those were North Korean broadcasters?
No one knows. It's impossible.
I don't know that those were North Korean broadcasters. So maybe the guy you mentioned wouldn't have any influence on Mike Breen.
Don't know.
You think that's what he does?
Over. Is he best friends with Dennis Rodman? Yeah. NBA.
When's the last time we saw those two hang out?
I don't care. They're still boys.
I mean, they can't be that best of friends. They don't hang out with each other anymore. Maybe there's been a rift. You don't know.
Yeah, it's true. He doesn't know.
You don't know.
I have no idea.
Thank you.
I have no idea. I will say that he probably listened to the game, though.
Who?
Rodman? Kim Jong-un.
No chance.
Yeah.
No chance he listened to the game.
Yeah, no. He loves NBA basketball.
He's got too many things to work on over there.
I think he tried.
Furthering human rights movements.
Oh yeah.
He might have tried out. You don't know.
Out for
so he doesn't have a lot of. So he's got a lot of free time if that's what he's working on now, Dell.
It's true. Well, because he's fixed it all, right?
Yeah.
Human rights
the human rights stuff is
fixed
good.
over in North Korea.
If he was in their best league, their NBA in North Korea, he'd probably average about 35 a game.
You think that low? You think anyone would?
If anybody covers him, if anybody tries to stop him, guess what happens?
No, even shots he missed would be counted as makes. There's no way he just averaged 35 points. And who's not giving him the ball?
I know, right?
You think James Harden was heliocentric? You know how many guys would be standing in the corner? It would be the defenders and his teammates. Just go on. Do whatever you want. And even if you miss shots, they're good. Ain't no one giving him a tour date stat line. You think someone's going to write down Kim Jong-un went 7 for 24?
No. Yeah. So yeah. RJ, you don't know Korean. I know Korean. I'll tell you what it was. It's exactly what it was.
John's been knowing Korean.
I've been knowing Korean. All right. And a lot of Korean food too, by the way.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Korean dish, John?
My favorite?
Yeah.
Pho.
Is that Vietnamese or Korean?
It's pho. It's Vietnamese.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
what
Korean.
I thought. No one knows. Yes,
it's not
we do
Korean.
know.
There's a really easy answer.
Well, you could have just gone with Korean barbecue.
That's the easiest answer of all.
You could have just done that.
Because I know he's not a kimchi guy, not being from Chicago.
No. Because you know why? I would never eat kimchi.
Because it's good for your stomach?
We always associate, you're in deep kimchi, which is like you're in deep ship. Okay?
Kimchi's good. It's not for everyone.
No.
It's not for everyone.
Maybe you don't want fermented cabbage and radish.
Fermented cabbage with chili is not for everyone.
No.
But it's got good probiotics. It's got
curry?
the good stuff
No,
for your gut.
thanks.
You're not into curry either?
No.
It needs to be a certain kind of curry for me. I like the I like the Vietnamese. The Thai. The Thai curry is better to me than the Indian curry kicks. Every once in a while, I'll eat that, but you just got to be ready to roll.
Was there any chance he would have named an actual Korean dish when he said that? That's why I asked the question. See
No,
if we can
I
get
know
one
you're
out of him.
trying to put his feet to the fire.
Get one out.
I knew what you were doing. There's no chance. There's no
He goes,
chance.
let me think of something that's not Japanese and Chinese. Pho.
And he didn't eat that either. You're not eating a bunch of soup.
No.
Please.
But
you're not a soup eater.
But I do
He'll
like
make
going
fun of
by.
a soup eater.
Yeah.
I like going on Highway 6. There's a
yeah, we know. We know.
Pho
yeah, we know.
King.
Thank you.
We know.
He's the Pho King.
Yeah, we know.
I like that.
Yeah, thanks.
I like that. It makes me giggle every time.
Real mature.
Every time. Every time I giggle. So, I'm not mature. Who said I was mature? Who said I was going to be mature?
No one.
All right.
Well, Alcaraz is in a little trouble.
You still watching the French Open?
You're still watching. Okay.
Yeah, I got it on. It's like you watching golf. They're just playing. We're sitting here talking. What are we talking about? Korean barbecue?
Yeah.
We're
Korean
fine.
barbecue.
I can watch it. I could right now. I should be watching Netflix.
Hey,
what would you? Let's see what's on Netflix.
Let's see what's
it's
on
Friday, so let's
Friday.
see.
What are the new releases?
Let's see what's the new release for Lance to watch between 8:30 and 10
Let's
o'clock.
see what the new releases. Well, one of the things I did want to when we come back, Isak Paredes has some splits that are pretty incredible. I was looking at his splits.
No, his road now is incredible.
We'll look at a couple different ones that are extremely unusual.
Yeah.
When we come back.
Right now, though, we're talking Texas Card House. I'm talking about how I love poker. I love to play. I want to play again yesterday. And I can't wait to get back to Houston so I can go to Texas Card House and go get my poker on. And if you're somebody who loves to play poker, Texas Card House is the place in Houston now. Okay. Texas Card House has taken over. It is the place, not only in Houston, but if you go to Austin, you go to Dallas, they've got them. They got them all. I think I got one in San Antonio. They got them all over now. So Texas Card House is not only our cities, but our state's biggest and best card room. They also got Hijack Poker, which I can't get there. I got kids, so I got to stay home. Well, what are you going to do when you're home? I want to play some poker. I want to play online. Hijack Poker. Hijack Poker. Download the app. Play on your phone. Play on your computer. And play against Texas people. Play where you can go and get your money, put your money in, and take your money out at Texas Card House. Okay, that's how that to me is the key for playing online, is to be able to get your money in and get your money out. And Texas Card House is making it easy. There's one on Green Ridge and Westheimer. There's one in Spring. Easy to get to. Go and put your. If you don't have time or you can't go to the card room, you got it right there on your computer. I love that. TexasCardHouse.com and Hijack Poker. Play, win, get paid at Hijack Poker as well.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
If there's any question whether or not Keyshawn Henderson is coming to the University of Houston, he shut that down. He shut down his recruitment. He's not taking his official visit to Florida State. He said, I'm done. I'm going to University of Houston. That's it. No, don't call me anymore. I'm done. I can't even imagine.
I like it when a recruit says, lose my number to everyone else.
It's a long time to December.
Respect my decision.
Yeah.
For now.
I can't even imagine what it's like for a 5-star quarterback in this day and age. The number of calls and just, it's got to be maddening. It's the nonstop. You know, when guys want a player, they're going to. It's crazy the amount of time that the coaches take up trying to get a kid.
Yeah, and the coaches don't give up either. So
no, all they got to remember LSU. Remember Michigan stole LSU's quarterback. All they got to do is you just got to go to the well, go raise some more money, and they'll
coming with another offer.
Yeah, they'll get him. They'll get him away from Houston if the money.
Like I don't know how good Florida State will be this year, but if Houston, Willie Fritz, we think he'll do a good job. But if there's a slow start this year, the guys who think they can find and weasel their way in will continue to call. The offer will get larger. Hey, you really want to go there? What are you going to do in the Big 12? Don't you want to play in a bigger conference? Stuff like that. They will try to wear on that kid despite his resolve.
Hopefully for
Coog's sake, he's good and he wants to play there. But I don't think the public announcement that my recruitment is shut down is going to matter to coaches at all.
Not when the cash starts rolling in.
As far as they're trying now, he may just be a guy who's different and just wants to be a Coug. And
should be illegal, but it's not. So,
but they're going to keep calling. But at least so far, he's kind of fended off all comers, been a Coug and been steadfast with them. So that's good for them. Good for Willie Fritz.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is, it's way better than he's still taking visits and.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the guys they probably won't quit, but.
If he doesn't show up on campuses, that's good. As long as once you hear, well, I'm going to take an unofficial, it's not a big deal. I just want to see what they have to offer. Then you got problems.
Yeah, you got real problems.
Yeah. I want to go see what their school is like or what's going on.
I'm just doing it for fun.
Yeah, that's code for get ready.
Yep. All right. So there's that. Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers, or is going to sign with the Steelers. We had a big day yesterday. Texas Tech beats Texas 4-3. Aaron Rodgers, Tyrese Halliburton, Astros win, take care of business in Pittsburgh. Win that one. They got Cleveland this weekend, and they started tonight. Colton Gordon going tonight, and then it gets tougher on them. But we'll see what maybe Colton Gordon can come up with one on the road. That certainly would be nice. But the Guardians are coming off of facing Max Fried, both left-handers. And when you see Max Fried first and then Colton Gordon second, it doesn't. It's just I don't know that that's a great. You would much rather have Colton Gordon before, if you're the Astros, before they faced Max Fried.
Yeah, typically.
Yeah, but it's going to look a lot easier.
Well, get your scoring cleats on. Get your hitting cleats on today.
Absolutely. 713-780-3776.
Let's look at Paredes. Talked about his splits.
Yep.
And it's pretty wild. He's got 230 at-bats so far this year. He didn't miss a lot of games, right?
No.
He has 206 at-bats against right-handers and 24 against left-handers. Is this what's happened? The Astros have pretty much just faced right-handers. I haven't really thought about it, I guess.
Well, look at the other guys and see what they.
Yeah, I'm going to, but he's got 205 at-bats against right-handers, 24 against left-handers, 10%, 9% of the at-bats. He's got 12 home runs against right-handers, 2 against left-handers. Just the number of at-bats, but also the performance. He's hitting 125 with a 597 OPS in those 25 at-bats. Against right-handers, he's hitting, and he's right-handed, but is a dead pull hitter.
Well, Jeremy Pena has 30 at-bats against lefties and 200.
They just haven't faced left-handers this year.
They haven't faced lefties.
Had you thought about that? I haven't even thought about that.
No, I didn't know that.
Paredes, the home and away, is that what you want me to get to?
Yeah, because he's starting to hit homers on the road are incredible now.
Well, it's 7-7.
Yeah, but look at recently. Look at his game log.
Yeah, 7-7 recently.
He's hit
but
6 of the 7 in the last 4 or 5 road games.
Well, in his last 30 days, he's been pretty insane. His last 30 days, he's hitting in the last 30. He's hitting like let me pull it up for you. He is really killing it right now.
Well, he went 1 for 26, so he did have a lull too.
No, yeah, he had a lull. But that was in his last 30 days. He's hitting 250, but with an OPS of 907, and he's got 10 home runs.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's banging them out of the park. 12 walks, 20 strikeouts. But the 12 walks is pretty good on base percentage of 331, slugging of 577. He's over the last 30 days, he has been very, very good. It is interesting that in June, he's listed from a split standpoint. He's only got 3 hits. They're all home runs. He's got 3 hits in June. They're all home runs. He's hitting 188 with a 9. He's hitting 188 with a 985 slugging percentage. And granted, there's only 16 at bats, but still.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5, 6, 7 of his home runs have come in 6 games, in 7 games on the road.
Yeah.
His 7 have come in the last 7 games on the road. At Pittsburgh, and then before the long homestand, he hit 2 at Tampa in the last game, 1 at Tampa in the game before, 0 and 1. 7 games, 7 road games. He's got in the last 7 road games for the Astros, he's got 7 home runs.
I'm still so blown away how much higher the games against right-handers are. I never really considered that. Never really thought about it with this lineup, with this team. But I mean, I don't know how much that's going to change, but they got a lot of right-handed hitters, and they're hanging in. They've been a lot better here recently. So pretty interesting to see what they have done against lefties. Well, that was 2024.
Well, you would think
no 2025. Yeah, games played, 62 games. They have 260 at-bats to 1,800 at-bats, lefty versus righty as a team. And as a team, the numbers are actually pretty – actually, they're only hitting 697 OPS against righties, but they're hitting – their on-base percentage is basically the same. Their average is the same. They're just not hitting the same amount of power per at-bat, but obviously a significantly smaller sample size.
Without Jordan in the lineup, you got Caratini and Melton. Otherwise, the entire lineup is right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if I'm an opposing team, I'm throwing a right-hander at you, but they're still winning. They're still winning, and then the offense has come along. The offense is much better than it was early on in the season.
Yeah.
A lot of their numbers are skewed. Like Paredes' numbers, I don't think he had a road homer like 2 weeks ago, or before this last homestand.
Right.
Or their last road trip to Tampa, he didn't have a road homer. Now he's got 7.
Mm-hmm.
So their numbers are definitely skewed. Early on, they just sucked offensively. They were terrible. Just terrible offensively. So they're coming around, which is nice. Hey, 848 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number. Houston Potter Coaters is what we're talking about. Or excuse me, no. HRP is what we're talking about right now. That's my man Mike Holly and Chris and Plotkin and Kevin and all the great people over there. And we know them. We talk to them. We see them quite often. They're friends. And that's going to be the case with you when you when you are a client of HR&P, you're in the HR&P family. I'm not. That's not an exaggeration. They are integral for your business. They are integrated. They are integral. They are all the inners. They are all that, and they're fun. But the most important thing is that the bottom line for your business is the bottom line, and you are more profitable because of HR&P, because you are not doing things wrong. You are doing it as efficiently as possible. Their payroll technology is second to none. Their HR and their policies and how they go about it, the time that you save tax-wise, the money that you save tax-wise, and all the benefits packages that are perfect for your business, not theirs. Okay, because the other admin companies, they hand you their benefits packages. HR&P finds the best ones for your company. HRP.net. Tell them you heard it right here. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We have got, put in some sound. Let's hear, Hannah Storm had Kevin Clark on. I don't know Kevin Clark. Do you, Lance?
Kevin Clark, Kevin Clark is a football guy.
He's a football guy.
Hannah Storm had him on?
I don't know if I've ever seen him before.
Yeah, you've seen him.
I have.
You know, somehow he got big in the football space in kind of the Mina Kimes kind of way, where he just kind of came out of nowhere and was really big. And he handles all the Mannings, like the Omaha Productions. He's really big in Omaha Productions.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so
and the Ringer and Yeah.
I'm not sure I've seen him before, but he appears to be some kind of an authority on football. And Hannah Storm had him on. And when they got, and Hannah's going to talk Houston. Hannah's going to talk Texans because that's what Hannah do. And we love her for that because she's a Houston girl. And so she asked about what's going on in Houston. Here is Kevin Clark's take, and see if you agree with him.
Introduce America to him a little bit. He has college experience, NFL experience, but not a lot of people know much about him.
Yeah, I'll start here. He's one of the most important people in the NFL this year because it's his job to get an elite quarterback back on track. He worked for Sean McVay and Bill Belichick. Those are two pretty good coaches to work under, if you haven't noticed. But when you're a passing game coordinator for Sean McVay, you're not calling the shots. So this is a huge leap up for him. For me with the Texans, do not attribute to the quarterback what you can attribute to the offensive line and to the play caller. Last year, it was bad. CJ Stroud was pressured 50 more times in 2024 than 2023, and it showed. His deep ball went from 58% completion percentage his rookie year to 35% last year. So it's Nick Haley's job. What I like is in his first press conference, CJ Stroud said that Nick is going to give him a lot of control at the line of scrimmage. Bobby Slowick did not give him that. I felt that Bobby Slowick's protection schemes were, frankly, it's at some points amateurish last year. You combine that with the personnel problems. Kenyon Green, who's now gone, was one of the worst offensive linemen in football last year. There's going to be a big step up here for the Texans. I think that CJ Stroud's going to get back on track. He is as a big a bounce back candidate as there is in this league.
Agree or disagree?
I think you got to be careful about talking about protection strategies or calls or whatever. That's a really tricky one, to be honest with you, just because a lot goes into it between the O-line coach and the coordinator. I mean, some of it was on him. Some of it was just very poor execution where guys were following long. I talked about it with Mike Mayock mid-season because he was calling one of the Texans games that I saw, and I was mentioning how they couldn't pick up twists, and he said, "Yeah, I saw it back in the." I was talking about the Green Bay game. He goes, "Actually, it was the Minnesota game for me where they were following long twists, which is basically the player just has to know to come off the long twist. It's an extended, longer. It basically you got to figure, okay, they're pulling a little game here. I'm gonna push him. Basically, you're just pushing him from as a guard over to the tackle or from the tackle position over to the guard. If they're heading that direction, make him go faster so you can see the guy coming over the top in the opposite direction." And that was just execution. Now, some of it could have been protection schemes, absolutely. Some of it could have been that. I just always wince a little bit because I've watched tape of my dad before, and you start to realize you just don't know what you just don't know when it comes to offensive line play. It can be a little bit tricky when it comes to those calls and stuff like that. So,
yeah, amateurish might have a little.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think he knows enough to make that call.
Him a little bit.
Yeah, I just don't know if he knows enough to make that call.
Yeah, right. Exactly. He must be some kind of analytics guy because if he can discern what Bobby Slowick's schemes were and that they were amateur.
Right. I mean, unless he's getting that from
that room.
No, unless he's getting that from the Mannings.
Absolutely right.
But Peyton Manning may know that. But that's just a really tricky one to speak on. I mean, I know that from talking to. I sit there in my Joe Moore Award meetings with these guys who are all former linemen. Some have played in the NFL, and they start talking about Texas, and they're like, "Yeah," and I'm thinking, "Man, Texas is doing a great job of sliding protection." I'm talking about the Longhorns. Sliding protections over, and their whole thing is and they were talking, and they said, all they do is slide protections. That's stupid. That's going to get you beat. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right, guys. That's dumb. I can't believe they're doing slide protections all the time. And I'm like, I call my dad, like, what's the problem with slide protections? If you know pressure, he goes, well, because then you can be gamed into calling a slide protection to one side just by, they give you a look, and then before you know it, you're predictable. You're predictable. And I said, well, what can you do to counter that? If somebody's going to show you one way, he goes, there's other kind of split protections you can do. And he was going through it all. I was just like, man, there's still so much. I mean, I know so much more about O-line play than I used to, and there's still so much to learn. If you're not playing the game and you're not real time having to make these adjustments, sometimes it's hard to make comments on that and be accurate about it. I'm just being honest. That's why I take any of that. His protection schemes are terrible. Maybe some of them is just they played like crap. I mean, that was not hard to see. Sometimes the guys in front of them, they didn't get blocked.
And sometimes they fell for stunts that were just stupid.
I mean, we watched way more than Kevin Clark.
Yeah. And
we saw some bad play.
I think a lot of this has to do with the first impression of CJ, because Lance, you harped on it during last season, how you would just look online. Everyone's like, coaches. CJ's not at fault at all. And a lot of it's the first impression. And whether it be Kevin Clark or other people in that field who do the football podcasts, they were so in love with what CJ did in year one that anything that happened in year two couldn't have been on him.
Yeah. And that's, but that's understandable early in the season. But then as the season wore on, it's like, I don't know, guys, y'all might want to back that off a little bit.
And so I've listened to enough of those conversations about the Texans. And what I push back on is just the assumption that because Nick Caley, his words are that CJ will have more control, that's just going to work out. It's a lot of assuming that because it's different, it's going to work. Whether it be working under Sean McVay and what that might mean, and loving CJ and just assuming he'll be able to handle the new responsibilities. They're working with, we believe in him from year one. So of course, as long as you get rid of the problem in Slowick, everything's going to be much, much better in year two. But I don't.
Well,
go ahead.
I will say this though, Del. During OTAs, I was watching Cam Robinson, some highlights. Cam Robinson and Jake Andrews were next to each other, and they picked up different stunts way better than the Texans did last year. So OTAs.
I think Cole Popovich is going to make a difference. I really do, because like I said, talking to some guys from Chris Strausser's last spot, they said his issue was always getting his guys to pick up stunts and twist properly. Like this has been a deal. This has been a problem for him.
It was awful.
Yeah, I think as bad as it was, it will be better. But I when I listened to him talk about how Kenyon Green was bad, and then Cam Robinson and Ed Ingram are coming in who were awful as well, I was like, okay, sure, I guess. But they got rid of a bad one and brought at least guys who played bad last year. So you just hope that Cole Popovich is a bigger factor. I think he's more important, honestly, than Nick Caley, because that offensive line was the disaster. So if Cole Popovich is one of those who can fix it, then I think you got a real shot for this optimism when it comes to Texans offensive improvement.
Yeah, anything that was better than last year is immediately an upgrade. I mean, any competent offensive line play as it pertains to stunts and twists. And also, by the way, one-on-one matchups were lost. One-on-one matchups were lost, not due to protection calls, due to poor line play, due to guys lunging and pass pro rather than due to issues with keeping rushers from exploiting your edges, not sliding your feet laterally. Basic offensive line play was also not great at times from guard to guard, and sometime even out there at right tackle with young Blake Fisher, who's, he's got some work to do.
Yeah. Apparently Blake Fisher looks a lot different this year. He worked hard this offseason. Doesn't have the same body. He's got a lot more. He's a lot leaner and strong and looks stronger. Apparently, that's the word that I got on the street.
Yeah, streets are talking about that.
Streets are talking about that, and you know what? The streets are also talking about John Clay Wolfe and how silly it is. Silly that he just gives away $25,000 a month. I mean, he said, okay, for 10 months, let's give away $250,000, $25,000 a month. Let's do that. What I need you to do is go to my website, givemethevin.com, and just and then just enter. And I'll give you 250 chances, 250 entries into the hopper, and then you got a chance to win part of $25,000. Now, if I buy your car from you, you get 1,000 chances, 4 times as many. How about that? And if I buy your car from you, I'm going to give you more than anybody else. How about that? So you make money. It's all you do is make money at GiveMeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolfe just giving money away. It's crazy. I don't know why he's doing it, But all you have to do is go to givemethevin.com, mail in your entry, and you got a chance at $25,000. What do you got to lose? Givemethevin.com. Did I miss Houston Powder Coaters? Yeah. No, they did not. They just got rid of Will Kunkel. I talked to Nate. He's still there. Yeah, he was wrong. He was wrong. All right, welcome back. Our final hour of the week here on ESPN 97. A long week, too, by the way. 5 days we had to work this week, which was
the week before was so much better.
Yeah, I mean, 5 days. You're asking a bunch of us, but that's, you know what? That's what we're here for, okay? That's the kind of commitment that we've made to you.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Elliot is on hold. Elliot goes to Game Day Men's Health, which I'm happy about. Love that. Thank you, Elliot, for that. And he's
absolutely.
Here with us right now. What's up, Elliot?
Absolutely, feeling great. TRT's got me feeling good. Got my girlfriend happy. All is great. Shout out the bench, final hour. Shout out to Lance Zierlein for bringing me down to this morning. I'm a Steelers fan, and he said Rodgers is going to be not what everybody's expecting. I'm hoping for some Tom and Tampa stuff. Sounds like it's going to be nowhere near that.
Well,
so my question is,
I don't know that. Yeah, I wouldn't trust me. I'm the same one who said.
I thought you were the expert.
I'm the same one that said Shedeur Sanders would get drafted 27th. He ended up getting drafted 144th. What do I know? Deion called me an idiot. He said, how is he having him in the first round? This idiot. So that's all I know. Deion called me an idiot because I had him 27th. I assume is because I had him in the first round. I don't know. So
I'm hoping you can tell me how it's going to go next year. Who's going to be the top guys coming out? And let's say it's a disaster with Rodgers and the Steelers get a top 5 to 10 pick. I know you had stated before that everyone's crazy thinking Arch is coming out, and why that's even a topic. It makes no sense. So who's going to be the guys that you think are the top?
Yeah, Drew Aller from Penn State, Lenore Sellers from South Carolina. Who else am I missing? Carson Beck from Miami.
Ugh.
Dell, who else?
Is Lagway he's
a
sophomore?
True sophomore. There's two others. There's 5 there's the big five. It's I'm not counting Arch. I don't see any chance Arch comes out, but you've got Sellers from South Carolina, Beck from Georgia, Drew Aller from Penn State, and then there's two others. The kid who came from Washington State,
John Mateer.
Yeah, John Mateer is one of them that they're talking about, and there's one more. There's one more quarterback prospect.
Klubnik?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's him.
Sam Levitt, Arizona State.
There are some talk about Sam Levitt, although I don't really personally see that. Let's see. Sellers, Drew Aller, Klubnik. Nussmeier. Nussmeier from LSU. He's all others to watch. Carson Beck, John Mateer, Sam Levitt, Garrett Nussmeier. Listen, it's a deeper draft than last year's draft. From a talent standpoint, no matter what, Will Howard never had an NFL arm. Gabriel at Cleveland, who played at Oregon, he was always tiny. He never had NFL traits in terms of arm and size. Never. Obviously, Quinn Ewers was a disappointment, relatively speaking, relative to expectations. You had Carson Beck didn't even make it in the draft. His season was so disappointing. This is a better year. I think Sellers, Aller, Mateer, Beck are the guys, and Nussmeier, the five to watch more than likely. I'm not as big on Sam Levitt. You guys like Sam Levitt? He's scrappy, but Sam Levitt is a first-round quarterback. Do you guys see that?
No.
And I don't know who Fernando Mendoza is for Indiana. Where'd he come from?
Former Cal quarterback. He doesn't have great tools. He's tall. He'll stand in a pocket, but if you're not going to be wowed by his tools or anything.
If I had to guess, Drew Aller and Lenore Sellers are my two. Once again, assuming Arch Manning is not coming into the draft, because his dad has already said he wants him to get, there's a bunch more starts he wants him to get. He wants him to get starting experience.
I don't see the Mannings allowing him to come after only one full year.
No, I don't either. To them, it's not. I see people. It gets to a second contract earlier. If you say that, you have no idea. The Mannings Mannings understand the money's going to come. They want him to be as great as he can possibly be. The only way to do that is to get playing time. Guys who have 1 year of starting experience, it is a low success rate in the NFL for that. So I don't see any way Arch Manning comes out, but it's a better year. If you need quarterbacks, it's not a bad year this year. We'll see if Nussmeier can improve, his decision making. We'll see if Aller can play with more consistency in big games. We'll see if Sellers can take another step forward. He's got all the size and tools. Klubnik, I don't know. Carson Beck. We'll see if Carson Beck can get back to being a good quarterback, because he stunk last year. Although awful. I will say, all of his top 4 wide receivers were out, or top 3 wide receivers were out.
Yeah, he was terrible.
Cade Klubnik, oh my God, he was 36-6 last year. He had 36 passing touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Cade Klubnik did last year. Holy crap. He did
move a little bit too. Clemson will use him in the run game and even scrambling as well.
Yeah, maybe I need to. Oh no, he can run a little bit. He's athletic, a little bit light.
I guess I'm just going by what I saw him early. Was not good. Maybe, you know what? Maybe sometimes it takes guys a little while.
Yeah,
I was not a Klubnik guy, and I'm not a Nussmeier guy yet. Still. If he improved, we'll see.
He flashes with some of his throws, but that's not the NFL. Yeah. You don't win in the NFL with flashes. You win with consistency and good decision making, and that's inaccuracy, and it just gets really spotty.
And he should play a bigger role in winning.
Yeah,
and he really doesn't.
Well, Nussmeier.
Yeah.
No,
he played a role in losing.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
He made more than a few questionable throws.
So this kid, John Mateer, who is at Oklahoma now, who came out of Washington State last year, had 29 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. I guess he's got some pretty good 6'1", 220. So, kind of average size. But they say he's got some tools. In his last 5 games, he had 13 touchdowns to 1 interception in his last 5. Now, he was 2-3 in those games, and some of them weren't overly impressive in terms of some of the statistics he put up. But
well, you're going to think with him, Washington State, not super talented, and Cam Ward probably a better prospect, but Cam Ward was being asked questions about lack of productivity, turnovers, and then he got with a better roster. So I think that was John Mateer's thoughts, not that Oklahoma. I don't know how Oklahoma's recruited. They haven't been great under Venables, but get to a better roster, have a better offensive line around you, and turn your year there into a year where you can become a real first-day type of prospect.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, because the questions surround the same things we're asking, different ones, but questions were around Cam Ward, turn the ball over too much, sacks, all those things, and he was able to work himself in. So I think that's Mateer's plan: get to a better roster. Don't have to have everything on your shoulders, and see what you can do.
Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, he was fine at Cal. That's another guy who wants to get to a better roster.
6'5", 225. There you have
That's what I'm saying. He's got size, but the arm's fine. It's not a great one, but that's a true stay in the pocket type guy. He doesn't move very well, and he looks a little thin because of how tall he is. 225 looks a little thin on him, but he's a fine prospect. But I think that's more a second-day guy from what I saw last year.
Yeah, makes some sense. Just looking at, I'm going to start taking a peek. I got a friend of mine. I think we're going to start doing some NIL stuff this summer, looking at wide receivers for some agents who are interested in trying to find some diamonds in the rough to start. They've already got to start looking at sophomores. Even guys they can't sign this year, you got to get on them this early. That's how this game works. I don't say it's a slimy game, but it's a rat race. The agency game has gotten worse and worse and worse. Now, if you don't have a bunch of money behind you, you can forget about it. You got to be paying these kids in advance, just trying to keep them. And then a lot of them, the kids will just take your money and then they bust you out, and then they go to the next agent and do the same
these
thing.
NIL agents are just, I mean, what are they getting? 20, 25%?
No.
They were early on.
No, that's not for the best players because there's too much competition. You can't. So they're really, a lot of them don't get, some of them on true marketing deals get 20% on marketing. That's the going rate. That's a real rate. Marketing is 20%. My agent gets 20%. He just doesn't sell me anything on marketing, but I think on the deals coming from the teams, no, they're not getting that. They're not getting that because frankly, you don't even have to have an agent to do that. You don't need an agent to do that, to get you that. Now, marketing deals, yeah. So marketing deals will get 20%. I highly doubt these reps are getting that for, the money that's just coming straight from the universities. And now that you have revenue share, agents aren't going to get a piece of that. I guess they could, but there's a finite, like you've got salary caps you're working with now on the college side. And that's colleges don't know how to do it. Like a lot of NFL GMs are talking about, hey, the place to be is college, because a lot of colleges don't have any idea what they're doing with salary cap, with evaluations. Like you're going to start seeing college GMs, directors of player personnel. Mike Money Martin, my guy used to be here with the Houston Texans. He's now the GM at Notre Dame. It's a lot of the guys who are in the NFL right now are going to start going to college football because they think that's where the money is and that's where the best opportunity to win is, because they don't know what they're doing. That's their thought. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that's the thought. So it'll be interesting with the shift of a lot of college guys wanting to go to the pros. Now you got a lot of front office people wanting to go to college.
Yep. All right, let's break it. Let's talk Houston Powder Coaters right here. If you want to get in, the final couple segments this week, 713-780-3776. Houston Powder Coaters, and what Robin does, it's fantastic. She is number one. They are. You go look at their Google reviews. Go look at everything that they've done. Look at all over the city, everywhere. They're fantastic. You got something metal that you need to save. You got something metal that you want to look good again. If it's old, rusty, it's broken down, well, you send Robin a text with a picture of it, and she'll tell you whether or not she can save it, or you need to buy something new. Okay, and that's a possibility too. And she's going to be square with you. Okay, but she also says make sure if you can save that older metal, save it, because it's better metal than they're putting out today. It's always better. I mean, there actually is more metal in it. Okay, so here's the deal. You want to save something, or if it's something that is nostalgic for you, sentimental, whatever the case may be, if it was your grandma's, your mom's, your dad's, whatever the case may be, you want to save it. Or if it's an old car parts that you want to look new again, Houston Powder Coaters. They'll pick up and deliver absolutely free. I've seen the facility. What they do is incredible. The workmanship is second to none. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Jacob may be our smartest caller ever. I'm just saying that because Dell told me Jacob's on hold and he wants to give us props. So I feel like Jacob could be, he's got a candidate to be the smartest caller we've ever had.
Or this week's smartest caller.
Yeah. Jacob, what's up?
What's up, y'all? I just wanted to call, and I said, I wanted to give you guys props, but Dell was involved in that, and everybody in the station. I've lived in the Houston area for really my whole life, and I'm moving today. I'm moving out of Texas, and so I don't know how much I'll be able to listen to you guys. I'll be in the West Coast, and so waking up at 5 a.m. Nobody does that. That's weird. That's stupid. But but seriously, man, when I first got my first car, I found ESPN 97.5. You guys were a huge part of my childhood and my early part of my adult life. And it's going to be different not hearing you guys on the car. I'll obviously still have the live stream on YouTube, but like I said, time zones and everything. But I just wanted to say thank y'all, man. I'm not a Houston sports fan. I'm not a fan of the Rockets or the Astros or the Texans, but I'm a fan of you guys. I think you guys do a great job. I'm excited to listen to y'all every day. And I think if y'all can make someone who doesn't really care about the teams just so interested in y'all's radio station, it really just shows them how much of a great job y'all do. So I just wanted to say thank y'all, man, and really appreciate it.
Right, the nicest,
that's
one of the nicest compliments we've ever had.
Jacob, there is a solution. You just download the app and you can listen at any time. And you could, if you wake up later, we've got the podcast that was always up there every day.
Who are you a fan of, Jacob? Out of curiosity, who are your teams?
The only team I have is the Cowboys. I know that wow, but I'm a huge basketball fan. I'm not really a big baseball guy, but the only team I live and breathe for is the Cowboys.
John, you still be nice to Jacob. He was very nice to us.
Yeah,
he was very nice to us, but it kind of turned me a little bit.
Oh, see.
Yeah, well, don't wish I get in a car crash on my new destination, John.
Yeah, well, Lance has that in him.
Not for guys like this.
But Jacob listens, so he knows it has come from one of you at least once.
But not me.
Yeah,
I'm not that guy.
Lance.
I'm not that kind of guy.
Lance wishes car crashes on people.
A ditch. I think it was even a ditch.
Yeah, but I don't even remember why I said that or who I said that to.
Yeah,
it was someone on Twitter, I think.
It couldn't even. Yeah, I get that upset, and I don't even remember why. So, well, Jacob, what are you moving for? Work?
No, I'm just moving to get out of the heat, just to be with some friends, just to start a new journey. Honestly, man, just like I said, I'm 27, been in Texas my whole life, and so that's the goal.
I appreciate that because I've been here like basically my whole life, and there are times I wish I had lived. I was in New Orleans for a little bit, but that's just hotter, dirtier Houston. So yeah, I think that's a good thing that you're doing, going and experiencing something else. That'll be good. What part of the West Coast?
Oregon.
Oh yeah.
Oregon. Wow.
Pacific Northwest.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where about? What part of Oregon? Because
Yes,
it's country out there other than in Portland.
Eugene.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a college town. So you got okay. So Eugene's actually have you been there before, John?
I have not.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool little college. It's a classic college town, but the weather, like, it can be really beautiful in Oregon. You're gonna have
4 seasons, baby.
Yeah, you're gonna have some rain, but you're gonna get your 4 seasons. Yep, you get up out of this heat, and yeah, that'll be fun. Well, congratulations, man. That's great that you get a chance to strap on a new I guess chapter to your life
journey.
Yeah, that's something that I can't just pick up and do anymore. None of us can. It's too hard. So do it while you're young, and you can. No kids, I assume. No wife. So this is a perfect time. Yeah, this is a perfect time.
Great time.
Exactly. So I just wanted to call in before, because on Monday I won't even be in Texas anymore. So I'm still at my house currently right now. So I just wanted to call in and once again just say thank you guys for being part of my childhood. Like I said, I remember when it was John, Raheel, and Dell, and all that. I'm not quite sure how the history goes because apparently you guys have been together for 25 years. But you guys have just been a huge part of my life, man. So appreciate y'all, and I'll definitely still be tuning in. But y'all take care.
All right. Well, good luck to you, Jacob. And if you make it to LA, go stay with John.
John has a place for you.
John's got a spot for you. He's got a room.
That's it. I got a spot for you. Download the app and listen. Listen on the app. It's right through your car. It's like you're listening on the radio. And just, and then you don't have to listen to live shows. You just listen to ours. That's all.
Okay. He did call in initially to give you props, but he also is thankful for the rest of the station. So it doesn't have to just be your show.
Not as much, though.
Well, probably so. But you're very gracious, as always, John.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I do.
And the biggest thing Jacob let us know, and credit to him for making it to 27. No kids, no wife.
Yeah,
that's his biggest accomplishment at 27. I don't know what else he's done in his life, but that's a big one.
King of Twitch says, "You guys have been part of my childhood too. I'm so excited every day to listen." See, sometimes this doesn't feel like it's real.
Sincere, does
it? Doesn't feel sincere sometimes coming from the Twitch platform. Yeah. I'm so excited to listen. I don't know if I believe that.
David, that's not a nice.
This caller's a terrible person. What?
David sent
this guy was Jacob was the greatest caller.
David sent an
You're right, John. He was the best caller ever.
Of a woman
That's
choking.
What I'm saying.
David, you can't send a gift of a woman choking
Jacob,
and call that
beat
Jacob.
It. Boo this man.
What
are you talking about?
Yeah, it's suggesting that David was too busy glazing to really get.
No.
Yeah. Jacob, you're great. Don't worry about these guys.
Yeah. He's trying to actually have a moment, a sincere moment. You people are so dead inside, you wouldn't recognize that if it bit you in the face.
David, he is not
he's just gagging.
Gag David. Okay.
Jeez, right. You guys can't. This guy.
I remember as a family when we used
John
to.
And Lance.
This guy says mine too. I remember as a family we used to sit around the radio and listen to John and Lance. I don't believe that. That doesn't sound like it's real.
On the radio.
All right, 713-780-3776. Apparently Dana Brown was none too pleased about playing the game last night.
You didn't see him? He was having words.
I didn't see him.
Yeah.
It was a group of them, all the decision makers, the umpire, Pirates people, and Dana got heated in his blazer. Didn't appreciate it. He explained why too. He what did he say? He said, "No, did you regret?" He was asked, "Did you regret your anger towards the Pirate staffers?" He said, "Not at all. It's a natural reaction to be the GM of a club and starting a game 3+ hours after it's supposed to start."
Then he said, "Nuck if you buck."
I don't know if he even knows.
He might have.
I don't know what that means.
It's a song about fighting. That's all.
Well, here's the problem. It's a getaway day for the Astros. They got to fly to Cleveland after this game, right? The game ended after midnight there. So, I mean, that sucks for the Astros.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they got Colton Gordon going tonight.
Well,
so
NBA players are like, welcome to our world. Flying out after midnight and having to play a game the next day.
The NBA players never start a game 3 hours after it's supposed
I didn't
to start.
say they did that, but what happened last night to the Astros is not unique to an NBA player, where they leave a city after midnight and then have a game the next day at like
Rare.
6 or 7.
It never happens.
It happens quite a bit, actually.
They don't delay games 3 hours.
I didn't say it was delayed, John. I'm talking about when you leave a city.
I still can't get over
how hard it is.
Well, how hard is this for the Astros to deal with? You're going to be playing a baseball game. Yeah,
okay,
very difficult.
You hate the Astros.
No, the Rockets would have to deal with the same thing. It's not that difficult to do. It happens, like you said, it's very rare.
Do they have Colton Gordon trying to hit?
They have Jalen Green trying to hit clutch shots.
Very rare.
Yeah, there is that.
Very rare.
Yeah, okay, that's the best point you made.
Yeah, they got Jalen Green depending on in the clutch.
They do have that. I've depended on Brinkman, Jason Brinkman, his group. You need to depend on them. You need to have them come check your roof. And if you haven't checked your roof in a while, we talked about this with the air conditioner, right? How about this though? It's a little bit different with Brinkman, because if you have any damage to your roof, let's say you got a hailstorm like they had in Austin, or God forbid a hurricane or anything else that happens in the city, because we get a lot of weather. Have you checked your roof lately? Do you have documentation where it can say, my roof had a clean bill of health on this date, okay? And insurance company, my roof was just fine before the damage of the storm. Just fine. Because if it wasn't fine, the insurance company is going to go, no, you had a pre-existing situation, and we're not paying, because that happens. That happens all the time. Or if you're going to try to get insurance, they're going to say, you got to get this checked out. Okay, we ain't insuring your house without you checking out your roof. Well, the people that do that are Brinkman. Brinkman's been around for over 50 years. They're awesome at what they do. They fix with the guys who knock on your door. Jason Brinkman says we have to fix more of those than just regular calls because they screw it up. So get a professional, get the best in the business, brinkmanquality.com, BRINKMANN. They will come for a free consultation to your home. 844-215-2876 or brinkmanquality.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, this is our final segment, and we had a lot to do. What's going on, Alcaraz?
I mean, it's a scrap right now. It's currently, he won the second set, 6-4 Musetti, first set 7-6 Alcaraz. So they're getting after it. It's going to be a tight one, but Carlos Alcaraz tends to. Even if I played 2 months to get ready, I don't think I could beat just an average Joe who's out there playing like a Charlie Palillo. I don't think I could beat him on clay, even with 2 months of practice on clay.
You could have 2 years and you wouldn't beat Charlie Palillo. The dude has been playing. He played college tennis.
He did?
He plays every day.
Charlie played college tennis?
Yeah, he played at Syracuse.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I probably couldn't. It would take like 4 months. I can't do anything in 2 months. It might take 5 months, and my right shoulder's got to heal.
Yeah, it might take 5 months.
I'm not even going to even think about that until I get fully healthy.
Yannick Sinner against Novak Djokovic.
Sinner's a huge favorite.
At noon. Is he still doing steroids?
I don't know, but he's a little pretty boy. You seen him?
Yeah, he's
also
a cheater. He's also a cheater.
Is he?
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Next, you're going to say Tiger Woods cheated.
Panthers at Oilers tonight.
Hey, whoa. You slipped. That didn't.
Texas versus Texas Tech tonight.
Okay.
Right? We got Astros and Cleveland all weekend. It's a slow time. And then Sunday night, we got game 2. This is a slow time, but we got a lot of good stuff. We got a lot of good stuff to look forward to. Del, what did we miss today? I think we talked about most everything.
You didn't talk about the thriller in Nations League, where a 9-goal thriller between France and Spain.
Oh, I screwed up.
Wait a minute. It was 5-1.
Yeah, and it wound up 5-4. With 2 minutes to go, France had a chance but could not equalize. So that was a great one. So to be Ronaldo Portugal versus Spain for the European Nations League title.
Portugal and Spain is like Portugal and Spain? Is it like America and Canada? Is it like
as far as rivalries are
Switzerland and Sweden? Well, they're just kind of the same.
Well, John, you spent time in Spain. You tell us.
Yeah, it's about the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
They speak a different language.
Yeah, but it's about the same. It's not much different. Topography, everything. It's real close. Really, really close. So, yeah, it's like
Germany and
Pakistan
Austria
and India.
Oh,
it's like yeah.
Tell your boy Raheel that.
I don't think that
he married an Indian girl.
So
under protest.
Yeah, under protest.
I'm sorry, but they look a lot alike.
No, don't do it. You've already done the
Raheel and his wife.
I don't know that to be the case.
I still don't know that that's the right thing to say.
They look.
It doesn't matter what
I don't
the right
know that
thing.
I don't know if I love that for you.
How about it's correct?
I don't think they look alike.
How about it's correct?
Well, I don't think it's correct.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yeah, I know. It's just like it's yours. I don't think it's correct that they look alike.
That's a stupid opinion, but okay. Apparently, Rob Manfred says the league will propose the robot ump system next year. So that's interesting. The Giants are fighting at OTAs. They're having, Jackson Dart is doing dances. He's got a handshake with everybody. It's kind of sickening.
He is. Let me tell you something now. He is chotch. Did you see him at the combine? He had a chain. Did you see the chain he was wearing?
Oh.
Dude, he's got a whole. He's a whole vibe. Jackson Dart. He's got a chain with hearts. I can't even explain what it was. I hadn't really seen this particular chain before, but it was something else. It was something else. Yeah, he's a little different. He's a little different.
Well, the Giants say they're fighting at camp because it's hot out.
Okay.
All right.
If you say so.
There are so many memes of different shows of Aaron Rodgers meeting his Steelers teammates for the first time. Remember in what's the soccer show on HBO?
Not on HBO. You mean on Apple?
Yeah, Apple.
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
Where the Ibrahim he comes in, the star player comes in, and that's one of them. There's a Simpsons one. There's all kinds. Everybody's just making fun that Aaron Rodgers is just going to be insufferable to be around.
You know,
I don't know that that's the case.
See, I know what you're going to do because in my mind, I'm going to do it too. Like, surely at some point, and I don't know if his teammates hate him wherever he goes. I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. I think he's not liked by his front up. Now, if you're a 1-year vagabond, I don't know. You got to be a little bit careful about acting like you're the man. But I don't know. I just you feel like, okay, at some point he's going to say, I'm going to be all in. I want my legacy. I don't want people to just think I'm a selfish guy, but I just don't think he cares. I think he's going to do him. And if it bothers you, then he doesn't care. If he wins, it doesn't really matter, does it? He wasn't the easiest guy to deal with in Green Bay. Didn't matter. He was winning MVPs and was one of the best quarterbacks in football a long time. And he wasn't great behind the scenes. They'll tell you he wasn't great to deal with for the coaching staff and some of the front office guys. his teammates, I think, loved him. At least on the offensive side of the ball, they absolutely loved him. So, there's a difference maybe between, a head coach and a GM or front office and then your teammates. As long as the teammates have your back, I'm not sure any of it matters. But you don't want to turn on Mike T. That's Mike T's organization, although Steeler fans are trying to run him out right now.
Yeah. I mean,
Steeler fans will argue with you till the end that they don't want to hear outside perspective on, well, he's got winning seasons. They're like, stop winning seasons. This guy hasn't taken us any further for about a decade. Like, they are really done with Mike.
What do the players think of Mike Tomlin? Forget about what the
players like him.
Yeah.
Players
Forget
like
about
him,
what the fan base.
So my dad came in with him first year, and I think Mike Tomlin now, not surprisingly, he's a different coach now than he was then. That's not a surprise, obviously, but he's, he just has a better. I think he takes maybe a little less crap. Like any coach that's been there for a while, they take a little less crap. They hold you maybe a little bit more accountable. I think he let some things go early on, which he was a young guy, he's in his 30s. So it's different. It's different. I wonder how much DeMeco Ryans is going to change. He's beloved by the players. He's not a yeller. He's not a screamer. He has the it feels like I'm watching AJ Hinch of football, where you get a sense that he's completely under control. The players like him. He's a very confident guy. We've seen him a little bit animated before on the sideline, but not about his own players or what they were doing. It's been about officials. And when I say animated, it's not much. Not much. He's pretty low. He's pretty low key. I wish I was more like DeMeco Ryans, if I'm being honest with you. Not only with the bench press and the squat, but also just his ability to not get pissed off about things.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player's coach, dude,
and
he's not that far removed from the field.
No, but he can also incline press. He can kill
it. DeMeco?
Yes, incline press, military press, squat rack across the board. He's killing it. And what's funny? Remember, it used to be him and Robert Saleh were jacked. I saw Saleh at the Senior Bowl. I couldn't believe it. Looked like he had lost 60 pounds. Looked like a shell of himself physically. It was alarming.
Really?
How skinny his legs were. Yeah, it was wild.
He just stopped lifting.
I don't know what happened, but I think Aaron Rodgers, the stress of Aaron Rodgers, dude probably stopped eating, stopped lifting. Just had to, every day was fading the Aaron Rodgers drama.
Yeah. Ryan Clark says the Aaron Rodgers signing is the worst case scenario, that they're going to be just good enough to miss out on a franchise guy next year. You know what?
No, he
there's
might not.
Something to that.
Even though he hates Aaron Rodgers, some of that might be true.
That's kind of true. They're going to be good enough to not get a good quarterback next year.
So that's what the Colts' problem was. They kept winning too many games, and they couldn't draft. Like, you miss out on quarterbacks if you win too many games, and you're like, well, we're picking 21st. We can't really get a quarterback here, and that's what happens. He might be right, but what he's the flip side of that coin is, you think Mike Tomlin wants to be bad? You think Omar Khan wants to be bad? These two guys, Mike Tomlin's trying to hang on to his job. I don't know if he's under any duress, but Omar Khan, it's his first GM job. You think those guys want to take a 6-win season, 5-win season, so they got a better shot at a quarterback? While it would be best for them, fans don't like that. Season ticket holders don't like that. They pretend like they do, but in the first 14 games, they don't like it. Then let the last 4 happen, the last 3 happen, and they're like, lose them. We don't want any extra draft positioning.
Well, that Lovie Smith was hated. He showed the franchise he won that game.
Lovie Smith saved us.
Look what he did to the franchise. He said, F you to the franchise. He won that game, so now we don't get Bryce Young.
Lovie Smith saved us.
Lovie Smith saved the world.
As a country, he saved us.
No, not maybe.
Maybe.
No, Dell.
No, Dell.
I mean, man was squatting in year 1. Let's see what happens.
He wasn't a squatter.
He was squatting in the top 10 in year 1.
Was not a squatter.
I mean, what did year 2 show you?
He was kind of squatting. Yeah. But now that he's got the good play caller.
Yeah, everyone's excited. First impressions matter. That's what I've learned this offseason. CJ Stroud's first impression that rookie year it's still lingering for people. They expect that to be the norm for him. We'll see now that Cole and Nick are in charge, and Cam Robinson's protecting his blind side.
Mm-hmm. That's what we wanted. We were hoping to get Cam.
You were
Robinson.
hoping he would be bad in Jacksonville and Minnesota.
We were hoping Cam Robinson would be protecting somebody's blind side. It's exactly what we were looking for.
Yeah, Cam Ward's blind side.
Yeah, that would have been better.
Yeah.
I remember when Gam would turn on the wireless to listen to you two when your show aired between Amos and Andy and Shipley's Donut Radio Theater.
Stop it.
That never happened.
Who's that, Tony?
All right.
It's got Tony written all over it.
Yeah. You all forgot something. Forgot to get John's thoughts on the Texas starting pitcher last night. They started the big girl.
Is it? They always start her? I
No.
saw what you were talking about. I thought she's pitching every game too. That's what y'all.
No, they switch off.
Y'all told me that she was pitching every
the other
game.
one, it started every game up until recently. They started her a couple of the big girl.
The girl who started last night started the night before, right? That's what I saw when I went to their roster and their schedule. That she had started the first 2 games of the series. We'll see if she gets the ball tonight and infuriates Lance.
No.
Yeah.
So
Lance
mad.
is so mad that pitchers pitch like 4 games in a row.
Well, 500 straight pitches.
Yeah.
And it's going to go to like 600 now.
So he gets so mad. He doesn't want
Yeah.
anything to do with your sport
Dumb.
anymore.
It's dumb.
Yeah.
Now I'm really not going to watch it.
Right.
You thought I wasn't watching it before?
How are they
Watch
survive?
me now.
How are they going to survive without you watching?
I'm going to boycott.
I don't know how we'll get through it.
I'm going to boycott.
I don't know how Texas is going to get through it. Okay.
You're going to go
How
on a
about
boycott?
Yeah.
Maybe
Boycotting this
you can
game.
get John Daspit to sue Texas or Texas Tech for starting that pitcher every day.
I don't know that I have been hurt due to someone's negligence.
You seemed a little hurt in the
Yeah,
first
but
segment.
not due to
Your
someone's
butt hurt.
negligence.
Your butt hurt due to
No.
their negligence
I
of
don't
changing
like
pitchers.
I don't like the concept in the sport that one pitcher can pitch forever, but that doesn't fall under the auspice of John Dasp. I think his lawyers would say we got really important stuff. We've got people who've been injured in auto accidents, out in refinery blasts, offshore accidents, the roadway. We don't have time for this frivolous thing that you guys see. They're serious. They're serious people. Okay. They're not making jokes. They're serious people. They're out there trying to say, we're going to help people who are hurt. We're going to help them against the insurance company who's out there trying to screw them. We're going to make sure that you get all those bills paid, all the future bills paid for your physical therapy, all the time missed from work, whether it's short-term or long-term, and a fair injury settlement. Fair for your pain and suffering, because pain and suffering for one person may be substantially worse for another. I was at a rehab place one time when I was getting my shoulder rehabbed, and man, the poor guy had a knee that was just horrible. And it turns out it had happened years earlier in an auto accident, and it was never going to be better. He was going to have this the rest of his life. And all I could think of was, man, I hope he had John Daspit's number and called 713 call now. So he got the proper settlement for something like that. 713 call now, or go to the website for more information at daspitlaw.com.
Apparently, neighbors couldn't take it anymore. An Indian restaurant closed. Do you know why it closed?
Why?
Because it smelled like Indian food.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Apparently, Cinnamon's Restaurant. It announced its closure after 2 decades following complaints about the smell of its dishes annoying neighbors. It smelled like curry odors emanating from the establishment. We just talked about this. Curry, not good.
God, it smells so much like gabagool in this sandwich shop. Why does it have a smell of olive oil and gabagool?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever say that to the Italians?
It smells like gabagool. It's awesome.
So an Indian restaurant
Smells
smelled
like
Indian
curry.
dishes?
And, and nobody liked it. The neighbors wanted them gone.
What's all this garlic smell? You know, I was the Stinky Rose, I think it's called. My honeymoon, my wife and I went to San Francisco. It's famous because it had garlic in every dish. Every dish was garlic. And it was like you went into the place like, whoo. Now, I like garlic. But you weren't walking out of there not smelling like a big, giant pile of garlic. But to me, I knew what I was getting into. No one try to close it down. It's right there in the name.
It's what you do. I mean, if it's garlic, you know how healthy you're going to be? You know how good garlic is for
something
you?
called garlic. And you know what? There's also a very similar curry thing where you're supposed to eat a bunch of curry for your intestinal lining.
You're now immune to vampire attacks as well.
Yeah, exactly. I used to take garlic pills, and one time I burped right in my wife's face, and she was like, "Oh my God!"
What about? Did you ever take curry pills?
I never ever took curry pills. You know why?
Why?
Because stink. Because no one likes curry.
That's not true.
Okay.
What's he talking about?
John always thinks whatever he does is what everyone in the
No
world
one likes
does.
it.
Everybody.
Everyone gets drunk whenever they're watching the U.S. Open.
Yes.
Like, what? You're in a very tiny bubble.
No
one likes curry. I got news for you.
I don't know anyone that eats curry.
By the numbers, the curry lovers might even actually outnumber some of your garlic.
Oh
lovers.
no, that's because they have to eat that in their country.
You don't have to eat in the UK, and white people in the UK eat curry all the time.
All the time.
No, none of those people they don't.
They do.
They actually do.
You're misinformed on
I
your
am
numbers.
not.
Yeah, your numbers are terrible. Apparently, here's the headline: we bought a peeing robot attack dog from Temu, and it's even weirder than you expect. It goes around, and it looks like one of those dogs, and it looks like it has a gun on its back.
Yeah.
It's some kind, but it actually pees. And
is this real?
It's real. I'm looking at it. And you can get it for less than a cost of a round of drinks. It's plasticized by Boston Dynamics.
Of course, Boston Dynamics, the end of the world, the company that's ending the world as we know it. Oh,
they are literally going to end the world. Yeah. I mean, how awful is Boston? Boston Dynamics is the worst thing that's ever happened.
If I hear that Boston Dynamics has bought controlling interest, or no, even worse, OpenAI has bought controlling interest in Boston Dynamics, I'll be like, well, that's it. I'm done.
We're done. We're all done.
We're done.
We're all done. We're going to need a paradise.
A paradise?
Right?
Oh, somewhere. No, but they'll just let those little robot dogs get inside our mountains, too.
Oh, no. No, we can't we don't let them in. That's it.
Paradise is a wild show.
We watched the second episode last night, so I got a long way to go. And I guess there's going to be a next season, another season, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're filming already.
They are? They're filming already? Good. Yeah, it's pretty good. We are done. Now, don't forget, you can go and get in on this. We've got a giveaway. We will give away 2 brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. We are going to be at the Kima Boardwalk today, Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Go on by. You just have to sign up, and you got a chance of winning these electric bikes, $4,000 value. So they're going to be on the Kima Boardwalk today.
Dang! Put me on the list.
And 6. and you got a chance to win these bikes. So let's go. Get on over to
I tried to say I wanted to get put on the bikes, and Dell rammed up the music as loud as he could.
You're not allowed to be involved.
Drown me out.
Dell, isn't Kima Boardwalk like right by your house?
Yeah.
You stop by Dell's house.
You should stop in. Yeah, you know what?
What? How does
Drop
that make
any
sense?
Drop me a pin.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Stop by Dell's house.
No.
Everybody can come over after they've had a few drinks. All right. Hopefully a lot of drinks. And get on over to Dell's house and have some fun with Dell over there.
You just be careful, because I can put an ad in the LA Times about how the Unhoused have a new place to stay, and it'll be your place. So just watch yourself. It's easy. It doesn't cost that much. Don't worry.
You don't have my address.
It'll be easy to find.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
No, we ain't doing that.
All right. Oh, so
All
now
right.
we have a problem having uninvited guests. Okay.
Everybody
now there's
get
a
over
problem.
to Dell's today after the Kima Boardwalk.
You can enjoy the stylings of a 77-year-old Nigerian man. Because I won't be there. My dad will, though.
Your dad's gonna be there? He'll love that we invited everybody over.
And everyone will love him, I bet
He'll
you.
love that. We are done, and we had a great week. It was a long week for us, but it was great, and we forged through it. We did it all we possibly could. We couldn't have done more, if you want to know the truth. So great week. We will talk to you again on Monday, everybody. In the meantime, I want to talk about you getting over to Chastain Ford today or tomorrow. They're open today. They're open tomorrow. Okay, get into that Ford SUV or that pickup or that work truck, whatever it is, and get it at employee pricing. Get it with no add-ons, no markups. Get on over there. Tell them that you heard it right here. I'm telling you, they love that they're going to get. They're going to, and not that they're going to work any harder to get you the deal that you're going to get, but they love hearing from 97.5 listeners. And I want you to get into that truck and be as happy as you possibly can with a deal that you're going to get on a vehicle. Because you got employee pricing, which is the best pricing that you can get. Plus, you've got the Chastain promise that they're not going to add on and mark up. And that's not a promise you're going to get any other dealership in the city. They're always trying to work it, get more. Not a Chastain. That's not the way they do it. They're going to get you the best financing you can get. You've got integrity. You've got a business that's been around for 80 years, which means that they know how to do it right. If you're looking for that Ford truck or SUV, I think there's only one place to go in the city of Houston. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford.
Welcome into the show. It was a fun night last night. Joe George is here, by the way. He is filling in for Sean. So the host of Inside the Icebox is here with us. We'll talk about the latest on that podcast, which you can hear weekly in radio form on ESPN 975 and, of course, in podcast form where we listen to podcasts. We'll talk about the Astros with Joe George here shortly. And speaking of those Astros, they win a weird game. Not the actual game itself, but how it got going. And by that, it started, 3 hours later than it normally would. And it certainly made Dana Brown upset. He has comments, at least they filtered out this morning, about his interaction with the Pirate staffers and the umpires. Because if you missed it, and you might have because you weren't watching the Pirates feed of it, from their version of it, what they showed the viewing public was Dana Brown in an animated discussion with members of the Pirates staff about this game. He was not thrilled about the prospect of starting a game 3 hours after it should. Of course, the Astros have a game today in Pittsburgh at 6:10 our time. So he expressed his concerns and was caught on camera, and then he explained why any GM who was the GM of a baseball team would be upset about the goings on. But it didn't affect the outcome. Framber was good. Paredes hit a couple home runs after slumping, and Pena continues to be hot, and the Astros win the series. And a very weird one all around, where you win one with Lance McCullers, of all people, considering what stage he is in his comeback. You beat Paul Skeens with Lance McCullers on the mound, and then a guy most of us have never heard of shuts you down. And then you have last night where you have your ace on the mound, and he has to wait several hours, which in a situation where it wasn't raining and then it was, but the fear of rain made them delay the game. Eventually some rain came down, but it wasn't hard enough. So they played anyway, and the Astros took advantage of it, but they get the win. They win that series. And because the rest of the AL West is not very good, you get to extend your lead in the division. So there are concerns about, let's just say, the viability of this team as far as a real contender. But as far as a regular season team, I think they are, normally we say, a victim of circumstance. Now they're a beneficiary of circumstance. They just play in a division that's going to allow a little leeway as they try to find their way. And getting 2 out of 3, taking 2 out of 3 from Pittsburgh, it's something to be. We expect that. That's not a good baseball team. And I will say this. I got to credit Pittsburgh Pirate fan who hung around for that game. Like, I saw some Astro fans sitting behind home plate, and I get it. It's the only time your team's coming to town if you reside in Pittsburgh. So you may just simply wait out, because when are you going to see the Astros again in the place that you live? But for a Pirate fan, I'm not waiting. I'm going home. There's no reason. Paul Skeens not even scheduled to pitch. I'm out of here. I'm not waiting for this.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that traveled, I'm sure, because it's one of those ballparks that people
want to see.
People want to see. So, like, if you paid to fly to Pittsburgh for this, for these games, like, you might as well hang around. And, like, what else you're going to do in Pittsburgh at 8:00? Like, just wait for the game to start. But for the Pirates fans, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Go home.
You can't watch this at home.
You got work the next day.
You need to watch a 23 and 39 team 3 hours after the game was supposed to start.
Nah. They stink.
Yeah, they're awful. Just go home. And they're bad. Well, they're not as bad as at home as they are away, but it's not like you're getting a good product at home. They're under 500 at home. Just go home and watch. If you decide to watch it, do that, or go to bed, which would probably be the better option overall. But you stayed, and you got what you got. You got Framber holding you guys down, and as I said, Paredes getting breaking out of his slump, and Pena, who just continues to hit. Cam Smith was involved in the proceedings as well. So all around, a good night. If your name's not Dana Brown, who was very frustrated about everything that was going on. So
he's a little cranky.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, who wants to be in Pittsburgh longer than you have to?
I think it is hard because it's the only time you're going to play them this year.
So they got to get the game in.
So it's like, when are you going to play Pittsburgh if you don't play them last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine when if they're in Arlington at some point this year, like, maybe you can find a way to get it done. But, like, it's complicated. Now that you play everybody, rain delays are really challenging for that. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't watching like a feed. It didn't feel like it ever rained hard enough for them not to play baseball for 3 hours. But maybe there was lightning in the area or whatever was going on. But I get why he's upset. But when are you going to play them? Because the way the season's going, you're going to need to play 162. Like, you're only a game and a half up on the Mariners right now. It's a close playoff race overall. Like, you might have to play this game. It might be important.
And if you're, and where do you fit it in, and how does it possibly negatively affect you if you're squeezing it in at a point where you'd be better served if the game was played earlier? So they got it in. They got into Cleveland later than they would have wanted, but they'll have the Guardians up next as they enter the weekend. But they get the win. They are 34-28. The Mariners have lost 3 in a row. So that lead now, for people who love to put up a graphic of how the standings are every day.
It's early for that.
Yeah, I was talking to Sean about it yesterday. It's like, what if this team has been a playoff contender for years, has been a World Series contender for years, and we stoop to the level that we need to update and track by graphics every day where they are in the standings in June, early June at that.
Last year was different because you were 10 games
You were
back.
way back. So gaining ground on the Mariners and the Rangers and whoever else was ahead of you is a fun thing as you track them down. This time, what we expect this team, as much as there are question marks, even today, to win the division.
Yeah, this is just business as usual.
This is
the Mariners are going to start off well. Cal Raleigh's going to hit a gajillion home runs this year. But at the end of the day, the Astros are going to win the division. We all know it. That's what's going to happen this year.
And the question will be where they are health-wise and where their bats are, and is there going to be an acquisition made around the trade deadline because they feel like they're going to go for it. As we always remember, Jim Crane says, as long as I'm here, our window is open. So how will the Astros approach making an acquisition if they believe they have a real shot to do something big? They did it last year, led to them winning the division. Kikuchi was really good. Didn't retain him as was expected. He made his money, and he's pitching. He's not pitching terribly in Los Angeles. His record just isn't good. He's pitching for the Angels. So we'll see if there's a rental again, or maybe a longer term option when you realize that Fromber isn't long for an Astros uniform. If we go by precedent and what the Astros do when big name free agents are and their contracts are up, we know how the Astros generally treat that. We'll see if Fromber's different. I have my doubts on that, considering what he's going to command in the offseason. Okay, so we get the win there. And as I said, we have one of the hosts of Inside the Icebox, Joe George. He does that with Jeremy Branham every week. And their most recent episode published this morning, from what I can tell.
Yeah, we moved it to Fridays because the Astros have a lot of off days on Thursdays, so it made it easier to record.
So what was the main topic of conversation on this week's edition?
So we talked about the All-Star ballots being open, how many All-Stars the Astros are going to have. We set the number at 3.5. I think we both went over on that for this year. We hadn't had a chance to really talk about the Jordan stuff because it happened after we recorded last week, where we found out he had the broken hand. So we talked a lot about that because it's a joke. It's still a total joke what happened. And the last big part of it is we talked about playoff odds. Astros are still third or tied for third right now in odds to win the American League, 8th overall to win the World Series this year on DraftKings. So they're still in the thick of it for this thing this year, even though it hasn't been pretty at times for them. They haven't scored a lot of runs recently, but they're still right up there. So, but the main thing was the All-Star game stuff to start.
So you can hear that right now, wherever you listen to podcasts. Jeremy Branham and Joe do a good job talking about the Astros, and it's Astro-centric. So if you want more Astros coverage, they have it there for you every week. And as you said, you're moving it to Fridays now because of all the off days. We're going to hear from another person who talks a lot about the Astros when we get back. Jeff Blum had some thoughts. He was on MLB Network, and he discussed Lance McCullers and what he thinks of Lance coming back and where he stands as far as this Astros rotation. Is he up there with Hunter Brown and Fromber as 3 aces? We'll hear Jeff talk about that. And he also speaks to Jeremy Pena's turnaround and how great he's been. So we'll hear from Jeff Blum. He was on MLB Network when we get back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The Inside the Icebox guys talked about who are the Astros All-Stars. Well, Jeff Blum on the MLB Network was asked about one guy who may not just be an all-star, may be the team's, at least at minimum, offensive MVP. Maybe you want to put Hunter Brown as a team MVP because you love pitching and what he's done. But Jeremy Pena is a guy who, since 2022 and his run in the playoffs, people are wondering, are we going to get that guy? And there have been jokes about how many weights he's lifted, and because of the pictures come out during the offseason of how ripped he looks. Well, Jeff Blum acknowledges that, the physical presence that Jeremy Pena is, and actually what he is as a player overall. This is Jeff Blum on MLB Network talking about Jeremy Pena.
Jeremy Pena is one of these freak athletes. He's hyper twitchy. He's muscular. He's flexible. He can do pretty much anything you want him to do on the diamond. But I think what happened in spring training was kind of simplified that swing a little bit and started to barrel the ball a little bit more. If you go back to spring training, he was driving the ball out of the ballpark, and we were kind of, can he carry that into the regular season? Altuve didn't want to hit in the leadoff spot. Joe Espada said, well, I've got a guy right here that's swinging the bat well coming out of spring. Let's put him in the top of the order. And the Astros have kind of taken off since that April 26th, 27th part of the season when he moved into the top, and he's continued to drive the ball. He is a bona fide leader in this lineup, and he's also a bona fide leader on this team, I think, now.
The 2022 ALCS MVP and World Series MVP, regular seasons have been, we can leave them at fine. Defense wasn't particularly great in a year or two. And obviously the playoffs, everyone was disappointing last year against the Tigers, and Pena wasn't great in 2023 either. But 2025 has shown what type of player he can be. And you guys, I imagine, were discussing him as an obvious all-star. Where at this point now there are guys having, well, Kyle Riley's having historic numbers, at least for Kyle Riley, and we'll see how many home runs he actually does hit. Of course, you got the guys in New York. Did you guys get into where Pena might be in the MVP race?
Ooh, we did not. I feel like he needs to do some more damage before we get there. But he honestly is. I didn't even really think about that, honestly, for Pena. But it would make a lot of sense for him to be in that conversation. He's on one of the top 3 teams right now in the American League. He's the best player, at least position player, on said team. He probably does deserve to be in the conversation, honestly. I mean, there are guys who, yes, are going to be in front of him. It's going to be hard to beat Aaron Judge at this point. It just feels like him and Ohtani are going to win this thing every single year in the American League and National League, unless you do something absolutely dramatic. But I mean, I would put Pena. I think he's fitting to be at least in the conversation right now with how he's playing and how much he's meant to the Astros. You talk about the actual definition, most valuable player. Since he moved to the leadoff spot, he's been one of those valuable players in baseball, probably.
Yeah, of course, Judge, and as you mentioned, the numbers are going to wipe out anyone who might be a threat. But the conversation is one I think that should be had when the top 5 lists come out. I think Jeremy Pena should at least be mentioned, even if you don't want to put him on that list this early. But it's only June, and if he continues to play the way he has, he's going to garner that type of attention. And being at this level and making an all-star team just adds to the juice of what Jeremy Pena has done this year. So I didn't know about the leadership thing, but you look at this roster now. He's one of the elder statesmen of this roster, as far as guys who've been around and have been Astros for a long time. Look, he's only 27 years old, but we know guys have departed for multiple reasons. It's him, Altuve, Jordan, and in some ways Jake Myers. He's been around a long time. Chaz has been around quite a bit now, of course, and Yiner is probably next on the list. So as far as guys we know as Astros and we see them as Astros, Christian Walker still has things to do, and now Paredes continues to hit the baseball. People will certainly bring him into the fold. I think Pena is one of them, and I think it's time. I mean, Altuve can't be around forever, so if we're looking for the next leader of this baseball team, it probably should be someone like Jeremy Pena.
Well, and we always talk about that. I think it's one of the stupidest conversations we have to have every single offseason. We've been having it since Carlos Correa left and since Springer left, who's the leader of the clubhouse. Now that these guys are all walking out the door. But Altuve is always the leader by example, it seems. The vocal leader always seems to be a Correa and a Bregman. And that was obviously a point of conversation this offseason. I think it's stupid because someone always steps into that role. It doesn't make a lot of sense for Pena to be that guy. Like part of it's his attitude. You can just see the way he presents himself, even when he's struggling, that he has kind of that leadership mold. So yeah, I'm not surprised to hear Blum say that he's kind of stepped into that role from a vocal point in the clubhouse. It makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense. As you mentioned, there is a void. There was a void, and who else but him? I mean, there are not a lot of options as far as guys have been around a long time. Kind of ran down the guys who have been, and the way he's performing, he certainly can be someone who leads by example. And if he wants to be a vocal leader, that also helps as well. The other guy that was prominently mentioned in Jeff Blum's time with MLB Network was Lance McCullers. Blum had high praise for him. Now we can debate whether we agree with the tier that Jeff Blum puts him in, but here's Jeff Blum on the recent success of Lance McCullers.
What a 950-day layoff between the injury and when he got back on the mound. And you're kind of wondering, what is Lance McCullers going to be when he gets back? Because I think it would have been unfair to expect him to come out there and pump mid-90s with that turbo sinker that he had and then go out there and spin it. But, the last couple of starts, I think he's developed a little more confidence in the spin. The slider's been absolutely incredible. The curveball's coming back to him, and he's kind of getting back into that vintage mix. I know it's only been 2 starts, but I think the mentality of Lance and the knowledge of what his body is capable of going out there and doing and the adjustments he's made to be able to get back to who he could be, I think is a lot of fun and very exciting to watch, because the last 2 times out, Lance McCullers has had wipeout type stuff, and he's getting back on that swing and miss with the spin, which I think is very encouraging for the Astros, because you mentioned that you started to have some guys fall out of this rotation with injuries, and now you've got Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and I think you can throw Lance McCullers into that mix too. I mean, those are almost 3 aces that you have in this rotation now.
3 aces, Joe? 3.
Oh,
2, cool.
Yeah, 2 for sure.
Understood.
Hands down aces. I mean, Hunter Brown is going to be pushing, Skubal from the Tigers for Cy Young this year. Framber's got a chance to be an all-star. I mean, what Lance has done the last 3 starts, it's 27 strikeouts. He's been phenomenal. I mean, he's pitched 102 pitches in 6 innings, 96 pitches in 6 innings. So he's going deeper into games than he had at this point, at any point in the season. He has a 1.88 ERA this season outside of that 1 inning against the Reds where he gave up 7 earned runs and got an out. He's been really good, but I just, Jeremy and I talked about this a lot on the Inside the Icebox podcast. Jeremy's ready to, have that conversation now about having higher expectations for Lance or him being back. I still want to see the competition raised by a level for him. I mean, it's been what? The Mariners, it's been kind of bottom of the barrel teams that he's faced. I just want to see it go up a level. I want to see him face, the Phillies or the Cubs lineup or one of these tough teams that the Astros have coming up in like the next month and see how it goes from there before I'm like all the way back in.
It's been a long time, but my memory of Lance McCullers as a pitcher when he was going out there every 5th day was that's a good pitcher who will have moments that are perplexing, but I never thought he was a 1. I thought, 2.5 to 3. I think I always thought, now he's had moments of dominance. We know, we go back to how many curveballs in a row he threw to strike out the Yankees. So he's had moments of being unhittable, but moments aren't what make you an ace. It's going out there every 5th day and being locked down. What Hunter Brown has been, what Framber for the most part has been over the last 3 or 4 years. Lance was never that to me. The stuff, that's aside, just the comfort of knowing if we're on a losing streak, he's going to shut this thing down because he knows we're depending on him. I never thought that about him, and how he's been positioned in the rotation will suggest that as well over his time. He's always in some ways been behind a Keuchel when Keuchel was here, or of course when they acquired Verlander and then Cole. He was always in that spot, and then we saw the rise of Fromber push him down a peg too when he was healthy. So I appreciate the love from Blummer to McCullers. I am just surprised with the 3A stuff this early, because baseball's all about doing it over a season and consistency, and we're not going to allow a short stretch of time to determine what we feel about a player. And yet the flashes got us to talking ace stuff with Lance.
Yeah, because we're still, I think the last time we worked together, my stance on Lance was I have like 0% belief he's going to be a member of the playoff roster. That's changing for me very quickly. I mean, right now I would bet on Lance being the guy who gets the ball in game 3 over Spencer Arrighetti.
Same.
Even though Arrighetti can be pretty good as well. But what we've seen from Lance, yeah, he looks like the guy you'd want to give the ball to in game 3. Maybe I struggle with the term ace too, because unfortunately for Lance, like I'll believe it when I see he's there in the playoffs, and that sucks for him, and it's unfortunate. And I think we have to look at what happened with Lance and what's happened with Jordan and Tucker, and not question the medical staff even more with this recovery. But like I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, he hasn't pitched in 3 years. It's hard for me to think like, okay, he's gonna make it to the playoffs. Like I'd love him to. He's one of my favorite people on the Astros. Like it's like the one player I had like a personal relationship with for a while. We used to do a ton of work with his charity when I was at the other place. Like I love Lance, but like I don't know. I can't get all the way there yet, because I'm afraid his arm's gonna fall off tomorrow.
Yeah, we wish all good things for Lance. He's, from all accounts, seems like a really good guy who has been besought by injuries. Nothing he can do about it, and he's fought his way back, and the last 2 performances have been really encouraging. To go toe-to-toe with Skeens and win that one may have announced him being back. I know people knew he was back across the league just because of his story, but everyone's paying attention when Paul Skeens pitches. And for him to not take a step back and go at it against the Pirates, now level of competition, as you mentioned, it is the Pirates, but when Skeens is there, the eyes are there, and he pitched just as well and won that game. That's a credit to him, and that might have announced to people, look, Lance McCullers got it. And of course, can he make it through the year? Certainly hope so, because what a story it would be. And if he is pitching at an ace level by the time the playoffs come, then my expectations of what this Astro season can end up as change. Because if we're talking about him, Fromber, and Hunter Brown as 3 guys that you can just throw into a playoff rotation and know that it's going to be a rough day for the opponent, then you might actually have real World Series contention in the future. But he's got to get there. First things first, he's got to get through the season. So we'll obviously continue to look at Lance and see how he continues to perform. Okay, when we come back, we'll get to the big thing that happened nationally in sports, the NBA. We had the finals, and thanks to the Pacers, the finals has some juice. I'll talk about what I mean by that when we come back, and we'll play some sound as soon as we come back. And I want to get to it because it speaks to how miserable you have to be as an OKC fan today. Because if you are an OKC fan who spends their time on the internet, all you're seeing is a bunch of this. Your algorithm is showing you just people losing their minds over how that game ended. And in this case, some guy who tortured you like a decade plus ago is the voice you're going to hear when we get back. But first, I want to tell you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's the place you go to when you have a plumbing issue. And look, plumbing is one of those things where no one really knows what they're doing. Like, some people can fix a car, some people can change the oil. But if I told you there's water seeping into your wall, could you fix it? There's not a lot of people out there who can do it, and that's why you go to the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Billy Brown is a person who is in the Clear Lake area, and the contractors are local, so you're going to get local people helping you in your home. They understand the problems, they understand the solutions, and that's why you go there. You simply go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and check out their handy service drop-down menu, and you see all the things they do, whether it be a rerouting, or maybe you need a remodel, new construction, or it could even be a bigger job like a repipe. those can be costly unless you go to the right people. And that's why Aqueduct Plumbing Company is there for you. You can just call them at 281-488-6238, and they'll send out a very qualified contractor who will get the job done for you and do it right the first time, so you don't have to worry about having them come back out there. So whether it's a big job or a small one, you know the plumbing service you go to. Just remember, that website is aqueductplumbingcompany.com. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Okay. Oh! Oh! Come on! Come on! Oh! Yo! Oh my God! Superstar! Superstar! Superstar!
That is Dwayne Tyrone Wade. He was watching the game. He's not a streamer. I think he was in the middle of about to record a podcast about the game, and they just left the camera on him because of the moment as the Pacers are coming back. And he is one of many people who reacted that way to the Halliburton shot as the Pacers come back again and beat the Thunder in game one. And the finals have juice now because a lot of the talk was this is mostly a coronation for the Thunder. Thunder in 4, Thunder in 5. A lot of that type of talk was going on, even from people who are proponents of the game, but in their in their analyzing of it, they just didn't see the Pacers having a shot. You know what? Is it Allen Iverson and the Sixers against the Lakers, and it's that one moment that we think is going to give us a chance for a long finals, and then it turns around and the Thunder may run away with this thing? I don't know. But at least for a couple days, and hell, even if the Thunder win game 2, we go to Indiana thinking, hell, Indiana in game 3's at home been pretty good. So maybe we have a series, but at least we have a dramatic game 1. And the end of that game is in direct opposition to how the finals were presented. A lot of people took issue with the lack of presentation for the finals. Of course, we know they no longer write the finals on the floor. We don't have Larry O'Brien at center court. I think they blamed slipping, or they use slipping as a reason. They don't have that big logo on there anymore, or even the finals logo. It's now the only thing we see now is like a superimposed sponsor on the floor that's not actually on the floor. I don't know if that started with the bubble, but either way, as you said, Joe, it's lame.
I mean, we get these trash city courts across the NBA.
We get those courts. We
got
the
lime green courts.
In-season tournament courts.
Yeah, like what are we? And we can't have the trophy? Come on.
It
looks so great.
You have, I guess they would push back and say we have time to plan, and those courts are actual, like the logos that we put on the in-season tournament courts are painted on, as opposed to stickers that would, or however they do it for the finals, because we don't have the time to know who's going to be in it. But
then just make 30
I don't remember 30 finals courts.
Well, no, you don't have to make 30. You can skip the Wizards and the Hornets and a couple teams. Like, you're fine.
Or at the time when the playoffs begin, you know who's in the playoffs.
Yeah, get to work.
Get to work. Who cares how much it costs? You guys make a lot of money. Yeah, the presentation for the finals sucks. The only thing that tells you it's the finals, beyond the fact that Mike Breen is saying it, is the fact that you will see a finals like logo on the back of every jersey. But it used to be where they would put something on the front with maybe the Larry O'Brien trophy. Yeah, if you weren't aware, if you didn't know the calendar, you wouldn't know. They don't do intros anymore. That's why I'm so glad NBC's back. NBC's going to provide player intros even just for regular season games. Like, they're going to have those. They're going to have those player intros. There's not a lot of juice being provided by the NBA or ABC, ESPN as a whole, but the game itself lived up to it as the Pacers do what they do. You can't kill them. Doesn't matter how big the lead is. And at one point, the Thunder had a 15-point lead. I think it was off of Jalen Williams' steal and dunk. The Pacers were under their own basket. TJ McConnell, errant inbounds pass led to a dunk, and they went to timeout with Jalen Williams showing the emotion of taking a big lead. Did not last long, as the Pacers systematically just clawed back, and they do this all the time, and they have a clutch finisher. Look, I don't know what you thought about Tyrese Halliburton before these playoffs. You didn't think much of him. He was a Pacer. They're relatively anonymous up until this playoff run, but the man is one of the coldest dudes in the league right now, if not the coldest, when it comes to knocking down big shots.
I think it's number one.
You can't say anything other than, if you're in the opponent, let's not have the ball in this guy's hands when it matters, because he continues to knock down shots in different ways, whether it be the jumper last night or beating Giannis off the dribble to win that series. It doesn't matter. The guy is not bothered by the moment.
The choke sign after the shot against the Knicks to send it to overtime. He's got 4 of them this playoff run. Like, he is ice cold. And he didn't play, but he's showing why he was on Team USA this summer, that he does belong. He is turned into a superstar.
And that's where Dwayne Wade, that's where that came from with Dwayne Wade, because there was a hesitation from several people, the people who have become kind of the tastemakers when it comes to the NBA, namely Stephen A. Smith, because of his prominence on ESPN. He didn't want to call him a superstar. And look, whatever that word might mean to you, I don't think it doesn't mean a lot to me, because whether you call him a star, superstar, all-star, whatever it is, you watch him play, and when the moment's the biggest, he shows up. We're in a city who dealt with a guy no one had any issues calling a superstar shrink in those moments. We know. We've seen it. We saw it for years. There was always a question about those Rockets teams. When it mattered, would Elimination James show up? And then his name, Elimination James, isn't a compliment. It's because of all the times he failed when it mattered. Tyrese Halliburton is the exact opposite. While the numbers throughout his NBA career probably will never get to James Harden's level, they're just very different players. There's no question about the guy right now when it comes to the playoffs. the moment he rises to it, he continues to make plays, and you want to credit that entire Pacers team, whether it be Nembhard being the primary ball handler as Halliburton was off the ball during their comeback stretch. He got after Shea, one offensive possession where he just went one-on-one with Shea, hit a step back over him to make it 108, 105. Siakam had a big offensive rebound off of a Nembhard missed three to get them within one, and they got the one stop they needed. They got plenty, but the one stop they needed after they did not get the benefit of the call or the review of the call when Siakam, I think, was helped out of bounds by Cason Wallace. They didn't call the foul initially, and Siakam had the ball in his hands and fell out of bounds. They still didn't give him the call when they reviewed it. Shea missed a contested mid-range jumper, something he makes quite a bit, and it led to the Halliburton shot. So you look up at the score at half, and they're down by 12 with all the turnovers, and they felt like they were in pretty good shape. And even as the Thunder kept them at bay and then pushed it to 15 off the Jalen Williams play that I mentioned, they didn't falter. They kept playing their game and made plays. Eventually, made enough plays. And after the game, when they were done with their interviews, I saw Siakam and Halliburton meet each other in the hall and say, "We didn't even play good. We didn't even play like we can play. Let's be greedy." And that's in reference to going to get game 2. So at least until, I don't know, when's game 3? Wednesday.
Their schedule sucks.
Well, it's funny how the NBA works. The first series of the playoffs, you get time off. Then you don't get any time off outside of the 1 day in between games. And then the finals, they stretch it out again.
And I get why they do it, but at the same time, like, I am itching to watch game 2, and I don't even want to wait till Sunday.
Yeah,
it's too much. I think it's Oklahoma City forced 19 turnovers in the first half. They were up big,
but they didn't convert those turnovers into points. That was a big issue for them. They weren't. A lot of them were dead ball or a charge, and the ball falls out of bounds. So they weren't able to run, which is something that they love to do. And we saw, if they do have a flaw, and it's kind of the flaw of every young team, how will they execute close and late? They don't have to do that very much. We saw in game 1 against Denver, they blew that lead and lost. Their biggest win of these playoffs, well, a couple of them, credit to them, were close games on the road where they beat Denver in game 4 to even up that series, and they beat Minnesota in game 4 to take control. So they have shown the ability to win those games, but it's not as smooth as they would like. And when you're playing the Pacers, you got to be pretty dead on because they love to come back. But you were going to say something.
No, I think the line shocks me. 10 and a half.
After it was was it 11 and a half?
Yeah, I think it's moved down to 10 and a half. But the Thunder they're a good team, but they went to the 1 big lineup instead of the 2 big. They got out rebounded 56-39. That's not really the Pacers game, but they just crushed them on the glass. This feels like a series. I mean, maybe this is going to be, AI and the 76ers versus the Lakers, and this thing's going to be over in 5 games, and it's going to go as everyone thought. But if it's close, like, I trust the Pacers. I don't trust the Thunder because the Pacers just keep doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, what they're doing in the playoffs is it's shocking to have this many big moments, and all coming from the same guy.
Yeah, and he does have help. Nesmith back against New York, and of course Nembhard made some plays in this game. But you look at how they shot the ball. The Thunder did not shoot the ball well. They were under 40% from the floor. The Pacers kind of played into the Thunder game. The Thunder want you to take threes because if you get into the lane, and they force you to do that because if you get into the lane, they're swiping down, they're compacting the paint. So if you try to get into the lane, that's where these turnovers come. So the Pacers decide, you know what, at least tonight, to avoid all those turnovers again in the second half, we're just going to have to get the threes up. And they did. They wound up shooting almost 47%, 46% from the field, made 18. And that made up for the fact that they shot 16 less shots than the Thunder because of all the turnovers. They wound up officially with 24 after the 19 the first half, and the Thunder only turned it over 6 times. So that's a hard thing to make up. You do it with rebounding, and particularly offensive rebounding, and making their threes. So they get it. They get it done, 111, 110. And despite all the concerns about the competitiveness of the series, at least through one game, we got a perfect start to the finals where the underdog fights back and wins, and you got already a game-winning shot in game one. So we'll take that if you just love basketball. When we come back, we'll hear from Adam Silver because he expressed some frustration with the conversation around this game. You'll hear what he takes issue with when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Okay, we'll close out the first hour of this. Adam Silvers, as I talked about yesterday, doing his tour. He's doing what any commissioner does when it's his biggest event. He's open for interviews. He's talking to everyone. Well, he had open media availability yesterday, so he's just answering questions from the general media. And a question came up about the business of the NBA. And here's Adam Silver expressing some frustration about the conversation surrounding his game.
What do you make of the conversation around the business of your game and not necessarily the game itself?
It's a great question. I think about it a lot. I mean, on one hand, I'm looking at Mike Bass, the head of communications. I like the fact that people are talking about us. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It seems a little unusual how much discussion there is around ratings in this league. Again, as I said, I'm a fan of all sports, and I follow lots of media, and it seems like there's a lot more chatter. And even for me, it's just sort of just walking on the street and fans coming up to me that often, and it frustrates me that the first thing they say is, how are the ratings, or what are the ratings going to be, as opposed to, wow, you just had them, two incredible, conference finals. What a great playoff series you've had. So I can't quite put my finger on it. I think, Joe Dumars, who just left the league office, said to me, we were talking about one day in the office, it's just a thing about the NBA. It's just like, it's part of the culture of the NBA that we're self-critical, that sort of our fans, it's part of the culture, around the league to be looking at what's bad as opposed to what's good. I think it seeps into our coverage, quite honestly.
It does. Your most prominent show does it. Now they will have a spot on ESPN. We'll see how NBC, Amazon, and others handle NBA coverage. I don't think he's wrong, particularly with the back half of what he said about how the game is covered. I just don't know why. I don't know why the NBA, and it's not just the media. Hey, I mean, we're part of it as media, but also as fans. The discussions about the NBA always center about what's wrong with the sport a lot of times, and it comes from people who are supposed to be proponents. While the NFL has a different tone, and it's been talked about before. I'm not saying anything groundbreaking. If you go to, what's the biggest show that covers the NFL? I'm asking the question because I don't know. I don't know what. There's no inside the NFL that, like, if I made the comp inside the NBA, there's no version of that in the NFL that people love. They love everything about it. I'm trying to think what would be considered the biggest show, because there's so many of them, particularly on game days. That is one difference. ESPN and TNT don't compete against each other on the same day during the middle of the week. ESPN has their days, TNT has their days. With all the new broadcast partners, we'll see how that works out going forward. You're either watching your local broadcast, or if you want to watch Kenny and Chuck and Shaq and Ernie on TNT, or whether it be the ESPN game, that's how it is. You don't have that. You don't have competing factions like the NFL does every Sunday. So if you think about the NFL, it used to be prime time with Berman and Tom Jackson, but that's such a long time ago. I don't know if any NFL show occupies that space unless you love Good Morning Football or something, but that's a daily show, not just a Sunday on game days. So, but even still, whatever show you're watching, for the most part, you're not hearing a show take shots at the product. That is, and I'm not saying what is being done on TNT or ESPN is wrong, because it's not unique to the shows. The fans will take shots at the product for reasons, or I'm not going to watch the NBA anymore because I don't like the product. Why the NFL doesn't catch that, I don't know, because Derek Carr versus Bryce Young ain't great for the product, but those conversations aren't had. Like, if you're watching Fox, Jimmy and Howie and Terry, they're not having a conversation about how these two guys stink and they'd rather be watching something else. It just doesn't play that way. I'm just not sure why the NBA has become that way as far as how it's talked about, and why the NFL is immune to it, because there are a lot of bad NFL games.
There are, and really, outside of, when Thursday Night Football was like trash every week,
yeah,
that was really the only time it was acknowledged.
That's true.
And Al Michaels is probably the only one who openly groans on a broadcast about how bad a game is. For the most part, it's very positive. I think the NFL is, I think they're just stricter, honestly. I think they just have, I think that they just have their guys in lockstep. They know that it's bad for the product, because the reason why we have the conversation, the fans have the conversation, is because of Charles Barkley, because of Shaq, because they're the show. And they talk badly about the NBA because sometimes the players talk bad about them. Sometimes the product's bad, and they're just very honest. And it's the reason why I think it's their fault. I think it's 100% their fault that the reason why it's such a big conversation is because of them. And I think you have to look back to what happened in reality with the bubble. Like everything that happened in and around the bubble, it became a political conversation more than everything in the NFL was focused on Colin Kaepernick when it was political. In the NBA, it was a much larger conversation. Like we saw news people try to turn people away from the NBA. And I think between TNT and then the political stuff that happened in 2020, I think that to me is why it's much more of a conversation now.
It would be interesting to see if that was a turning point. You may not be wrong about that because when I grew up, I don't remember the conversations about the NBA being in this tone.
I remember the only thing I remember just because like I don't remember a ton of Michael playing. Obviously, I was born in '92, but like the conversation after Michael retired of who's going to be the face of the NBA, that I do remember being prominent because we weren't sure it was going to be Kobe. We weren't sure it was going to be AI. And I think that there's always just a disbelief of who's the next guy. And I think it goes probably back farther to even before Michael became a superstar. Like who's going to replace Bird and Magic? It just seems like it's just ingrained in the culture and it just has taken a level up this year that I don't know how they stop it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a good finals changes some of those things, but I think another thing is the shield is in the NFL is more important than any player, and the NBA is a player-driven sport, whether it be how it's marketed or just what's happening on the court. And this is not just me talking about player empowerment. I just think players and individuals are more identified than in some ways teams, and the NFL will tell you we put the league in front of everyone else, and it may make them more immune to criticism because it's a lot easier to criticize an individual whether you don't like their play or you don't like them as a person off the court than it is an entire league that you're watching. Well, I was going to say every Sunday, but at this point, pick a day that it's not on, as they venture into hope getting Friday games, and they already do that with the Black Friday games, and we had a Wednesday game here. Didn't go well for the Texans, so maybe don't ever put them on Wednesdays again, or just don't play the Ravens ever again. That might be not likely, but
unfortunately, playing again this year.
but that seemed to be a bigger problem than the fact that game was on Wednesday. Keith, you got an NFL question? We'll get to you in the second hour. If you want to get in, you can 713-780-3776. We'll get into some things beyond the finals as we get into that second hour because we have a new Steeler, speaking to the NFL, and we also have Chris Sims being a doctor from afar. He'll tell you what he thinks is wrong with CJ Stroud. We'll hear from Chris Sims in the second hour as well. We'll be back. It's that time of the year. Joe, you're talking about you didn't want to wait till Sunday for the next game. Well, depending on how you feel about college baseball, it's that time of the year to decide who's going to make the College World Series. So all day we got games today and tomorrow. So if you need something to watch with some meaning, we're starting with the Arizona and North Carolina in Chapel Hill. The super regional thing hasn't been around forever, but it's been around a good while now as expansion took place as far as more teams in the NCAA tournament for baseball. So I remember the days, Joe, when you just had a regional, and I think you had 4 teams apiece. But now more teams, more chances to make money. So they did it.
More expansion.
Exactly. Expansion in all parts of college sports. And
college basketball is coming. Going to
Yeah.
76 teams or whatever they're going to do.
because
Can't wait.
That's needed. So now we have regionals and super regionals, and right now Arizona's taking on North Carolina. The rest of the schedule is out there if you want to take a look. The SEC didn't do particularly well in the regionals. I think they have one team going today in Auburn, and then a couple more tomorrow. But we'll see. I'm not a giant college baseball fan, but at this time, of course, you start paying attention.
I don't.
You don't at all, huh?
It's just not a thing in the Midwest, man. It's just,
Gotcha.
I don't ever remember having to care about Illinois or Northwestern or Notre Dame or any
I get it.
college baseball. It's just not a thing in the Midwest.
It's generally a Southern and West Coast sport. Yeah.
And like, of course they play, but like just the passion's not there. I mean, people that are in Big Ten country, they care more about the wrestling team than they do the baseball team.
You have good wrestling teams.
Yeah.
I guess if you had teams who could compete for national titles, you might care more. It's generally been a West Coast and Southern sport. And the team, I didn't grow up rooting for this team. I just thought their name was great when I grew up in Long Beach. Like the 49ers is the nickname for Long Beach State, but they call their teams the Dirtbags.
That's
on
great.
baseball.
That's great.
So I always remember them. And back when I was a kid, they used to be good. Them and Cal State Fullerton were very good. Some of that power structure shifted more to the south. And of course, Oregon State has been a good program for a little bit too now. So college baseball going on right now. Let's get to Keith. He's got an NFL question. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale. Hey, Joe. It's going to be really hard to follow up college baseball
It's not that
conversation,
hard.
but I'm happy to jump in here. So want to give a shout out, happy birthday to Texans legend and current Baltimore Ravens wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins. He's 33 years old today. My question for you guys is, I'm going to throw this out there. I want to see if you guys can name 12 trios better than Rashad Bateman, recently extended, Zay Flowers, and DeAndre Hopkins of the Baltimore Ravens. Thanks, guys.
He
12.
He attacked our baseball talk with this, and he followed up with this. It's going to be hard for us to go on with the rest of the show if we went into naming 12 better trios than Bateman, Zay Flowers, and Hopkins. I'm going to tell you right.
Why are you including Bateman in there for?
Because he's the third receiver.
Or Zay Flowers.
He's probably the second receiver, honestly, because Hopkins is washed. Let's be honest about things. Happy birthday, DeAndre, but there's a reason he's now floating around the league. Look, we've done this thing. Did DeAndre Hopkins wind up as a Titan at some point?
Yes.
That tells you
the
Titans are the kings of signing washed receivers. They had Andre on the team for a little bit. Randy Moss at the end. So the fact that DeAndre could make it past the Titans and then wind up on 2 other teams, including the Chiefs, as he tried to ring hunt, and now he's doing the same with the Ravens. Look, Keith, you should acknowledge this. DeAndre's just, and credit to him, I guess, it happens in the NBA. He's just looking for a ring.
Yeah, but then why'd he go to Baltimore?
Because Baltimore is a title contender.
Yeah, you got the James Harden of quarterbacks, a lot of MVPs, not a lot of playoff wins.
I don't know, man. I mean, yes, he turned the ball over against the Bills, but Mark Andrews, catch the ball.
That's very true.
Don't fumble and catch the ball. Those are a couple things that could have possibly
that was not Lamar's fault.
Yes, look, he had a turnover in what maybe a zone reader or maybe a guy came in, pressure, he dropped the ball. Sure, he had his moment or two, but that's a Mark Andrews joint. That's why they didn't win that game. But as far as, I'm not including any trio with DeAndre Hopkins in it. Sorry. You should have just said pass catchers and threw in Mark Andrews or Isaiah Likely. That's a better trio than anything that DeAndre Hopkins is a part of.
Yeah.
He's probably their 5th option at this point.
Yeah,
Stop it.
I don't expect Hopkins to have did he have 2 touchdowns in his first game with the Chiefs? And then he essentially did nothing the rest of the year. this year. Like, he wasn't an impactful player outside of his debut.
Yeah, he started the year at the Titans, and the Titans were like, "What are you doing here? You don't want to be here. Go." And then so he finished his career, his season with the Chiefs. 41 catches, 4 touchdowns. Just not an impactful player anymore, and it's fine. Understand, you want to be the veteran receiver on a team who has title aspirations. More power to you. But any trio, depending on DeAndre Hopkins as their third, isn't a good wide receiver trio. The Ravens, the Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman thing is fine. Neither one of them is a 1. Zay Flowers is barely a 2. Like, he's a little small to be a 2 when he doesn't have the elite speed of a in prime Tyreek Hill. I don't know. The Ravens aren't built on their passing game or their wide receiver core. They're just guys. And Zay Flowers is a little bit better than that, but Rashad Bateman's always been a guy who they've expected to be better than he is, and they paid him in wide receiver terms a modest amount, and it's right. They're right to do that. He did have 9 touchdowns last year, but caught 45 balls. I mean, it's Derrick Henry and the tight ends and Lamar Jackson's team. And the receivers are just out there because you have to have them. And maybe they'll make a play or two because of all the gravity that Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson provide. But stop it. I'm not going through the list. I'm going to tell you, they're not in my top 12 without even looking at the list.
No, because there's so many teams with 2 guys so much
better than the 2 that they have.
Yeah.
And then so the third doesn't even matter, particularly when the third is DeAndre Hopkins. Cut it out, Keith.
He's trying.
He should try with something else than Ravens receiver talk. I know you made the connection because he used to be a Texan, but that's now how many teams ago now?
3, right?
Cardinals, Chiefs.
4. I forgot about the Cardinals.
Titans, and now Ravens. 4 teams ago. I don't know if you've heard, but we've moved on. We got Nico Collins, who could actually be someone at the head of a good wide receiver trio.
I'll take the Texans.
Like I'll take
Nico,
Christian Kirk, and whoever emerges from the other receivers.
Yeah, and one of the 3 Iowa State guys you have on your roster.
Whoever, I'll take that. I'll take that over what the Ravens provide. And then if we really start to investigate, you're not going to like where your Ravens are ranked. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you have comments on your favorite team and where their wide receiver core ranks, don't call. But if you want to call about something else, we welcome that. Me and Joe till noon, and then Paul Gallant following us out at the Kima Boardwalk. I'll tell you more about that when we get back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So starting at noon, the rest of the lineup, that is Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees, are going to be at the Kima Boardwalk inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. And they're part, at least today, it's part of the summer circuit. It's back. And ESPN Houston every week will visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week you can register to win the grand prize of the summer. It's a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It is a $4,000 value for registration. You have to stop by the promo table at the broadcast. So you got to go out there. So if you are driving around, maybe you're in the Kima area or got business around there, see the guys as they do that show. And of course, you're going to be doing it throughout the summer. So maybe if that is too far out of the way for you, there'll be locations closer to you as we continue our summer circuit. Thanks to the restaurants around the city of Houston, we will get you squared away. And you want to see the entire summer circuit schedule, you can go to ESPN975.com on the plan to go out there, see the guys, get some good food, and maybe win a really nice prize.
You can register every single time you go. So you can register 12 times.
So we're going to have 12 of these throughout the summer.
Right now it's 10, but the plans for 12, yes.
Okay. So enough opportunities to have a real shot of winning. And we're not limiting it to one registration.
Yeah, just once per location. So I know on like June 26th, if you're in Baytown, we'll be out at Cactus Jack's. Haven't been there yet. Drive by it all the time when we go to Lake Charles. But we'll be out there. We have one coming up at the downtown aquarium. So we'll be all over the place.
Speaking of Lake Charles, the 7 to 12 block of shows will be out there starting Monday. John and Lance and I will all be out there from 7 to 12 at the DraftKings Sportsbook. So you want to come out there and join us, you're more than welcome to. We're out there for the finals. We'll be able to talk about game 2 of the finals on Monday and certainly get you ready for the rest of the series. So thanks to the people out at the Golden Nugget for having us out there to do a great job hosting us. We appreciate it all the time we're out there. And the Sportsbook is pretty cool. If you have never been and you want to see what it's like, you hear John talk about it all the time. John, known gambler, John, known lover of sports while gambling. It's all there for you. And no surprise, the Coors Lights will be flowing. Not on the broadcast, but if I can't guarantee that.
It's either a little early.
Yeah, it's his saying, can't be drunk all day if you don't start in the morning.
That's a great point.
So you never know. But either way, Lance, John, and I will be out there. So if you want to make the trip and see what it's like, all the times we talk about it and how much we praise the place, now it's your opportunity to see, as we'll be out there for Monday and Tuesday to talk not just about the finals, but of course the Astros and everything else going on in Houston sports. And speaking of that, by the time we get back from Lake Charles, I think the Texans will be involved in a mini camp, a mandatory mini camp. Now, the question for a lot of people is, will CJ Stroud be throwing the football? They didn't like answering questions beyond their initial answers. D'Amico told you, general soreness. That's what it is. And then when I believe it might have been Will Kunkel asked them, did he have a procedure? Did CJ have a procedure in the offseason? D'Amico said, that's it for the questions on CJ, guys. Like I said, it's general soreness. So, Joe, let me ask you this before we get to the sound. What do you think about actual doctors diagnosing sports injuries from afar? Like when you see it on Twitter, because there are sports doctors on Twitter.
Yeah, like Dr. Chow or whatever it is.
Who will see an injury and go, oh, that's a torn ACL. Oh, that's an Achilles. Oh, that's a hamstring. They'll do all that from afar. And you question, you're a doctor. Don't you think you should actually just wait? Not that you would get to examine them, but don't doctors just say, hey, let me examine the patient before I find out? But hey, that's a lane. But those guys are actual medical professionals.
I think it's the strangest thing we do in this business, straight up. I think the fantasy shows who like on a Sunday morning will have on a doctor to talk about player injuries. And if a player is going to play and if you should start that player in your fantasy football lineup or wager on that player and they're not their doctor, I think it's one of the more bizarre things we do.
Because you
don't know anything.
Yeah, because if you ask that same doctor about a patient that wasn't an athlete, they would say, well, I need to examine the patient. I'm not going to make the determination without actually being able to see the patient and talk to the patient. But it's a lane. I am aware it exists. I've prompted Sean to become a not a real medical doctor, but an internet doctor.
Yeah.
Just
so you have one.
Yeah, be Sean Mapes MD. And when they ask you for your bona fide, say why. Look, there's a diploma back there. Doesn't have to be a real one. Don't zoom in on it.
We can make a fake one.
Yeah, and then have Sean break down injuries, and we'll have Dr. Sean. In fact, we might have a bit during the NFL season, or where we have a Dr. Sean bit where he just breaks down injuries from afar. We'll see if we can get that done. But much like Dr. Sean, Chris Sims isn't a real doctor either. But Chris Sims can tell you what the issue with CJ Stroud is, and you shouldn't be concerned if you go by Dr. Sims.
What's there to be generally sore about in the shoulder of a quarterback who's just entering the front end of his prime?
Right. Listen, I don't know. I don't have the answers here, right? I mean, I'll get the answers, but as we talk about sometimes, I'm not the guy that's going to like call down everywhere and be like, hey, tell me what's going on. Tell me what's going on. My friends won't be my friends if I'm looking
you
for
think you think Nick Casario,
Exactly, right. I mean, he is a friend.
Nick,
yeah.
Hey, Nick, will you tell me what's really going on so we can talk about it on our show?
Hopefully I get to talk to him over the break or something like that, and maybe he'll give me a little inkling of what was going on when that storm is past or something like that. But yeah, I'm in the dark here. This has all. First off, let me just say this. I think if he got shoulder surgery or anything like that, we would have heard it. We would have heard it. So I have a hard time thinking that's the deal here. This has all the signs to me, Mike, of tendinitis, general soreness. This, to me, has all the signs of we got back training, I started throwing, maybe I threw a little too much at first, and now the inside of my elbow hurts, right? It's how golfers get it at times, right? Tennis players, stuff like that, because of that hinging and all of this as a thrower. And if you're not in shape for that or don't approach it the right way when you get back into it after a long period of time, that's when that can flare up. And this, to me, has all the signs of that type of thing. Elbow, shoulder. I would bet it's more elbow than not, but we'll see where it goes. But it certainly looks like that to me in my experience around the NFL.
So Dr. Sims, while opening with, I don't know anything, believes that it's a elbow or shoulder thing, but more likely an elbow thing. But he's just letting you know. He doesn't know. He doesn't have any idea. He hasn't asked anybody. He hadn't seen CJ throw, but it's got to be the elbow. And if it's tendinitis, which actually can be a chronic thing, you'll take that over structural damage at this point. But I know you were here. You were in for me on Wednesday while this was going on.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else other than we'll see regarding this? Are you sensing a real issue, or do we take D'Amico at his word?
I don't really care until
there it is.
August. It's kind of what Sean and I talked about on Wednesday. I mean, he has to learn a new offense. That is important. Not to take a shot at your guy here, Dell, but like we don't have any proof of CJ having the issues that like Tua did, where Tua admitted after his rookie year he didn't understand the playbook.
Mm-hmm.
CJ's never publicly said that. We don't have any, slanderous reports from the Bobby Slowick camp saying that CJ couldn't pick up the offense. I know the S2 test is low, but I'm not concerned about him learning a new offense. So I don't really care till like August. That to me is really when it's okay. We're deep into the summer. He doesn't have a connection with Christian Kirk. He hasn't worked with Noel and Higgins. Like what is really going on here? I am more curious about, for me, Mixon. Like we have all these rumors going on that like they're talking to J.K. Dobbins and he's in a walking boot and he's fine, but like why are they talking to Dobbins? Why are there Nick Chubb rumors? Because that means you're thinking about addressing the running back position. That to me is I'm more curious of than CJ. As long as CJ is throwing August 1st or whatever that first practice is, then as we get close to training camp, I'm good.
They traded a future third rounder to draft Woody Marks.
Yeah, like I have questions about, because we see running backs fall off a cliff. And then there's this video out there, which I can't find now. I was trying to find it again, of CJ playing basketball.
Yeah, he was at a charity thing at Toyota Center. Was shooting the basketball.
So like if it's tendinitis in his elbow, is he shooting hoops? Like I
talked about it yesterday. I am not even concerned about the injury. I'm just far more interested in how the Texans handle it. Like their evasiveness about it all. That's the interesting part to me, because I'm with you. As long as he's ready to throw when training camp begins, I think that's good enough for me. But I just like keeping track of the answers or non-answers from them as they try to, I guess, maintain some type of competitive advantage in the offseason. I'm more interested in their line of thinking. Well, I don't know if it was Will Kunkel, but whoever asked that question, it could have been a no. The question was, did he have a procedure? If it's a no, why not just say no?
Yeah, I think it is strange to do that. I mean, I know this time of the year you don't have to be as forthcoming. It does indicate to me that there was a surgery. And we're I've seen people doing we talked about this on Wednesday, where with it reminds me of the Jose Altuve buzzer stuff. There are press conferences specifically after Christmas in which CJ is wearing a hoodie and people are like circling his shoulder, and it looks like he's wearing a brace underneath his hoodie. So like maybe he did get hurt. He was sacked 1 million times last year.
In his final game, he got sacked like 8 times.
Yeah, so like if he is hurt, no one should be shocked. But as long as he's throwing by August, I'm not worried about it. And frankly, they're not the Astros, so I give them the benefit of the doubt.
I would acknowledge that as something that makes some sense. That they don't have a long history of obscuring details about things or just being flat out wrong about diagnosis of their players. So they don't have that on their docket. So let's not attribute Astros PTSD to the Texans.
But I think that's why people are concerned about CJ. That's why it's a topic of conversation. If this was just the normal whatever time of the year, it's that it's happening around Yordan Alvarez, and there's a fear. But if you look at the Texans' history, it's actually a little bit opposite. Like you draft a player who, based on tape from his freshman year in college, is going to be an elite cornerback in the NFL, and Derek Stingley Jr., but no one trusts him because of his medical stuff. He misses most of his rookie year, but what has happened since? Since he returned, he's been healthy. Joe Mixon, last year, why he's in a walking boot, had 2 horse collar tackles and was able to recover from both of those. We've seen J.J. Watt come back with major injury and return and play in his time with the Texans. Like they don't typically have guys that sit out besides Laramie Tunsil, who has been kicked off the team basically with a trade.
Yeah,
and deal with major injury problems.
And the Laramie Tunsil thing, you could maybe attribute to that just being a Laramie Tunsil. Why would I come back to play for this bad team?
Exactly.
So that may not be an injury thing or a training staff thing. That could be just a player saying, "What for? Who for? What to come back and play?" And of course, Will Fuller had his long issues with hamstrings, but that's a guy who
a Will thing.
That's a guy who missed time in other places too. So I would agree. They don't have a history of that. We'll just see how it plays out. And of course, the questions I'm sure will pop up again if he's not available for mandatory minicamp. But the stance remains: training camp is probably when you would actually get concerned if there was concern to be had. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thanks to Chris Sims, MD, for his diagnosis. You should all feel very good about CJ. Just some general tendonitis, if Chris Sims is to be believed. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go. No Michael Carroll today because he joined us yesterday. He has today off, so he won't tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. Although he keeps mentioning Department Q. Good reviews there, so I'll be watching that this weekend while desperately waiting for the finals to begin again.
I'm rewatching Prison Break.
You did tell me about Prison Break, I think. So you're in on rewatching Prison Break.
I'm rewatching it right now because the first 3 seasons are awesome. I'm rolling through season 1 right now.
Got it. You told me that that would be the case. Season 1's good and season 2 as well. It's a show I've pushed aside for years now. I guess over a decade at this point. How long has Prison Break been off the air?
I think the last season came out in 2018.
Okay. So nearly a decade probably since it began. Haven't watched it. Saw it. Wentworth Miller, like him as an actor. He's the lead in that show. Just haven't gotten to it. Maybe I will at some point. But I think the Department Q, thanks to Michael's recommendation and the backing of the general reviews, I'll get to. And maybe it's time for Dead Reckoning or The Final Reckoning this weekend as well. Tom Cruise's movie, Mission Impossible. All right. That's our quick what should you watch. You guys, there's enough to watch. Find something. If you listened to the segment yesterday, Michael gave you what you should or shouldn't watch. So a couple more segments go. Me and Joe before we head out to Kima Boardwalk, and it'll be Paul Gallant and then the Killer Bees. But before then, we'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Michael Carroll's listening. I'll get to his tweet. Keith, who called in earlier, asked if his call was a good one. No, it wasn't.
That's not the worst I've heard.
Yes, yeah, we've heard worse, but on the level of bad to great, it's not good. It's probably a little below average. He's a giant Ravens fan. He wanted to wish DeAndre Hopkins a happy birthday.
I did just see a clip that DeAndre Hopkins is still lives here in Houston. Says he wants to be the second Texan inducted into the Ring of Honor.
I have to go look at his numbers.
Oh, he definitely deserves it.
Well, compared to the franchise as a whole, sure.
Yeah. Well, he shouldn't be second, though. Well, I guess, would he be third?
Behind JJ and who?
Andre?
We have Andre isn't in, then he should.
Andre's definitely got to be in there. I don't know. It's such a stupid thing.
Yeah, I don't know who is and who isn't, but he shouldn't be second if we're just going by accomplishments. It's JJ and Andre, and you can pick whatever order. And he was great for a good time, not a long time, but Arian Foster, when he was at the top of his game, he's not going to be in, but at the top of his game, he's one of the best Texans ever.
Hey.
Just didn't last that long.
He was there though for the throwing the H's up before the game. Still don't totally know what that tradition is that they promoted, but he was there. He's back.
Yeah, Aaron Foster used to be a weekly guest on this station when it was 1560, and then
really? I didn't know that.
Yes, and then when he became Aaron Foster,
probably harder to pay.
Yes. That's the way it goes. Not unexpected, but that was at the time where, as a young radio professional, I didn't realize that at a point a weekly guest had to be paid to join us. And at the time, Arian, like a lot of Texans, unheralded a little bit, so he was willing to make a name for himself doing the interviews. And as they do, stuff changes. And now I think he still resides in the city of Houston as well. As you mentioned, DeAndre Hopkins, he has taken several photos with Kobos over at Kobos Q. So I think I've actually seen him walk in at one point just to pick up food. So
I have noticed, I listened to his podcast a little bit. He randomly decided to get into baseball, but he made the decision, even though he lives here, to not become an Astros fan.
He picked a different team?
He picked the Brewers.
Did he have a reason for it?
I don't remember why, but I think he met some people that played for the Brewers, and it just kind of became a thing. Like, he's throwing out the first pitch at the Brewers game, I think next week.
Oh, look at that.
But he's a Brewers fan now. I was like, you should have just jumped on the bandwagon. You've been here long enough.
That might be the reason he didn't do it.
Yeah.
To not be a bandwagon jumper. Pick a team who isn't immensely successful and say, that's my team.
I respect that. But you've lived in Houston for a while.
People would be fine if you decided to, as a non-baseball person, to root for the Astros.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a contrarian. Who would have thought? Who'd have thought?
Arian Foster?
Yeah. Who would have thought that he would have done something different and decided to be a Brewers fan? Now he gets to throw out the first pitch there. And the tweet from Michael Carroll is, he confirms, go watch Department Q, and he can confirm this was a show we talked about yesterday, an animated, I think it's a movie actually. Predator Killer of Killers is awesome. So he saw that. If you don't know the synopsis, it's the Predator going after the best killers that are humans in different time periods. And somehow the stories will connect. Michael Carroll told us about it yesterday and said it was good.
We did get some big comic book news today.
What is it?
Ryan Coogler said that Denzel Washington will star in Black Panther 3.
I wonder what role he has for him.
It's after everything breaks in the upcoming movies, I think.
Oh, okay. So could he possibly be a different world's older Black Panther?
That's kind of what I feel.
A retired Black Panther, something like that. Who knows? Or maybe he's T'Challa's dad in a different world.
Yeah.
Who knows? So that's news. Like Denzel's in his I'm gonna get paid phase. Not that he needs the money, but you want to put me in a Marvel movie? Cut that check. He's in that phase. Look, the man will do Equalizer 3, so he's not against getting paid. I'm sure he'll put on a really good performance. He was in the Gladiator 2 movie. It's not a great movie, but Denzel is like, IP. I love IP because that means there's money to be had. There's big money to be had. So he was in that. So this is the phase of his career.
Yeah, he's just cashing that bag.
Yeah, and I know he's doing it with accomplished director, so he has a level of expectation about how good the movie will or won't be. So you do it with Coogler, you do it with Scott. Those are guys with names and have done good work. So he's not winding up in a Mila Jovovich Resident Evil type movie. I bring that up because she does a lot. Almost every movie she does, her husband directs, and she's in a new movie with Dave Bautista, who's actually not a bad actor.
Yeah, he's not. He's much better than I ever thought he was going to be.
But she's in a movie about, I guess it's based off of one of George R.R. Martin's projects that isn't Game of Thrones that he got into. It's something about she plays some witch looking for some secret power that'll change the world or something, and Dave Bautista is in it. It says CGI ridden slop fest, as you can imagine from the trailer. It doesn't look like it's a good movie, but there it is.
I think trailers are deceiving. Normally it goes the other way for me, where it's like you see an awesome trailer and the movie sucks.
Yeah.
Thunderbolts did something where I thought every time I saw a trailer, I was like, this movie's gonna stink. I thought it was great.
They did a really good job circumventing, or at least actually exceeding the expectations of what people are thinking. Marvel, you've got these group of characters who we only kind of really care about Bucky for most people, and he's certainly in the movie. But they did a great job. Florence Pugh did a really good job. She is one of those Denzel types where, aren't you too good for this type of stuff? Like, you think to ourselves, she does just as a dramatic actor. She's in stuff where it's probably at a higher bar than some of the Marvel things, but she gave her all in that role and did a good job in Thunderbolts. We'll see what she's like in Avengers Doomsday. I believe she's scheduled to be in that too. Before we go to break, it wasn't going to be a TV movie segment, but Michael Carroll did chime in, so we got to that. Reed Shepherd. Reed Shepherd is a guy who was mentioned in one of Kelly Eco's latest articles. A lot of that article is about Rockets' potential moves to be made, whether they would be all in on Kevin Durant, and there's been some pushback from the Phoenix side of things. Their own insider says they have not called the Rockets since February because they didn't have a coach or a GM. Now that they do have those, they will get into trading Kevin Durant and having real conversations about it. So there's a source off going on there. But in the article, it talked about Reed Shepherd and having a more prominent role according to team sources. So it's good to hear, considering the investment, the third overall pick. He may be playing in Summer League, considering the lack of time he had during the regular season. But I'm trying to figure out how they get there, because if we believe that Reed Shepherd is coming back to play a prominent role, what does that mean for the likes of Fred VanVleet, who we expect to return, and of course Jalen, who they will tell you is supposed to be part of this team going forward? So how do things change for Reed Shepherd? Does he just become the de facto backup point guard, and Aaron Holiday is not a guy that should be expected to be part of this team in 2025-26? Because that's the only way I see that happening. The way it appears Ime Udoka runs his rotation, you'd have to remove the veteran option and almost force Reed Shepherd into that role before he's just going to give Reed Shepherd minutes if he thinks Aaron Holiday is better.
Yeah, I think that's their plan, but I think Reed's got to show more for him to like really get that. Because it felt like he was earning minutes, and all of a sudden he had like one bad game and he was out of the rotation again.
Yeah.
And so can he be much better this year? I hope so. I mean, I think the plan, the hope would be that he takes over for Fred VanVleet as your starting point guard in 2026.
So Aaron Holiday has a year left on a deal. He signed a 2-year deal last offseason. So unless they're trading him, you have an obstacle to this alleged expansion of Reed Shepherd's role. Unless, like you said, he just shows out. Some of that will begin in Summer League, and of course, training camp and regular and the preseason stuff will maybe determine where he is in that rotation. But
he's going to average 35 in the Summer League.
Will he even play the entire Summer League? Because sometimes the guy will be like too good. They'll give him a couple games and they'll just pull him out and say, all right, that's enough out of you. We've seen what we need to see. So it'll be interesting how they treat him. Will he get that Jabari treatment? If we remember, Jabari Smith lit up Summer League and they were like, we've seen enough. Thank you for your contribution to the Summer League team. You can go rest and just hang out in Vegas. So maybe Reed Shepherd does enough where he doesn't have to play as the Rockets try to win a Summer League title. We'll see how that goes. But that was interesting to me. Not surprising. I just see obstacles still on that roster. So this will be, unless a trade happens to get Aaron Holiday out of here, or maybe Jalen Green's involved in a trade that doesn't bring back a guard, Reed Shepherd is going to have to play better. He doesn't have a pathway to an expanded role, because he may have shown he's not just going to play the young players. At least not all of them. In some cases, you just will, because some of them are your best players. But in cases where your fringe rotation guys, he will lean in a different direction if you force him to, and he did that quite a bit last year. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we're done, before the Paul Gallant Show begins. So me and Joe, for a couple more minutes, we will be back.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Got to be rough if you're in the Super Regional and you give up 2 3-run home runs. North Carolina well on their way to winning game 1 of that series, up 8-1 in the bottom of the second over Arizona. Paul Gallant will do his show out at the Kima Boardwalk. The Killer Bees will be out there as well. So 12 to 6. So we got a remote. I mentioned it. It's part of our summer tour. So if you go head on out there and see the guys, you got a chance to win a nice prize. 2 e-bikes. The value is about $4,000. And if, like I said, you can't go out there, just check our schedule on ESPN975.com and see something that's closer to you. Because if you go out there, register to try to win, you can do that like 12 times, once per outing. But if you decide to make it a world tour and you want to meet and see us at all those restaurants, you got a chance to win something really nice. So take a look at the schedule, see what you can make it out to if you can't make it out today. Okay, before we go, we didn't even mention this, mostly because it's barely important. Aaron Rodgers is a Steeler. That is finally happening. It's mostly a benefit to all of us who don't want updates on it. Of course, that story won't die because then it'll become, how is Aaron Rodgers doing in a Steelers uniform? Can the Steelers make any noise? Can he and DK Metcalf form some type of bond that makes the Steelers a problem in the AFC North? So the question for me and for you, Joe, from me, barring injury, does it go well enough that Aaron Rodgers plays all 17? Or is it at some point better for the Steelers to lose and they sit him going like, let's say, from week 12 on?
I mean, the hard part is it's like, I mean, Mike Tomlin's never finished below 500.
And that's probably something he cares about quite a bit.
Doesn't it feel like the second he does that and misses the playoffs, he's getting fired?
Because that can no longer be held on to.
Yeah, there's so much noise around Tomlin. But it's like, how do you fire someone that is that successful? Now, we've seen in the last 72 hours what Tom Thibodeau get fired today. I know people don't normally care. Hockey reference for the show, though. The Stars head coach, who was just in the conference finals, was fired.
And more than one. They've made like a couple in a row, right?
Quite a few.
Yeah. And he got fired because he couldn't get over the top.
Tomlin, the Steelers have not taken that approach, but like my expectation is that they're going to make the playoffs this year because it's what the Steelers do.
Now, they had the benefit of only having to really deal with the Ravens. The Bengals caught on late. They came on late, couldn't finish the deal just because the Broncos played a Chiefs team who did not care. So all the Broncos had to do was win it, and the Bengals were out. If the Bengals are as good as what people think they're supposed to be, then I don't see the Steelers making the playoffs this year. If that prediction about the Bengals is true. Now, they don't have Trey Hendrickson. That deal doesn't get done or not. They have a new DC, your former DC at Notre Dame, and Al Golden, who had spent time on that staff before. So they're trying to change things up. Coach Lou, or Big Lou, as they used to call him, gone, who was the architect of that defense that shut down Patrick Mahomes in that second half of that AFC title game. He got a lot of run out of that, but he's now gone. I like the Bengals in that division. I just don't think the Steelers are that talented anymore.
No, I agree. I think that the offseason's strange. You trade for DK Metcalf, you trade away George Pickens. I know that Mike Tomlin, when he gets tired of a player, he moves on, and he's typically right. It's like Mike Wallace and all those. I mean, Santonio Holmes was still pretty good, I would say, after he left. But like, typically when they leave, they're not good. So it's still strange though. Like, you could have had Rodgers, Pickens, and Metcalf. Instead, you just have Metcalf and I don't really know who else.
Sure, Alan Lazard will make an appearance.
Like, is Roman Wilson going to make an impact on the roster this year? I liked him a lot at Michigan, but like, he was tiny and he didn't play last year in the NFL. So I'm kind of with you. It's, if you look at the playoffs last year, they were the 6th seed. I think the Bengals will be a playoff team this year. So is there another team that pushes out the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Broncos? I think the answer is no, because I think Denver's much better this year. I think they're going to compete for their division this year. Yeah. I don't think the Chargers will miss the playoffs.
The only thing you would look to and ask the question, it's the guy you threw some slander at earlier, is if the Dolphins finished 8-9, and that included like 6 games where 2 of them play. Now, they have their own issues with Tyreek Hill, and Jalen Ramsey's going to get traded. Tyreek Hill's probably too much of a problem to get traded. So if your starting quarterback plays all the games, and that's a big if when it comes to Tua, then that might be a real competitor, because they didn't have them. They had Huntley and others, and still were alive in the final week of the regular season, much like the Bengals were, but the Broncos had their easy win against the Chiefs. So if it is the Bengals making the playoffs, I think if we're talking about teams who were just out of the playoffs last year, Dolphins could be considered a threat. I'm sure there's a team that's going to pop up that we're not thinking about, because that's kind of how it always plays out.
Patriots
as well. Well,
schedule's easy this year.
It's easy. They've spent a lot of money to improve that roster. Dudes are going to raise the floor. I'm not sure about the ceiling of the team. I'm not as big on Drake May as others. I think I see somewhat of a more athletic Mac Jones when I look at him play, but that's just one man's opinion, who's never been that high on Drake May going back to his North Carolina days. But I know Patriot fans are very excited about him and what he can be. I am not there yet, and I don't think depending on Stephon Diggs as your number 1 wide receiver is a good way to go about things, beyond the stuff he does on boats. Just think, coming off an ACL, already an older player. If he can, he can catch passes 8 yards at a time. Just not sure that's going to be a giant help to Drake May, but we'll see. We're a long way away from deciding any of that. But that music means no more talk about it anyway. We're done for the day. Paul Gallant is up next, and the Killer Bees will follow him. And where are they again? I know they're in the Nakima Boardwalk, but where are they again?
Galaxy Adventure, the party room.
Galaxy Adventure, the party room. So if you want to see the broadcast and maybe win an e-bike, you can register for that if you go on out there today. But since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
In fact, I don't. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It does? It's not like fucking up either? What? I know. Alright, we're gonna look like an absolute asshole then. Hello. Alright, see you. I'll toss to Bluminoid and the Pirates fan. Or the Pirates rock, guys. Yeah, I got a hot mic.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, June 6th, 2025. We are live at the Kima Boardwalk. This is my first time here. Extremely surprised. Not gonna lie. I have never been down here before. I actually feel like I have been missing out. And I'm choosy when it comes to the beach adjacent locations. Your boy lived in Florida, specifically Pinellas County, Florida, for 4 to 5 years. This is pretty cool. A little bit of a hike, but very, very cool. We're going to be out here all afternoon as part of our summer circuit. So you want to come on down here. We are in the arcade here at the Kima Boardwalk. You come down here, and you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. You got to come here, though. You got to stop by the promo table to register to win. The Galaxy Adventure Party Room, to be specific, is where we are. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And get this, it's also an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question, and I'll work it into the show. Already have a couple of people on the Twitch. They're saying, hey, Paul, we already got enough people living here. Kima on the boardwalk. It's been a while since I've been to this part of town. I think I came here for a Christmas party once. And then before that, it was on a date with somebody. Sammy G's. And I think something down the street from here as well. Sam's Boathouse maybe too. It was fun. Had a grand old time. But here we are. You know how to get aboard if you want to. Astros took down the Pittsburgh Pirates 8-2 last night in a game where Framber Valdez threw 7 innings and had 11 strikeouts. The offense got going. Isaac Paredes had 2 homers in the game. You like to see that. Jacob Melton, the only lefty in the lineup, he had 2 hits. Okay. Jeremy Pena, 3 for 5, 2 doubles. He's hitting .318 right now. You had Cam Smith get a hit. Jose Altuve got a hit. Even Christian Walker, for God's sakes, got a hit, though he did strike out with the runner on third base to end the first. But listen, this game is really the sidebar. The most interesting thing that happened last night was the way that the Pittsburgh Pirates handled a rain delay. And poorly is how they handled it. So I remember tuning into the game on my Fubo TV app at the gym at 5:40 and seeing no game was being played. I assumed it was raining. What I found out was it actually wasn't raining yet. It was going to rain in an hour and 15 minutes. This complicates things for the Astros because it's not like they had a long trip after playing in Pittsburgh. They're in Cleveland. Pittsburgh to Cleveland, is that even an hour by plane? I don't know. I guess it is just about an hour, but it's not like they were flying a long distance. That said, you think third game of a series, just given the way the Astros generally operate, we're usually the third game of a series in the middle of the week at Dyken Park. They play it in the early afternoon so the other team can get out of Dodge. You'd think that maybe they'd play the game a little bit earlier than 5:40. They didn't. So this thing gets delayed for an hour and 10 minutes before the rain. I guess it got delayed because the Astros did not want to waste a start for Framber Valdez. All right, I'm cool with that. They didn't want to waste, Pittsburgh didn't want to waste Mitch Keller. Not that it would matter, you know. I mean, you're going to lose pretty much no matter what. But it started pouring at 7:51. At 8:45, both Joe Espada and the Pirates manager came out of the dugout. A couple of umpires came out. The Pirates general manager came out. And then Dana Brown came out. And Dana Brown was pissed. I want to see this Dana Brown in front of a microphone. Dana Brown said something. And I don't know what happened, but before we read Dana's account via The Athletic and Chandler Rome, this is what the Pittsburgh Pirates broadcast saw when Dana Brown started, I guess, yelling at everybody.
Dana Brown, not exactly sure what he's saying there, but seems to get heated. And there's Brian Stroh, the assistant general manager, off to the right there, Don Kelly.
Everybody on the Pirates side immediately seemed to take
offense to something he said. Yeah,
exactly. Don't know what it was, but he said something, and now it kept going. Look at is that Hoy, the umpire right there?
Yeah,
he's moved forward trying to get in between them.
Oh, Hoy's the back
there.
Okay. Yeah. And now Brian Recchi, VP of Communications, has said Don Kelly's really upset at something Dana Brown said, apparently.
Just about everybody on the Pirates side that definitely took offense to something.
Hell yeah. First off, hell yeah by Dana Brown. I like it when the Astros play the villain, and I like to think that Dana Brown said, like, you cheap-ass mother bleepers, why are we playing this game at 9 o'clock p.m.? You guys are a minor league bunch of scrubs. You're not going to score any runs. All of you should be fired on the spot, but they won't because your organization's cheap. That's what I was hoping he said. Maybe he also said, hey, remember when one of your fans tried to kill himself while watching the game? I'm just kidding. He was drunk and he fell out of the stands. Hey, remember when the best thing that's happened for you this season has nothing to do with Paul Skeens? It was when a security guy took out a belt and started whipping the bleep out of some dude. That's what I want to believe that Dana Brown said, that he just got mad and went off on a Paul Gallant style rant. That's probably not what happened, because Dana Brown, when asked about what he said after the game, said, this is what he said. This is a fun term. I would have preferred to bang the game. Bang! Just because of the conditions and the length of time and all of that. I would have preferred to bang it. He doubled down. Apparently, banging the game does not mean having relations with it. It's a colloquialism for postponement. He really meant that he just wanted the thing to be postponed for another day. He kept going, thinking that the team's traveling party would be in 3:30 in the morning, and he wanted to protect the boys, he said in quotations. My whole point is to protect the players at all costs. I got a little frustrated. If we're here tomorrow, it would have been no problem. But the fact we had to get on a flight and go to Cleveland, post in Cleveland against a good team, getting in late. I had my ace going too in bad weather. I was worried about guys getting hurt, and I showed it. When asked if he regretted the action, Brown said, not at all. It's a natural reaction to being the GM of a club and starting a game 3+ hours after it's supposed to start. Almost 4 hours, right? On a getaway day. So per baseball's collective bargaining agreement, the latest possible start time for a getaway day game shall be determined by taking the portion of the in-flight time that exceeds 2.5 hours and subtracting that amount of time from 7 p.m. So since the flight doesn't exceed 2.5 hours, I guess this was never even thought about. But Jeff Blum, who knows a thing or two about the ballparks across baseball, you could sense, and I'm glad Jeremy Branham of the Killer Bees pointed this out in the first segment, you could sense that he was pissed from the start of last night's game because Todd Callis teased him up for a shot fired at Pittsburgh.
Only 2 night game getaway days on the Pirates' home schedule this year. This is one of them, and the other one September 4th against the Dodgers. This one ended up proving to be.
Yeah, there's a certain level of brilliance it has getaway night games, and especially when you're in Pittsburgh, it has a long history of rain delays. So we appreciate the opportunity to come on air about 120 minutes away from being Astros After Dark right here in Pittsburgh.
I don't think he appreciated it, and also I like the sarcasm there. I'm a fan of Jeff Blum, good dude, and Jeff Blum saying there's a certain brilliance in having an away game that starts this late. Oh my gosh, fantastic. So I like it. I like that the Astros were trying to bully the Pittsburgh Pirates into canceling this game. Then they went out and they played it, and they won the thing 8-2. Not going to lie, the rain delay completely ruined any desire I had to watch that game, so I am glad that the Astros ran away with it, especially given that there was an awesome NBA Finals game on at the same time. I did try to watch the Astros game. I'm not going to lie, I'm finding myself falling asleep watching baseball far too much. And this also, I don't think, is a byproduct of my dislike of baseball. I think this is me just getting old. I think this is me. I'm sitting back on the couch because I've started getting up at 6 in the morning. We're trying to make some things happen in the near future. I'll keep you posted on those. But I'm getting up early in the morning, and I'm realizing at night, oh, my God, baseball is going to be like a weekend man's golf. It's just going to give me a little nappy poo. And probably going to wake up with my cat like, purring next to my ear, perhaps pawing me because she wants some more sneakity snacks. But Astros won last night. Big story of the game is that Dana Brown apparently pissed off all the Pittsburgh Pirates in that little exchange that he had with them before the game. And I'd like to think that he said something really mean to them. Text in what you think he said. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's also how you text. You can join on Twitch, too, at ESPN 975 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. From the 936, I believe this is Eric the driver. Of all the places you've lived, which has the worst weather? This is a great question. So a lot of people are probably going to think I'm going to say Seattle because I've lived in a bunch of different places. I've lived in Boston, Massachusetts, outside of it, Syracuse, New York, St. Petersburg, Florida, Houston, Seattle, now back in Houston. St. Petersburg, I love it. St. Petersburg is probably my favorite place in the world. As far as other places, look, it gets hot here, but I love the fall in Houston. I love the spring in Houston. I'll take the heat in the summer over the cold. I just wish that there were, better beaches, but hey, I'm not going to lie, enjoying the Kimi Boardwalk today. So then after that, it's between 3 northern cities, Seattle, Boston, and Syracuse. I liked Seattle. I liked it. You know why? Didn't snow that much. When it snowed, it was an event. The rain that's talked about in Seattle, it's really a miss. They laugh at you if you buy an umbrella up there. The rain's not that bad. You do go a lot of time without seeing the sun, but the summers there are amazing. So Seattle's probably my third favorite. Then after that, it's between Boston and Syracuse, New York. And listen, Syracuse, it is a dying Rust Belt town where it snows more than anywhere in the country, okay? But I was so drunk half the time at Syracuse because I was in college. I honestly don't remember a lot of it. And it was always fun because of the nature of the snow. At school, you always knew that there was going to be some house party that you were going to on the weekends. So of all the places I've lived in, I will say the greater Boston area, worst weather. There's a lot of snow. It's sticky and hot in the summer in a way where there's no air conditioning. Everyone talks about how great it is in the summer. The fall, it's nice. Okay, fine, cool, splendid. The winters there suck. It gets dark at like 3 p.m. F that. F it. The nor'easter and all that. Everyone acts up there like it's great. It's the center of the universe. And once you leave, you realize it's not. Though it is the center of the majority of champions in American sports over the last few years. Anyway, it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, listen, if you're hating on the NBA and you're hating on the NBA Finals and you're not watching it, you should change that. Last night was one of the best basketball games I've watched in quite some time. We'll talk about that and Tyrese Halliburton. Holy smokes. Next, stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting from Kemah Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On E-Bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. We're hanging out at the Kemah Boardwalk. We are giving away, as part of our summer circuit, a grand prize this summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. We're in the Galaxy Adventure Party Room on the Kemah Boardwalk. So you come here, you go to the table, you can register to potentially win. Get your ass out here. Get out here. Get over here, to quote Scorpion from Mortal Kombat, a game I wasn't allowed to play as a kid. Probably a good thing, to be perfectly honest. Played it a few times, and I will say I was way too attracted to Katana. I was way too attracted to a Katana from Mortal Kombat 2. That's what I knew I liked girls. But Paul, do you actually like girls? Great question. 713-780-3776. The other side, before I was asking, what do you think Dana Brown said to the Pittsburgh Pirates? Their manager, their general manager, that got him so pissed off because he said, I was protecting the boys. I wanted to bang the game. Someone texted in, this is funny. Hey, guess what, Pirates? When Jordan comes back, it's going to be like making a trade at the deadline. Hell yeah, that would have been awesome. That would be awesome if also Dana Brown started doing that to other people. So his love language of annoying me at press conferences and specifically around the trade deadline, talking about how guys coming back from injury are like acquiring a guy at the trade deadline. It'd be nice if he did it to other people too, not just us. So last night's NBA Finals Game 1, I did not think it would be that, I'll be honest. I was excited about it because I don't get to watch either of these teams often. I would have preferred my favorite team, the Celtics, be in it, but it's nice to sit back and watch a game and you don't really have any rooting interests. And you also don't have any hating interests. Like, I don't want OKC to win mainly because of the fact that that team was stolen from Oklahoma City, or excuse me, from Seattle. You know, I feel bad for Sonics fans. That team was stolen from them because of Starbucks, of all places. A terrible coffee company. But I sat back, I watched that game, and I mean, man, incredible game. First off, the chutzpah of the Indiana Pacers. This is the 5th time this postseason that Indiana rallied from a deficit of at least 15 points and won. The most by any team since at least 1998. Might even go back further. Because I guess that's when ESPN research started keeping stats of that. 2, the Pacers turned the ball over 20 times in the first half. 20. They had 24 in the game. How do you turn it over 20 in one half? That's insane. They still were able to hang around and not get too far out of the game. There was a long period in this game where it looked like OKC was going to run away with it. And I'm just so impressed that they hung around. And obviously you got to talk about Tyrese Halliburton, who once again sank a tying or go-ahead bucket in the final 5 seconds. It's the 4th time he's done it these playoffs. I think it's the 5th time he's done it in the playoffs total over his career. He did it over one of Oklahoma City's best defenders. Here is how that call sounded on a TV station in Indiana.
The Thunder clinging to this 3-point lead. SGA to drive inside. Shot blocked. Siakam throws it back.
Next on 21 Alive News, the man who was brutally beaten at Pike's Pub last week has come forward. Hear what he wants to have happen now. Also tonight, a big night for Pacer fans as Indiana is in the NBA Finals. We'll show you a local business who has seen a boost from the yes sirs.
And we could see a little fog overnight tonight. We'll have the very latest forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks for staying up with us. I'm Amara Boss. Fort Wayne's most watched news starts.
SGA guarded by Nimhard.
Fort Wayne, what are you doing? What are you doing? That was in the last minute of an NBA Finals game featuring a team that plays in your state. What are you doing? That's WPTA in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I got to say, you know, if Fort Sumter got invaded that one time in the 1860s, and I'm assuming this is not actually a fort, Fort Wayne, it's not a fort, but the people of Indiana should rise up and overthrow that place. What are you doing? Like, it's clearly the last minute of a game. You jump the gun like that with like, coming up on the news, the weather. And a man was brutally beaten to death. More after the game. The game's not done. The game's not done. What are you doing? So luckily, if you are a Pacers fan living in Fort Wayne, you were still able to see the game-winning shot. Holy smokes. With 0.3 left, here's Tyrese Halliburton at it again.
Smith. The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game.
I mean, the guy's awesome. And oh, man, it was so quiet. That crowd completely stunned. They led that entire game until 0.3 seconds to go. I mean, that is just a brutal way to lose. Now, keep in mind that in Thunder Nuggets, the Thunder lost game 1 of that series on a buzzer beater. Remember Russell Westbrook? He passed up an open 3 for the right play, and Thunder hit the game-winning shot. Series goes to 7, but the very next game, the Thunder won by 43 points. So I don't all of a sudden think that the Pacers are going to win this series, but I think we're going to get a series, which I do not think many people outside of Indiana believed was possible going into it. And Halliburton is just a fun player to watch. I know he only had 14 points and 10 boards and 6 assists, but I just like to watch him play. I love how quick he is with his decisions, passing the ball. Obviously, he is one of the few players in basketball, maybe the only, where at the end of the game, he does need to take the last shot just based on this. I've always felt that it's kind of ridiculous that one player needs to take the final shot, which usually doesn't end up with the best look. You know, he'll like dribble out the clock, isolating one-on-one some random defender. And sure, he might have the skills to get by that defender, but I don't know, maybe drop a play and just pass it to the open National Basketball Association player to take that final shot. Like, they're all pros, but whatever. There's a hierarchy clearly in basketball, but Halliburton is definitely the one guy that every single time it's the end of the game needs the ball, needs to be the one shooting. Once again, he delivers. And it is a shame in this game. I enjoyed watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The referees, for the most part, looked the other way from his bull bleep. Like, this was not as bad of a game from a foul perspective as I thought it would be. There certainly were a lot of free throws. I mean, in total, there was 45 attempts. But I thought, honestly, because of the way Shai plays, it would be worse. Shai is so difficult to stop when he is driving. So he has just another casual 35-plus point game. He's the MVP. It was a hell of a game. I'm looking forward to Sunday's game, too. You want to talk about it, you can. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask me any question. I will find a way to work it into the show. What do we got? Someone texted in, what's your favorite Asian cuisine? Banh mi's. Vietnamese sandwiches. Those slap. And listen, I like sushi. I think I'm getting some sushi on Saturday. I think it's part of a very interesting birthday party that I'm going to with the now significant other. First weekend with a significant other. This is weird. Another one texted in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul, have you ever dated someone outside your race? I don't see race. Humble brag. Yes. It's a weird question to ask. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to talk about the Pacers taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder? I almost said Seattle Sonics. Can't say that. That's not who they are anymore. Though it should still be the Seattle Sonics. It really should be. Or if you want to talk about the Astros last night, do you like Dana Brown a little more after he starts yelling at people for, honestly, not much of a reason? I kind of do. I like Dana a little more today. I like that he has a temper. He's always so positive and optimistic at these press conferences, and then all of a sudden he's just lighting somebody up. Let's go. So those are on the table. You can also ask me anything. I'll work it into the show. Up next, here's a question I'll ask you. Who is the best athlete podcaster? Who is the best athlete podcaster? We're bringing back a segment from last summer because, yes, we're getting into the dark times where there's not a lot going on. It is the Paul Gallant Show live at the Kima Boardwalk. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting from Kemah Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, live on the Kemah Boardwalk. Come on out here. You got to register to win a grand prize as part of the summer circuit, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. We're the Galaxy Adventure Party Room on the Kemah Boardwalk. So you want to weigh in on the Astros taking down the Pirates, the upcoming series against the Guardians, who have a good record, but I took a look at the numbers. They're not very good. The Astros should win that series, and I do demand my first American League American sweep. I guess I will have to wait a little bit longer. It is a road series, so you never know what's going to happen, especially with the Astros issues in their rotation. But you can also weigh in on the game last night between the Pacers and Thunders. I enjoyed it. I very much did. But this is a segment that we did last summer. Listen, the game is changing. Blabbing idiots like myself who never played the game, we aren't cool. We know it at the very least. Well, most of us know it. Most of us know how unimportant we are. Most of us should know how unimportant we are. I hope you guys enjoy listening to me, but in the near future, I will be replaced by people who played the game who maybe are not the most theatrical speakers on my level. And again, I get it. It's all about names more than what those names say these days. But it is time for us to resume a segment that we did last year in honor of John Wall, who once went on a drive-by against the Houston Rockets. It's time to bring this segment back.
Give these guys a microphone.
Talk about the Rockets experience. Trash. Beyond trash.
And let them cook.
We was going to beat the shit out of Braun. They not want to see us.
Welcome to the John Wall Memorial Athlete Podcasting Game.
That's right. So who holds the title belt at this moment in time? Who is the best athlete podcaster? Well, listen, people, if you don't know who this guy is already, you're dumb. Because this guy calls himself Podcast P when he's not calling himself Playoff P, which he shouldn't call himself anymore because he's not as good as he used to be. But Paul George, everybody. Did anyone see Paul George had stopped doing podcasts in the middle of this season with the Philadelphia 76ers? Then towards the end, all of a sudden, he started doing podcasts again. The man is the king for a reason. When he came back on his podcast, he dropped this line talking about how he feels if there wasn't a LeBron James, he would have been making it to the NBA championship and winning a few back in the day.
I'm thinking about it the other day. Like, had there not been a LeBron James, I might have had one. You know what I mean? Had we not played LeBron James or there was no LeBron James, we might have had one in Indiana. You know what I mean? I felt the guy on the East. I felt like I was, we played Carmelo, got Carmelo out of there. Shout out, Mel. Played a tough Wizards with John and Bradley Beal. Nobody could come through us. Atlanta was a stacked team. Nobody could go through us. And, that was that. Got to
calm down, dude. Calm down. This is more from Paul George. I couldn't find the actual clip of this, and I'll be honest, I didn't want to watch the podcast. I didn't want to listen to the podcast. But this guy's the top of the game. When he was asked about lockdown defenders, he said, our league, the days of stoppers, they're gone. The Tony Allens, myself, I call myself a defender. Wait. He's a good defender. There's guys I can't do anything with. I just have to hope I'm there enough for this to be a tough shot for him. So the day of the stopper is over in the eyes of Paul George. So Paul George, I think, has the title as far as best athlete podcaster right now. But coming for that ass is Draymond Green, who dropped this doozy of a take earlier in the week.
I personally think making it to the NBA Finals is one of the worst seasons you can have. Going to the NBA Finals and winning an NBA championship, those two things are so far apart. You can get to the NBA Finals and not be close to winning an NBA championship. And I know that may sound hard for people to believe, but those that have won championships would definitely understand what I'm saying. Those that have been there and didn't quite win would definitely understand what I'm saying.
I love how he's just being a condescending a-hole at the end of it. Honestly, I enjoy that element of Draymond Green. I know not everybody does, and yes, he may or may not be a bit of a dirty basketball player, but I've always had a soft spot in my heart for Draymond Green. I've always felt that if he were on my team, I would love him in the same way that I love Patrick Beverley when he was with the Houston Rockets. But I love how Draymond goes about it. He's like, listen, making it to the finals is losing. You know what? It's actually it would be better to lose in the first round, and you wouldn't understand unless you'd won one. It's like, okay, so this is literally just talking about your experience. That's fine. So between that and as a texter astutely pointed out, Paul George saying, if we hadn't lost, we would have won. Yeah, that's what we got to go to start things off. I'm also curious as to if Kyrie Irving is going to make a foray into podcasting. Now that they are going to go and get Cooper Flagg, I imagine the Dallas Mavericks, I do think that there's a chance that Kyrie steers back towards trying to be the best basketball player he can be. But he was streaming back in March, and in the midst of a one-on-one basketball competitions conversation on his Twitch channel, he had this to say: let's stop allowing people to come into our culture, our spiritual game, and tell us what's right and what's wrong. And I'm talking about some of the former players, too. They have lost their way. There are some former players who just be talking chat bleep. You don't even be talking about anything. All you do is hate on the younger players. And then you got young players looking up to these older players, and we see them as, I don't want to call them our idols, but we looked up to them. And when you see somebody you respect like that and admire, talk about your journey as if it's, oh, yeah, this just something happens to you all the time. Get over it and make a bunch of money. I'm sick of that bleeping excuse, bro, that you're not allowed to feel because you make a lot of money in the NBA and you get paid. I want more Kyrie Irving podcasting, to be perfectly honest. Kyrie Irving and Aaron Rodgers, the insufferability storm that would be created from that would be very dangerous. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near it. But this is the new podcast that I'm really into. No, I'm not talking about the time that Antonio Brown and Tyreek Hill did a podcast together. We'll get to that next week in the John Wall Memorial podcast games. No, it's time to introduce an entirely new show. This is Lance Stevenson and Michael Beasley. I have no idea why this conversation, I don't even know where it started, became sexual in nature, but it definitely did. Take a listen.
I'm gonna do it to you real nice and slow. You understand? I'm gonna do it to you sexy. So I'm gonna make them people love you tonight. You understand? For real. I'm gonna make the people love you. Already. I'm gonna have you shaking ass. I'm gonna make you dance, Lance. No, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna make you dance, Lance. We're gonna get straight to it. I'm gonna bring my dancing shoes and I'm gonna tap all over that court. You understand? You better. No. Nobody in the world ever did that. Hello, everybody. Nobody at your service.
Unbelievable. I want to hear more Michael Beasley and Lance Stevenson. That was weird, but I want to hear more of it. 713-780-3776 to call into Texan. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. So we'll do a little bit more of that. If you ever see a podcast that amuses you, please tag me in the link at Gallant Says, at Johnny Mapes, at ESPN 975. I did ask the question, who is your favorite athlete podcasters? I'm very thankful that no one said The Pivot, which is brutal. Absolutely brutal. All the Smoke is definitely a good nominee. B. Hannon and both and Jack and Matt also said that as well. So there you go. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I will work it into the show. Junior Broncos asks the question, Paul, what's the name for your kitty cats? That's a good question. So these days, I'm calling Aria Monkey, Munkles, Flooflebutt, and Stinklebutt, and Stinky. I don't even think she's either of the latter. But yeah, the amount of times I've called my cat Aria by her name Very rare. It's generally just some stupid name. And I also speak to her in a weird voice. And if you judge me, you know what? You just don't have a heart and you don't have a soul. And clearly you don't have empathy for animals. You Michael Vick-esque mother bleeper. Yeah, you heard what I said. It's cool to talk to your cats in this very strange way, okay? Anyway, Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. There was a big breakup yesterday. What's your favorite breakup in sports history? And shout out to, at the very least, can we all agree, a person who's very amusing in front of a microphone, remembering one of the most important days in American history. Next, stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting from Kemah Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
We are live at Kemah Boardwalk. As Mr. Voice Guy said, you should come out, hang out. We're going to be here all afternoon. You're going to have a chance as part of our summer circuit to register and potentially win a pair of e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Stop by the promo table. We're hanging out at the Kima Boardwalk inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. We're going to be hanging out every single Friday at places all across Houston. Did want to give, as someone who is the grandson of 2 World War II veterans, one of whom fought in Europe in the Army, and the other one who fought in the Navy in the South Pacific. Today, goodness gracious, it's pretty crazy to think how far we have come. It's the 81st anniversary of D-Day, the largest seaborne invasion in history, launching the liberation of Western Europe from actual Nazi, a word that gets thrown around far too loosely today, occupation, invasions on 5 beaches: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword. For all the World War II history buffs out there, I highly encourage, if you haven't already, I'm pretty sure everyone's seen this movie, but if you've never seen the movie Saving Private Ryan, I don't think any movie paints a picture of what those brave men went through better than that. I mean, I can't believe people made it out of that thing alive. The bravery to go into this and fight a war to liberate countries you're not a part of because it was the right thing to do. It's a selflessness that I don't think we have anymore. It would be cool if we could all have it again someday, but it's hard to. I mean, the last time it really felt like as a country we kind of felt that way was right after September 11th. So always want to talk about D-Day whenever I can, and I know it got a little serious and a little somber here, but it is June 6th, and I feel like it's one of the most important days in the history of the world. And it was a hell of an invasion. You know, you take a look at some of the things that were done. They did some trickery. They made it seem like they were going to land at a specific beach. They went to another. They caught the Germans essentially napping at the time. I don't think Hitler found out about it until the afternoon because he was probably on drugs and a deep sleep. I think the major general of that time, I want to say it was Rommel. I think they moved him from Africa back to Europe. I want to say also was unaware of what was going on because he may or may not have been at a party the night before. So a lot of things hit the fan for the Nazis, but thankfully they did. Anyway, speaking of, since it is D-Day and I always like to keep this show light, this listen, I know not everyone likes the guy, okay? But every now and then, President Trump says something that makes me laugh very hard. So to see him with the Chancellor of Germany talking about D-Day yesterday, oh my God, this is hilarious.
June 6th, tomorrow, this is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once ended a war in Europe. And I think this is in your hand in specific, in ours.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant.
This was not a great
in the
day.
long run, Mr. President, this was the liberation of my country from Nazi dictatorship.
That's true.
So it's true.
He was polite at the very end there. Here's the thing. Germany likes to deny it ever happened. Like, they bury their head in the sand. Essentially, for those who weren't following the TV show Nathan For You and you haven't watched the rehearsal, essentially what's happened is that Paramount has taken off one specific episode that talks about essentially anti-Semitism because Germany was uncomfortable with it. Because Germany just wants to make it seem like nothing ever happened 80 years ago. And I disagree with that. I feel like when you do something bad that embarrasses, yourself in front of the whole world, now obviously a great deal further than embarrassment, you don't get to just have us all forget about it. Even if it was generations ago, like, no, you guys did that thing, and it was bad for you at the time, because a lot of you did not seem to want liberation at that moment in time. Just saying. So I thought it was pretty funny. Rubbing your ally's nose in the dirt for a little bit. Hey, remember that time you peed yourself? Hey, remember that time you started a war against everybody that you never were going to win and then murdered a lot of people along the way? We don't forget. That's why I think it's ridiculous we're playing football games in Germany. Paul, my God, get back to sports. Fine. There was a big breakup last night / yesterday afternoon. If you missed it already, just check it out. You can't not find it. It's all over the internet. You know what I'm talking about. So it got me thinking, what are the best breakups in sports? Got a couple of texts already. This is a good one. This one was talking about maybe the best breakup that we had between superstar athletes in the recent past? Shaq and Kobe. Oh, yeah. I mean, for God's sakes, you had Shaq singing a song about Kobe, rapping a song about Kobe. Hey, Kobe, tell me how my ass tastes. That was a specific line from it. Was it a good line? No, not really, but that is something that happened right there. That is something that happened. So, yep, that's a good one. The big three in Brooklyn breakup both times. Well, I enjoyed the last one personally. I enjoyed it. Durant, Harden, all that going up in smoke. Kyrie, two of my least favorite players at the time. And Durant. I feel for Durant. I do feel for Durant. I hope Durant gets his title at some point. He's a fun guy. I enjoy how honest he is on the internet. The 2019 Nationals, Eric the Driver also brings up, how about every time the Marlins won a World Series? Every single time. Hey, we won a World Series, and let's strip parts. They have 2 World Series. The Marlins have as many World Series victories as the Astros. Doesn't that piss you off? It should piss everybody off. Imagine you're a Cubs fan, and you see the Marlins win 2 World Series before you finally saw the Cubs win the World Series last decade. It took 100+ years. The Marlins win it twice. Twice. Unbelievable. Same thing with the White Sox, too. The White Sox went slightly longer than the Boston Red Sox, but no one talks about it. The White Sox were 17-17 to 2005 when they took out the Astros in the World Series. But Boston really did a good job of painting Red Sox fans as victims, even though, I was one of them, and we were insufferable people. Come on. Why is that a longer streak? Why is that more significant than the White Sox, the Cubs? I always felt like it was. Speaking of breakups, this one was tough for me. Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. I took Belichick's side. I will never get over that. It was like Peter doubting Jesus or denying Jesus. Same thing. Paul, no, it's not the same thing. It was very sacrilegious. Whatever. For me, that's what it was, okay? Best breakups in sports history. I think the Houston Rockets are merited in breaking up from Jalen Green after this. I was on X last night, and I saw a post from @RedNationBlogger, and I thought, this has got to be AI, because everything these days is AI. But he posted a screen grab that looked to be from Jalen Green's Instagram story. And you see in bold letters, it says second team. And you're like, wait a second. Is Jalen Green second team all NBA in something? No. It says right above second team, it says all league fits. Jalen Green made second team outfits in the NBA courtesy, and I'm not kidding, this is a real thing. I went on the website, it's there, and he reposted this like he's proud of it. Jalen Green is second team all league fits. And okay, maybe it's one, right? Maybe it's just one post that he did this. No, he literally posted to his Instagram story another award that he won for his outfits, which are called fits. God, I want to throw myself off this awesome Kima Boardwalk right now reading these stories. The 15 best tunnel fits of the 2024-2025 season from Complex Style. Jalen Green, 15th. What the hell? Jalen, okay. Listen, I'm one of the few people that's actually been nice to Jalen after everything that went down. Okay? Like the Warriors are throwing a lot of attention at him. Is he as bad as he's being made out to be? I don't think so. He's young. Can he get better? Sure. I'm not married to the guy, but I don't think that he's as bad as everyone made him out to be. He was bad in that series for sure. Hopefully it's a learning experience for him. I don't know what's going to happen next year. But, man, Jalen, you got to stop making yourself so easy for the online folks, for the bullies. You got to stop, man. If you got to paint your nails, you got to paint your nails, okay? If you got a special relationship with Josh Christopher that involves roughhousing. Hey, listen, everyone roughhouses. Maybe not like that, but everyone roughhouses. That's fine too. But you can't You can't do this. You can't post this to your Instagram story, man. You can't. You got to know better. This is not the time. If you played well in that series, sure. If you played well in that series, awesome. No. Now, yeah, that's a breakup-worthy offense. That is a red flag right there. So there you go. So ask Gallant anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Some other breakups. DeAndre Hopkins in Houston. Well, here's the thing with DeAndre Hopkins. He was traded. He didn't break up with the Texans. It was more the Texans just dumped him off to the side. From the 281, when's the last time you read a book? So it's actually been picking back up, but it took me some time to get there. I was like a year out of doing this. So I'm rotating between 3 books, okay? 1, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Bleep. 2, and I forget the title of it, but it's this book about the history of Texas. I think it might just be called Lone Star. It's a very long book. These are the kind of books I read when I'm a little bit too wired at night to help me fall asleep. And the other one, this is going to sound so lame. Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. Yeah. Don't I sound like such a tryhard? I think I do. Just a little bit like a tryhard right there. Someone texted it also on an Ask Alone Anything Friday. What's the best coffee in Houston? Look, there's a lot of coffee shops out there. I'm a big believer that the best coffee is H-E-B Texas Pecan Coffee. I don't like going to a coffee shop and spending $5 on a cup of coffee when I can make a pot of coffee at my home for significantly less that probably tastes just as good, if not better. So that's my answer on that front. There are a lot of cool coffee spots. I always enjoyed going to Toot Sweet in East Downtown. Agora is a fun date spot if you've ever gone. Empire Cafe is pretty good. But honestly, my favorite coffee place is my house. So now you know. It's an Ask Alone Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Astros took 2 or 3 against the Pirates over the weekend. And we're going to talk about that offense of theirs and the success of a starter whom this guy thinks should be in a different role. Lance McCullers with Jeremy Booth, our Astros front office insider, next. It's the Paul Gallant Show live from the Kemah Boardwalk as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in town. And yep, we're at the Kima Boardwalk. Come on out here. We're hanging out inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room on the Kima Boardwalk. Got a nice view of the water from here. And if you come out here and go and register at our promo table, you have a chance to win two of those Power On Electrical Bicycle Company e-bikes. It's $4,000 value. So come on out here, and we're going to be hanging out at all sorts of different places across Houston every single Friday this summer as part of our summer circuits. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. So, a lot of stuff to dive into over the course of today's show. And on this Ask Gallant Anything Friday, I figured, hey, let's just keep this conversation going about the best breakups in sports. We're going to push Jeremy Booth back to 115. Some interesting responses from you, the people. Tiger Woods and his SUV's windows was quite the divorce back in the day, says 409 Josh. I don't know why I said it like that, like I'm from New York. What about Tiger Woods' wife finding out he was cheating on her? That was a bad breakup. Oh, right you are. Right you are on that. That is something else. That one, the way it went down, because we were all like, wait a second. This is what Tiger Woods does? This is what Tiger Woods is all about? Tiger Woods is a noted poon hound. Like, that was a discovery and a half. I remember when that went down, I felt like I lost a little innocence inside, you know. I felt like at that moment in time that I would never believe in a little thing that we like to call love. Some others as far as breakups go. Deshaun Watson in Houston. Yeah, that one was a weird one because it started off with Deshaun Watson just saying, hey, man, I'm never going to play for you again. And then all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. At least 24. At least 24. Yes, at least 24 different places. Different people accused him of sexual misconduct. 24. Yeah, man. Not good. Not good. And then on top of that, it took the Texans a while to get rid of him. That Nick Caserio got as much for him, and with how bad Watson has played, I really think a lot of you people, yes, I said you people, who give Caserio crap, I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to give him crap, at least because of that move. Like, C.J. Stroud would have to flame out completely. Will Anderson would have to flame out completely. Derek Stingley, Nico Collins, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock. The list goes on and on and on. A lot of things would have to go wrong for this to not work out so well. Also, hey, as far as breakups go, this one, I don't really agree with this one, but Kurt Warner and Larry Fitzgerald? That wasn't a breakup. What are you talking about? I think just Kurt Warner just retired. The Eagles, Terrell Owens and Donovan McNabb team. Oh, yeah, that one was brutal. T.O.'s doing sit-ups in his driveway. I mean, in T.O.'s defense, he had just played a Super Bowl on a broken leg. Eagles fans hated him when all that went down at the end. Hated him. Was it merited? I don't know. I mean, it was the best Super Bowl performance in Eagles history at that moment in time before Nick Foles. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. The last segment, some people asked, Paul, what's your favorite coffee stop? I said, I don't like the coffee stops as much as I like just HEB, Texas Pecan coffee. Someone texted in, Black Rifle coffee is better. Well, unless there's Texas Pecan Black Rifle coffee, like, okay. You know, I get that a lot of people like the Black Rifle coffee. I get it. I've never had it myself. If they endorsed me, I would 100% drink it all the time. And I would say that it's my favorite coffee. I would. But for now, I just got to tell you what I like. And it's El Tiempo margaritas. And on top of that, it's HEB Texas Pecan Coffee. Okay? Okay. Hey, what else do we have here on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? Eric the driver asks this doozy. Paul, you can no longer live in any place you've previously lived. Money is not an issue. Where are you moving to? I would really enjoy Japan, I think, but I'd have to learn Japanese. South of France would be good. I have a vague understanding of France. I really enjoyed Croatia when I went there on a yacht week trip, and I don't even know if I'd have to learn their local language to hang out there. But probably somewhere by the water. I've never been to Key West. I know there's lots of cats roaming around on Key West, so that might be a whole lot of fun too. So I'm thinking somewhere tropical, somewhere where the old paste machine can get out in the sun and get skin cancer. That's what I'm looking for, a place like that. I want to become a wrinkly raisin when I'm dying, at the very end. So all those places would be good. Anyway, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Having some difficulties on the internet side of things. So we'll get to some more of your questions on the other side. You know how to get aboard. Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Coming up next, Jeremy Booth, our Houston Astros front office insider, will join us to talk about the state of the Houston Astros, Lance McCullers' success, the offensive struggles outside of last night, and a whole lot more. It's the Paul Gallant Show, live at the Kemah Boardwalk as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. You enter the promo code 975, and you know what I'm about to do. This is always so fun to do this in public. Paul, what's Rise Health all about? Well, I'm talking about the Red Max strips. I'm talking about pants tents, everybody. These things get you back in the game. They're revolutionary dissolving strips. You put it under your tongue. Sildenafil, tadalafil, oxytocin. Boom! Harder, yes. Longer-lasting results. It's discreet, unlike this advertisement in public. Easy to use, and up to 5 times faster than pills. All you got to do is go to risehealth.com, complete a quick questionnaire, connect with a U.S. board-certified doctor, and you'll get the Rise Red Max strips right away. That promo code 975 gets you 20% off your first order. Rise up, you'll rise up with risehealth.com.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting from Kima Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. And joining us right now on the HR&P guest line, the one and only Houston Astros front office insider for ESPN Houston. He is Jeremy Booth. Jeremy, I'm just going to rip off the Band-Aid. Lance McCullers is a starter.
Now, because he's able to start games, stand out there for the first pitch to make him the starter. But I'm happy that he's having a better run of it. Right, we've seen this out of him before. The question's always going to be longevity, not whether or not he can do it. And right now, they need it anyway, so it's working out for both of them.
I mean, the last two starts, though, have been really good. I get they're against very bad offenses. It doesn't shake your opinion at all.
No, not one bit. I mean, he's got a body of work now that's, a decade long, right? And he gets hurt when he throws innings the way he does it and can be breaking balls. He can't deny that. Just because he can stand out there and start. Let me put it this way. Would you rather have Lance McCullers out there every third year for 20 starts, or would you rather have him every night in the bullpen for 80 leverage innings a year? Which would you rather prefer? Because for me, the value that stays on the mound and stays in the bullpen and shuts stuff down, it keeps him off the IL is what we're looking for. Doesn't mean he can't take the ball and start the game as the first pitch and throw some strikes. Just, we're good with them missing 2-3 years and then getting back out there for 20 times. I'm okay with it. That's a you call. But for me, I'd rather have him available every night.
Okay. Well, what if now riddle me this? Okay, there's a movie, and it was based off of something that actually took place in baseball a few years ago. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a 12-year-old boy, and he breaks his elbow. And then all of a sudden, after a couple of surgeries, his arm is really, really amazing. And he throws a ball back from left field to home plate at a Cubs game. And then he becomes the rookie of the year. So what if Lance McCullers has just become that? With all these surgeries, they finally figured it out.
Yeah, then we've got some bionic stuff going on. And he's a lot older than 12. Last I checked. I don't know if that matches, but I hear where you're going with it. You know what? If you want to dream that way, TJ, we can dream that way. You know what I mean? We can dream. We can write a script, but I'm just hoping the next time we see him is in 2028. That's all I'm saying.
Jeremy Booth, our Houston Astros front office insider, on the HR&P guest line. So we've had lots of conversations about the Astros and their offense. They have really struggled, in particular in the first inning. They're one of the worst teams in baseball, the first inning at the plate. And I know how you felt the lineup order. It is really important to how this team fares. Hell, we even saw Dusty Baker in a recent interview talking about how he felt it was such an important thing to have Jeremy Pena higher up in the order during the 2022 season. So right now at the top of your order, you've got Jeremy Pena leading off. He has been thriving in that role. You got Isaac Paredes batting second. Without Yordan Alvarez in there, you have Altuve batting third, and you have Christian Walker still batting in the cleanup spot. I really wonder, Jeremy, at what point the Astros are going to think about moving Walker back in the order, because I know that he has had a couple of contributions over the last couple of weeks, but you take a look at his numbers and you compare it to cleanup hitters across the sport, and, I mean, they're very, very lacking.
Yeah, he's got to be a Christian Walker. He's going to have to move down the order as soon as Alvarez is able to return. They got to lengthen that line, right? I don't know what options you have until Jordan comes back, but I do know that when he does, you kind of don't have a choice, and not moving him down might be considered malpractice. With that in mind, you started off with Jeremy Pena thriving at the top of the order, and it boggles the mind why we haven't done that, or why they didn't do that sooner. But now that he's there, it's about putting people around him to continue to lengthen that lineup and drag guys in. I don't think Altuve hits third forever. I think he's going to the 2 spot, and I think Alvarez is in the 3 spot. And you find some shuffling. Maybe it stays the way it is. I don't know. I think there's some interesting pieces, but I do know that Christian Walker's going to have to get out of that 4th spot and move down a little bit. He needs to get into a place where he's going to get some more fastballs and some more danger type of situations, some more ambush type situations where pitchers have to throw to him, or there's nothing on base, and he can kind of swing hard in case you hit a type approach. Because right now, that's how he's boxing himself into hitting anyway. So putting him in a better spot besides 4, where you have to be more of a high contact guy, then is really in the imminent future as soon as Alvarez.
Gotcha. Okay, but and that does stink that they're going to have to wait for Jordan, because the latest communication that we got from Dana Brown was that on Wednesday, when he joins the Astros flagship, as he does every single week, is that much like when he finally told us that Jordan Alvarez had an actual fracture in his hand, he's still at, I guess, 60%. I mean, it's gotten comical, Jeremy, the way that the Astros medical and training staff have, at least through Dana Brown or through Joe Espada, explained what Astros players are dealing with. As someone who's been in a baseball front office, how does communication get this bad? And how does double checking things like the Astros seemingly have failed to do when it comes to so many injuries get to a point like this? Because we're at the point now with them, if we weren't already, where they just look incompetent regularly. And we're living in the hospital capital of the United States, and this is a problem for a professional baseball team.
All that's fair. I would say that if I'm in Dana's shoes, this way it's gotten this bad. The biggest thing I'm concerned with is the misdiagnosis part. I want to know why we're always missing. I want to know why guys' rehabs are always going off the rails. I want to know why people aren't returning. And I have major questions as to how not only we're developing guys internally as to why we're getting to those places, but also why we don't know any better. And, from a Dana standpoint, I'm sorry, my question was always, they don't really owe us anything. They don't have to tell the media anything. They don't. They can just be very general and move on, and no one's going to fault them for that. But the answers they give are so opposite of what the actual truth is that it becomes something where either Dana and company, and I'm only picking Dana because he's a GM, not because it's him doing it. But if you're at the front of that and you're telling the media and the public one thing and it's a 180, either you're lying, which is never something anybody wants to say, or they're lying to you. And if it's incompetence or them lying to you and you're telling the latest version of the truth, as somebody I once used to say, then that's a problem, because now you've lost credibility with the organization, and people are going to look at you as if you can't plan, prepare, and people look at you as if you don't know what you're doing either. So if I'm Dana, I've had enough of this, and I hate to say it this way because I hate to call people's jobs, but I'm gutting that medical staff because I'm not getting the right answers. And incompetence is being gentle. It's being gentle. And I think that you got to kind of go from the bottom up and say everybody's on. We're starting over. People know what they're doing.
Jeremy Booth, our Houston Astros front office insider, with us on ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 97.5. I'm with you. I feel bad for Dana, because Dana's the one that keeps on getting put in this spot, and he has to answer questions about like calcification and things that he should never have to talk about. Joe Espada has been put in a couple of difficult spots on this same front as well. So I'm with you here. I at the very least liked hearing Dana when talking about it on Wednesday, saying, there will probably be some changes going forward. But, man, I wonder what changes you can make with the guys who are currently running it. And honestly, they should be the ones making themselves available to talk about this stuff. Now, when it comes to Dana Brown, I don't know if you saw last night where Dana Brown was getting into it with Pittsburgh Pirates officials and umpires over the wackiness of last night's game, where last night's game began with an hour and 15-minute delay that featured no rain before another hour and 45-minute delay. And Dana Brown was pissed off about this afterwards and started yelling because he wasn't thrilled with the way things were going. I actually really like this element of Dana Brown. Brown is always somebody, Jeremy, that I've seen at the podium, and he's talking like a politician and being positive and optimistic. But seeing that he was saying something that pissed off some of the Pittsburgh Pirates last night made me like him a little bit more.
Yeah, Dana's got a lot of fire. He's not somebody that likes to sit in mediocrity. He's not somebody that likes to lose. He's not somebody that likes, being on the other side of it. And, if you're him, and you're fighting every day, and the players on the club are fighting every day, and you're watching a club that you know is better because offensively they are, or should be anyway, a better club ability-wise than what they're playing like. It's gonna come out at some point, especially if you think you're getting shafted or on short end of the stick. When you're not playing as well as you can, or you're losing, or any number of factors, everything that goes against you seems to be like it's piling on, right? It's not as simple as it's taking it in stride because the games start to matter. And as we get to the midpoint of the year, we approach that point. The second half, there's some decisions to be made. They've got Framber Valdez and a vault of other things they need to make decide on that they haven't decided on yet, simply because of the reason, right? So there's a lot they have to do, and a lot of decisions in these games, each one at a time. Every bat starts to matter. Every inning starts to matter. Every pitch starts to matter. Every situation off the field starts to matter because it dictates what your next moves are. And Jim Crane comes to you and says, "What are we doing?" And so Dana's probably spilling over a little bit with frustration, and deservedly so. This team has not performed the way they should offensively. And I said they were a 500 club all year, so have you, so have many people. But the struggles offensively and medically are baffling. And if I'm Dana, I'm losing my mind. That's about what it is. That's probably what.
And what's crazy is, they're a game and a half up on the Mariners in the American League West. We just saw the Rangers have an epic choke job last night. They're up 3-2 on the Tampa Bay Rays with the bases loaded and 2 outs, and somehow they allowed 2 runs on what should have been a routine ground out because someone forgot to cover first base. Pretty amazing play if you haven't seen it already. And the Mariners seem to be falling back to earth because their offense, much like the Rangers' offense, is not very good. So, yeah, I know Dana in front of a microphone is going to be positive and optimistic, and he thinks that the offense is going to get going and they're going to get on a run at some point. But I'm with you from this perspective at the very least. Like, right now, the offense is what it is, and I think that to expect it to get better, especially when you've been getting great play out of Jeremy Pena and great play out of Jake Myers, guys who you weren't probably expecting to get this kind of play from to begin the year. I mean, I know Jordan's going to come back, but how much better does Jordan make this offense? It's a weird spot to be, and I know the big problem for them as far as if they wanted to bolster this offense is that just given the way that their farm system is set up, they don't really have a lot to offer in terms of training for something in the here and now. Hey, it's great to finally see a lefty bat in Jacob Melton that's in the lineup a couple of times, but after that, yeah, I'm really curious as to what kind of moves they can make. When he was asked about maybe making a move earlier, Jeremy, Dana Brown said that, yeah, we're always in the market for pitching. And I thought it was interesting that he brought up pitching before the offense.
You say it this way. If you asked Dana going into the season where he thought they were going to be fine, he would tell you offensively. I think we always knew the rotation was a little bit light. I think everybody knew that. And, I think Dana felt that he had some depth in AAA that could come from short the bullpen, and he did some innings that way, right? But I don't think he anticipated what they've run into offensively, which is why he's thinking about his depth. His need has always been on the mound. And so I'm going to say this one, all right? And I obviously don't work for the club. I've never worked for the club, and let's just get it out that I never would or will work for the club. No offense to anybody that's there. But I'll say this. Jeremy Pena hitting on the top of the order was about as no-brainer a decision as anybody could have made in the last 15 years in this game. And they took 2 years to get the analysts out of the way. And if you listen to Dusty Baker, it was longer than that, right? He had to fight. So if you're messing up that decision, then I question your process from top to bottom with the guys that are moving the X's and O's around. I want to know what you're doing. If I'm Dana, I have zero confidence in that. And then I'm looking at Alex Cintron, and I'm issuing a direct challenge to Joe Espada and Alex Cintron to get my all-star professional hitters clicking. Because I've got Jake Myers playing far better than anybody ever thought he would, except for the analysts who've given him so many at-bats, that it's unusual, is putting it gently, to see how many bats this guy's gotten to make himself a major league hitter. Okay, so for me, I got some significant challenges and questions going on in the clubhouse. And so when Dana talks about pitching, he knows he needs arms. He doesn't think he needs bats. He shouldn't need bats. He needs arms. He might need an outfielder. Might need one more. He doesn't need 5 more. Right? And the way that they're playing, they need some overhaul. They need some guys to get off the roster and move around. If you were just doing this where money wasn't an issue and years weren't an issue, you're moving guys. So that's why he's talking about pitching. That's still going to be their glaring need. And the offensive personnel he's got that they have on that roster is good enough to win. They need to turn that around because this division's up for grabs, even at 500. This is an up for grabs division.
He is Jeremy Booth, our Houston Astros front office insider. I will say that I'd gladly work for the Astros, but that's because I think they pay a little more money. But I would still do this show. I would want to do both. I would want to pull a Doug Gottlieb. Jeremy, what's going on with the Future Stars Series? FutureStarsSeries.com.
Now, right now, I'm actually I'm on location. I was on location earlier, out of the country. I'm back in the country on location, going to see some players, saw some guys that are 17, 18 years old that will be 16 years old, first-round draft picks in the next year or two. That will be in Houston this summer, playing at University of Houston and San Jac and Houston Christian, as well as Episcopal High School, the venues that we have our events at. Right there in the month of July in the city of Houston, some of the best players across the planet will be there as we form into the Stars of tomorrow. Currently, I am driving by Oracle Park up here in San Francisco and looking for find some more guys to bring down there to our fine city. So it's a good time. It's an exciting time as we build forward in draft operations and helping players move ahead. So looking forward to July.
Jeremy, always good hearing from you. Good luck as you continue to get this thing going, and we'll see you soon. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, man. All right.
He is Jeremy Booth, our Houston Astros front office insider. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are 90 days away from the start of the NFL season. Do you want to hear the time an NFL player who wore number 90 roasted my mom? You will on the other side. This actually happened. Stick around. Yes, football right around the corner. We are 90 days away from the start of the NFL season. It's getting close, very close. Who's the best number 90 in NFL history? Is it Julius Peppers? Is it TJ Watt already? Is it Jason Pierre-Paul and his special hand? Don't play with fireworks, kids. I know we're getting close to the 4th of July. Don't play with fireworks. Javon Curse was a fun one. Super freak. Ndamukong Suh with the Detroit Lions. DeMarcus Lawrence. Or could it be 2006 first overall pick that disappointed many, but probably was the best first overall pick that could have been made in that draft? Mario Williams. Mario Williams had a pretty successful career for those who don't know. Mario Williams, sure, I mean, he only with the Houston Texans for a little bit of time. But Williams, over his career, had 97.5 sacks. I mean, that's pretty damn good. We were talking about some of the guys that had a ton of sacks. That's only, I think, that's less than 20, less than J.J. Watt. But people looked at him and they're like, oh, this guy doesn't care. Oh, this guy doesn't try. Then you've also got first overall pick in 2014, Jadeveon Clowney, who is still in the NFL. He has been all over the place. He has played since 2018 for 6 different teams. Texans, Seahawks, Titans, Browns for 2 years, Ravens, Panthers. Is he a free agent right now? Honestly, I'm not even sure if he's on a team at this moment in time. Whatever the case, and I'll look this up as we play this audio, because he was released by the Panthers last month. That'll be funny if he came back to Houston. And over the course of his career, how many sacks does Clowney have? I am actually curious on this front before we toss to the fun audio. 58 sacks over his career. So definitely not what you're looking for. But I think as far as defenders go, this guy was one of the best run defenders in the NFL. Maybe an effort level. That's always something that was frustrating. I know Bill O'Brien always wondered about him as a worker bee. He had a reputation in certain cities as a dirty player, specifically with the Philadelphia Eagles. There are multiple games that Clowney has played against the Eagles where he hit Eagles quarterbacks hard, whether it was Nick Foles or Carson Wentz, with the Texans and with the Seahawks. And Eagles fans got very mad about it. Specifically, my mother. My mother is an Eagles fan. So when I was working in Seattle, one day I decided, I'm going to call my mom and see how she feels about Jadeveon Clowney, because there is a Texans, not Texans. There was a Seahawks-Eagles game, and Clowney lit up whoever the Eagles quarterback was at the time, leading to this exchange with my mother.
What did you think about the play where Jadeveon Clowney hit Carson Wentz from behind?
Jadeveon, oh my goodness, you were naughty. You were just a naughty boy. After McDougal knocked him down, didn't quite have to bang your helmet into his helmet. I do like Jadeveon's play.
Yeah.
He was effective. I don't know whether you want to assassinate the other quarterback, but there you go.
Football's a violent game, though, Mom, as I've said before.
It is. It is, Paul. You're lucky I let you play it. But I've come to like Clown. I feel like he's my bad son. Like he's bad, he's naughty, but I do think he's effective. He knows he crossed the line. I'd like to meet his mother. I'd like to meet his mom and see what she says. Because we like our boys to be nice and good and kind.
I think my mom bought me a Be Kind coffee mug for Christmas after this exchange. So here's what's really funny. My old co-host in Seattle, Danny O'Neill, who I hope is doing well. I enjoyed doing the show with him. Danny went to a Seahawks-Eagles playoff game, and right in front of Sal Palantonio of ESPN, who's basically an Eagles honk. Like, he tries to claim neutral bias. No, I remember what you were like during Spygate. You would have lost anyway, bitch. In Super Bowl 39. I was there. McNabb was puking up a storm. Signs didn't matter. But here is Danny O'Neill asking Jadeveon Clowney if he had anything to say to my mom.
I'm sorry to send your guys home today. How you doing, Kitchen? It's your boy JD Clowney here. I just come to say, bye Eagles, bye. Not fly Eagles, fly. No, I'm joking.
Kitsy was a little worried or upset at last year's hit on Nick Foles.
Oh, she gonna hate me this year probably. I'm sorry, Kitsy, but I'm just playing the game. I had no intentions to hurt him.
Any parting words for Kitsy?
Any party words? Have fun in all season, Kitsy. I'll see you second round.
Oh, man. So I will love him forever for that. Truly. I always thought he was like a fun person. I get that he didn't live up to the expectations of a number one overall pick, but I think anyone who makes it, as long as he's made it in the NFL, I don't think you can call him a bust. I think there's a lot of other guys that in that number one spot that you could say that about. So Jadeveon Clowney's my favorite number 90, entirely because of that exchange. God, that was so funny. Bye, Eagles, bye. Sal Palantonio right there, witnessing him say, bye, Eagles, bye. Probably cried a little bit inside. Love it. Yeah, that's what happens when you go after the Pats, dude. That's what happens when you go after my guys, dude. Anyway, it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We are live at the Kima Boardwalk. I feel bad. One texter texted in, walked the entire Kima Boardwalk. Did not see you guys. It's too hot to walk again, but good luck down there today. We're hanging out, not on the actual boardwalk, thank God. I would be sweating, and I think our equipment would probably melt. It's a rather sunny and humid day, as they tend to get this time of year. But we are inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. So we're inside the arcade in the back room. Come out, say hi, and you can register to potentially win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. $4,000 value. You just got to stop by the promo table again in the back room with the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Kima Boardwalk. What a hidden gem, seriously. I am kind of mad at myself that I've never come down here before. Didn't know it looked like this, didn't know it was like this at all. It's great. Anyway, you know how to jump in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Coming up next, Dusty Baker is back in our lives. I love seeing this. And did an extension that a Houston sports coach just got mean another one should be getting his really soon? We will discuss. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting from Kima Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
If you are watching along on YouTube or Twitch, you might see that I'm saluting. Now, most of that salute is directed towards all of those who fought for our country to save the world from evil on D-Day, June 6, 1944. But it's also partly to salute our former fearless leader, Dusty Baker, old Papa, ex-skipper of our beloved Houston Astros. He's back in the news. I always felt that Dusty got unfairly treated while he was here. He was second guessed on a level that I feel that A.J. Hinch never was, despite valid reasons too. Hell, I think there were times that he was second guessed more than Joe Espada's been second guessed to start his career as Astros manager. A book came out from baseball writer Scott Miller. It's called Skipper, Why Baseball Managers Matter and Always Will. Dusty Baker and Cito Gaston, his longtime friend and former teammate, are featured in a chapter about how baseball hasn't really had many black managers. Hell, there's just two in the game right now. Very few opportunities are given to them. And at some point when talking about, I guess, that struggle, Baker, who definitely has a lot of tenure as far as baseball managers go, even if it didn't come with the success that everybody wanted, talked about some of the things that he did that were in direct contrast to what the Astros front office in 2022 wanted to do. By the way, they won a World Series in 2022. In direct opposition to, I guess, Jim Crane, Jeff Bagwell, the Astros Letterman Jacket, Skull and Bones Society. And on top of that, too, the general manager's office, which was led by James Click at the time. Here's what Dusty told Scott Miller, quote, "Nobody wanted Yuli Gurriel to play. Nobody wanted Maldi to catch. The operations people didn't want Pena to bat second either. But I've got to do what I think is right. You know, I'm a numbers man too. I've always used numbers. Always. But I don't use them 100%. There are no absolutes in this game." Yes, you're right. Period. "Whether I go with my feelings or whether I go with numbers, there are no absolutes because the opposition can change your absolute formula by a blooper or a homer or a walk or whatever it is." That's true, Dusty Baker. I'm high-fiving you back. By the way, Dusty Baker invented the high five. You're right, BS Flea on the Twitch. He went a little bit further talking about those three decisions that he made during the 2022 World Series. The Yuli Gurriel decision was a ballsy one, considering, yes, Yuli had won the batting title the season before and was not so good in 2022. I remember going into 2022, everyone was excited that Yuli was in better shape in the season where he had hit 347 and been a Gold Glover. Like, it was an awesome season that he put together. And people were excited. Like, hey, he's in better shape now. And then he stunk, which just goes to show you that being in the sexiest shape as far as you can be does not necessarily mean you will be the best athlete you can be. But on Yuli Gurriel, I mean, struggling during the regular season. They didn't want to play him in the postseason, the Astros front office, but he hit 347 in the postseason. He hit 316 in the World Series, the 5 games that he started at first base, and he got hurt in Game 5. Honestly, thankfully, the Astros won in Game 6 because that could have been a problem. Meanwhile, he talked about the Martin Maldonado decision. This decision was my favorite one because, yes, a lot of metrics suggested that Maldi as a batter wasn't good. And it always felt like his defensive presence was overstated. And I felt this way at first, but then I saw so many people that were like dumping on Dusty Baker entirely because of Martin Maldonado usage. And by the way, Maldonado splitting time with Yainer Diaz, that's when Yainer Diaz has looked the best at the plate. Just saying. Just saying. But anyway, to bring it back to his decision to play Maldi as much as he did. Maldi started 11 of 12 postseason games for the Astros in those World Series where they did have, I think, Christian Vasquez as the alternative catcher if they wanted him. Game 4 was the one game that in the World Series, Maldonado didn't catch. Vasquez caught a combined no-hitter. So some people were like, hey, why does Vasquez play more? Maldonado hit just 207 and drove in 2 runs in the postseason. But he did start the winning rally in Game 6 by crowding the plate and being hit by a pitch to start the 6th inning with the Astros trailing 1-0. So listen, man, Maldi doesn't play in those games. You know, it's a feeling thing. It's not a numbers thing. I'm going to side with Dusty Baker here. Do the Astros win the World Series? I don't know. You can't say that they would have, for sure. You can't. They won the World Series with Maldi. Would they have won it without him? You can't say for sure that they would have. And I love being able to throw that at the baseball dorks because I know that pisses them off so much. They get so mad about the idea that Maldi should play more. Defensive mastermind, Martin Maldonado. Meanwhile, the Jeremy Pena decision, Dusty Baker weighed in on that. Pena, the rookie shortstop, batted second the entire postseason, hitting safely in 11 of 12 games with 4 homers and 8 RBIs. Became the first rookie to win American League Championship Series and World Series MVP honors in the same postseason. Yeah, he was awesome. Was it because he was batting second? I don't know. But obviously he has been great in the leadoff spot. Baker said one of the reasons that he stuck with Pena in that 2 spot was based off of something that he had heard one-on-one from former Michigan football coach Bo Schembechler. Things you can see in a player's face helped sell him on Pena. He was out there with other young players, and like Bo said, you could see fear, you could see anxiety, or you could see that kid doesn't have a scared bone in his body. Or you can see intelligence, you can see heart. You can see it all by looking at his face. I don't know if I can see that, but hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dusty gets another victory lap. I know that Dusty Baker was far from a perfect manager, but I enjoyed Dusty when he was here. And I felt like he got a lot of an undue crap that other managers and other coaches in town haven't got. And, I mean, ultimately, he was pretty damn successful, no? I mean, didn't they go to an ALCS every single year? 2-2 in the ALCS, 1-1 in World Series. I mean, they didn't miss a beat without A.J. Hinch. That could have blown up tremendously in their face, and I do think that the role of a manager in baseball is overstated to a degree, but that could have blown up horribly. It didn't. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask on Anything Friday. From the 713, Paul, are you going to ride the Kima Bullet today down at the Kima Boardwalk? I don't know. Roller coasters scare me. All of them. Well-built ones or ones that look old. I'm not going to lie, this one looks a little bit old. Just a little bit.
Don't do it.
Don't do it?
Nah.
Have you been on it, AJ?
I'm from here, but I remember when I was like 6 or 7, yeah, it caught on fire. So,
it caught on fire?
Yeah, they had to rebuild and everything, so yeah.
Oh, my God. It caught on fire?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That...
Yeah.
I'm never getting on a roller coaster again. How did it catch on fire?
I don't remember. I was young, but I remember just like it being on the news and everything like that. ABC 13.
Oh my God.
It was crazy.
Yeah, you can say that again. Imagine being on that while it catches fire. You might think it's like part of the ride. Like, no, you were in danger of dying. God, roller coasters scare me to an irrational degree. I'm going to hard pass, especially after that, AJ. Goodness gracious. I need to take a deep breath and collect my thoughts for a moment. I mean, oof. Anyway, it is an Ask on Anything Friday. Kugle says, don't be a bitch. No, I'm gladly staying a bitch here. I'm not getting on that. Come on, dude. What else do we have here on an Ask on Anything Friday? YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll get to some more of your questions. Someone asked, can you call my job and give an excuse so I can get out of work so I can go to Kima? I'll buy drinks. Sadly, I'm not a doctor. Does that work? Does asking out of work, does a doctor's note work? like I can't forge a jury duty note either. I got in trouble for forgery in 6th grade. I told Kelly Murphy to shut up. And then I was written home about it, and I forged it thinking I would get away with it. I ended up getting detention for it. I was stupid in retrospect. Didn't really think that one through. Probably should have just given my mom the awareness slip. It was a terrible looking signature too. I didn't even trace it. It just looked like crap. Another texter says, "Paul, what's the hardest single position in sports?" That was an opportunity to do a Rise commercial, wasn't it? But Rise, RIIZE health.com, promo code 975 for 20% off the Reds Max strips. The hardest single position in sports, I think it's quarterback. I mean, they pay you well for a reason. It's really hard to be one of the best ones. You're getting hit every single play. You're expected to play through injury. Sure, they definitely take care of you a little bit more these days and you get paid a lot, but I think it's quarterback. There's so few good ones. There's so few, even fewer great ones. It's that. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday live at the Kima Boardwalk. Come on out here as part of our summer circuit. You have a chance to register and win 2 brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company by registering at our promo table inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. That's right. We are live at the Kima Boardwalk. We're hanging out in the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer. You come by the promo table and register. You have a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. By the way, 2:30 we'll be giving away some more stuff here, but stay tuned to find out what that'll be. Got to say, never been to the Kima Boardwalk before. I clearly have been missing out. This is a very cool spot. Very cool spot. I like island vibes. And listen, it's tough to match Florida, where I lived for a while on the Gulf Coast. But this is pretty sick. Not going to lie. We're getting some people texting in war stories from riding on the Bullet after AJ told a story about how the Bullet caught fire. People were asking me if I'm going to ride it. I'm definitely not going to ride it now. I'm getting more texts about the Bullet. The most recent one that I saw essentially said, where did it go? It was in front of me just a moment ago. Friend rode the Bullet years ago. It broke down and stopped when he was on it. That cemented me never going on it. That's from Eric the driver. Meanwhile, another texter said that, oh, wait, hang on a second. This is from Twitch. BS Flea said, the last time I rode that Bullet at Kima 10 years ago, I was hammered, holding my phone up to try and capture POV footage. I got yelled at by the ride operator for being dangerous. Listen, that is a little dangerous. I'm going to share something with you, and this is not a tradition I took part in. I think Sean has heard this story before, but my high school football team, a bunch of little preppy douchebags, we used to go to Disney World every single year for our first game of the season. The first year we played some team from Pennsylvania in the wide world of sports. Got to say, even though they beat us, I was very unimpressed by their athleticism. If you're 5'4", 110 pounds like I was, I should not be beating somebody on a vertical route by 6 yards. Sadly, the ball was underthrown by my best friend. Whatever. We think about these plays for far too long and far too often. Whatever. We would play there every single year, and the day afterwards, we would go to Disney World, and we would go to the Magic Kingdom, and we would always go on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. And on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, this was a tradition. I do not know who started it, but this was something I saw every single year. For whatever reason, some of my teammates would go and steal from the Pirates of the Caribbean gift shop. This happened every single year. I never took part in it because I was a little goody two-shoes. And eventually, 2 years later, they caught the senior class doing that. They all got suspended for like the entirety of the season. And this is when our football program essentially got the death penalty and went from being a team that actually played 11 on 11. So slowly, I think we're at 7 on 7 team now. But that year kind of killed all of it. We used to be like a decent program. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm telling you about dangerous things on roller coasters. Some of these people who stole toys from the Pirates of the Caribbean store in the midst of Space Mountain would throw these things while riding on Space Mountain. For those who don't know, Space Mountain is like in this very closed location, and the whole part about Space Mountain that's crazy is it's just lights that make it seem like you're on this huge roller coaster. But no, it's not a very big building. And they're throwing like little plastic swords out while like flying around. Psychopaths. Anyway, bringing it back to the Bullet here on the Kima Boardwalk. You should not be holding anything that could potentially fly out of your hands on a roller coaster. Not just because you might drop it, but also because it might fly back and hit someone in the face. And then they're going to be liable. And, you know, carnies don't do liability, in case you didn't know that. Anyway, you're welcome for that cool story, Bo. Here's an actual cool story. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Nice text on the 832 about people who might ride the Bullet. Can't read that one on the air. Kelvin Sampson and the Houston Cougars, they put some bullets in people in the NCAA tournament this past spring. Am I right? You know, took it out all those teams, and they almost took out Florida to win the national title. So Kelvin Sampson got an extension from the Cougs. Now, the funny thing about him getting the extension is that I was under the impression that Kelvin Sampson had a lifetime contract, but he gets an extension from the Cougs. The details of said extension are this: 4 years, worth at least $23.5 million, $6 million plus the final 2 years of the deal. Maybe he turns things over to his son at the end of this 4-year contract. Maybe he keeps going. He's been such an awesome coach here. No matter what his son does after him, it won't be that. I get it. I have no problem with nepotism, by the way, in this situation right here. If he's been around the program coaching for a while, let's see what happens if he's coaching waiting. But this is what I want to talk about. If Sampson is getting that extension, and if you're already hearing teams acting as if they could hire Ime Udoka away from the Rockets, specifically the Knicks, which might be something that was put out by Ime Udoka's people, as pointed out by Sean earlier in the week. The Rockets, if Tillman Fertitta is probably a big part of this extension for Kelvin Sampson, given that Fertitta is such a big part of the Cougs, Ime Udoka's got to think, I need an extension right now too. And he should get an extension. You see a deal like that happens. He's not a co-worker, Kelvin Sampson, of Ime Udoka, but he's close to one. And if I'm Ime Udoka, I'm looking at that and I'm saying, hey, man, I need a raise. You are ahead of schedule with me running the show than you were supposed to be. And while I'm sure there was a part of Rockets brass that expected the possibility of a successful first 2 seasons, no one thought this team would be the 2 seed in the West to a team that's in the NBA Finals. No one thought that. And yeah, they lost in the first round of the playoffs to, the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry and Draymond Green and all that jazz. But no one thought they were going to go this far. So if you're Ime Udoka, you're pointing at that contract and you're saying, I need an extension too. And I think he deserves it. And if he's got to use the possibility of the Knicks flirting with him as leverage to make it happen, go ahead and do it. I don't really know what the Knicks would have to give up to get someone like Ime Udoka, or if the Rockets would even entertain it. They shouldn't. There are very few coaches that are as tough as Ime Udoka that also can send said message without it, at least to this moment in time, getting old. Tom Thibodeau is a brilliant basketball mind by all accounts, but it always feels like his message eventually gets lost. You don't really get that. Udoka hasn't coached that long. He had the 1 year with Boston, and he had the 2 years with the Rockets to this point. So we'll see if he has a Thibodeau kind of shelf life. But for now, you want this guy around, especially with all of these young players here. They all seem to respect him. They all seem to like him. And what's the harm in throwing him a few extra bucks? Do you want to come across as the Rockets used to when with Mike D'Antoni, was it Jeff Bizdelek who was the assistant coach? They had an assistant coach, and they didn't want to pay him. And you could tell that it ticked off Mike D'Antoni. And D'Antoni did, I think, a really good job with the Rockets for all of his faults, maybe in some other locations. Do you want to come off as a cheap organization again? He's coached well. I think he merits a little extra cheddar. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, live on the Kemah Boardwalk inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Come out here. You can register to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Just got to stop by the promo table. We'll be at a lot of other places over the course of the summer as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. Coming up next, what is it that you can do to pass the time this weekend? We're going to give you your weekend homework next. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting from Kima Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It's part of the summer circuit. We're hanging out on the row of shops in the arcade in the back room, the Galaxy Adventure Party Room, here on the Kima Boardwalk. Took me a little time to figure out where it is, but it's a very cool spot. We got a great view of the water from here. We're in the air conditioning, which you might want to be as well. It's a bit of a scorcher. Remember that old Sears commercial? It's going to be hot today. Another scorcher. Oh, God, a commercial I think played every single commercial break. If you are a 90s child, you've definitely seen it a bunch. Anyway, Astros, they did take 2 of 3 against the Pittsburgh Pirates. We'll talk about what's on deck for them against the Cleveland Guardians in just a moment, and anything else you might need to do this weekend to pass the time. It's time for your weekend homework. That's right. Some movies in theaters opening today. I'm excited about this one if you don't want to watch the Astros. It's a John Wick spin-off movie called The Ballerina. It stars Ana de Armas, a strong, powerful, independent woman. Of all the strong, powerful, and independent women, she might be the strongest, most powerful, and most independent outside of the person I'm dating right now. That is it. That is it. That is the only difference. Okay? So, something to keep in mind. Also, Keanu Reeves is going to be in it as John Wick. Paul, I saw John Wick 4. What the heck, man? That doesn't really lend itself to the plot. Nope, it does. It does. You got to watch it. I think he's going to be prominently featured in the movie. I am very excited about the release of this movie. What else is going on? You got Astros and Guardians. Yeah. Colton Gordon on the hill against Logan Allen tonight. And none of that Apple TV bull crap. No Apple TV this month. Found that out from Greg Rahan of the Houston Chronicle. My bad, it's Rajan. Screwed that up. I got excited. I'm back in the Duolingo game. Jays are silent now. Also, things you could do today. I saw this on the Reddit for things to do in Houston. 5 to 8 p.m. today. Kanpai! What's that? It's a sake testing tour. I love sake. Sake! Sake! Maybe the best scene in the movie The Last Samurai is when Tom Cruise is just in alcohol withdrawals, just screaming sake, lying on the floor of the home of a person who he killed, who he ends up marrying later on. Doesn't really add up. The movie's still great. Don't question the plot. Just watch it. Styx. They're playing at the Cynthia Woods Pavilion tonight. Don Felder of the Eagles is going to be there. I don't know which one Don Felder was. He's not Joe Walsh, and he's not Don Henley, but that's a guy. Just Don Felder. I do like Styx. Styx is Renegade, right? Yes. Thank you for nodding along, Joel. I do not know all these things off the top of my head. I'm musically challenged. Also all weekend, John Williams and Steven Spielberg at the Symphony. Well, not actually John Williams and Steven Spielberg. A tribute to John Williams and Steven Spielberg. So you're going to get Jaws music, Indiana Jones music. Let's go. What else is happening? Saturday, our guys at St. Arnold's. They're having their 31st anniversary party. 80s, 90s, and 2000s music all day. And then you got another Astros-Guardians game. Hunter Brown on the hill against Gavin Williams. And if you're into comedy, you can head back up to the Woodlands again, 7 o'clock, Jerry Seinfeld at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion. Is that going to be outdoor comedy? That's interesting. On Sunday, what's going on? It might be Lance McCullers on the hill for the Houston Astros against Tanner Bibby. It also might not be Lance McCullers. First pitch for that game is at 12:40. That one's not on Roku TV, at least to my knowledge. So a weekend where the Astros are actually playing all their games on traditional TV, Space City Home Network. You've also got NBA Finals, game number 2, Pacers at Oklahoma City. I'm not going to lie, as far as the TV show side of things, I have no idea what is currently playing these days. None whatsoever. I have no idea what's going on. Truly. What's happening? What is going on? I don't know if there are new shows out. I did see a trailer for the Alien TV show that's going to be coming to Hulu. That looks sick. Oh, yeah, dude. I love the Alien franchise. Alien Romulus was good, in my opinion. And if you don't like it, you're wrong. Wrong, I said. It was good. Really good. That alien at the end is something else. Sorry if that's a spoiler, but it'll probably give you nightmares. Also, I've been watching a couple of TV shows. I finally have started watching Severance. I'm a couple episodes in. It's on Apple TV Plus. I'm starting to get what it's all about. I cruised through Andor. Andor was solid. Season 2. I enjoyed it. It was a nice little wrap up. And then I started watching a Star Wars rewatch. Man, A New Hope's so good. Empire Strikes Back is so good. Episode 1 and 2 stink, especially episode 2. Natalie Portman being a strong, independent, powerful woman does not make up for the terrible dialogue. Like, Anakin Skywalker successfully pulled making out with Queen Amidala / Padme while looking out on the water saying, out of nowhere, I hate sand. It's coarse, it's rough, it gets everywhere. Everything here is soft and smooth. And he starts like stroking her arm, and then he just pulls a fast one, and they make out for a little bit. And she's like, no, I can't do it. I can't. I'm giving you mixed messages. But let's go out in a field and roll around in the field and play, and it's just horseplay. We're not on the verge of making out. I'm not giving you blue, you know what? Blue force. I'm not giving you that. And I mean, she couldn't make up for the rest of the movie. The movie's just rough. It's a rough movie. But big fan of Natalie Portman. So that is something I've been watching. And there's also Severance, which I mentioned, and You, which is a guilty pleasure on Netflix. So there you go, guys. That is your weekend homework. It's a rather light weekend. From the 713, have you seen the trailer to the new Frankenstein movie? If so, what do you think? I guess I'm going to have to look at it at some point. From the 832, F you, Paul. Spoiling that the Alien movie has an alien in it? Now I can't even watch it. I will say it's a lot. As far as the Astros and Guardians, if you've taken a look at both of these teams on paper, the Astros and Guardians do look rather similar, at least if you take a look at the numbers. The Astros are 34-28. The Guardians are 33-28. But these teams are very, very different. Houston's 7-3 in their last 10. They have a plus 21 run differential. The Guardians are 4-6 their last 10. Negative 17. Negative 17? How are they 33-28, especially playing in the American League Central? You compare the bats, the Astros, not as bad as maybe we think in some departments. 10th in batting average, 14th in OPS. Tied for 21st in runs, tied for 17th in homers. But the Guardians, something that I noticed, they rank close to 24th in every single major statistical category. Batting average, 24th. OPS, 24th. Runs, 23rd. Homers, tied for 17th. And while they do have a couple of good hitters, Jose Ramirez is probably having a better season than Jeremy Pena. He's hitting .330 with 11 homers. Stephen Kwan also hitting pretty well, .306. Like it's a pretty weak lineup. So you would think this shouldn't be the roughest outing for Colton Gordon. And if Lance McCullers can't go and the Astros decide they bring up, I don't know, AJ Bluva or somebody else from the minors to pitch on Sunday, I'm not expecting the Astros to give up, a 13 burger or something like that. As far as pitching goes, the Astros pitching, it is better, significantly better than that of the Guardians. 10th in ERA, but 3rd in walks, hits per innings pitched, 1st in strikeouts total. First. That surprised me. Guardians, meanwhile, they're 19th in ERA, 24th in walks, hits per innings pitched, 14th in strikeouts. They have no starters in the top 50 for ERA and only one in the top 50 for walks, hits per innings pitched. A guy named Tanner Bibby, 2 in the top 50 for Ks through 9, Luis Ortiz and Bibby. So as far as fielding goes, too, the Guardians suck at that. 27th in fielding percentage, 24th in efficiency. I demand my sweep. It's time for a sweep. The Astros are better than these bums. We're Guardians. We're Guards. Changing their name. Lame. Anyway, there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. What else do we got on this show? Well, back to the Houston Rockets. Should the Houston Rockets be big game hunting? And why are Rockets fans seemingly against this probably very easy move? We'll talk about that next. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting from Kima Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
It is the Paul Gallant Show, live from the Kima Boardwalk. We might be having some issues in a moment. What the hell is happening? Anyway, we're in the back at the Kima Boardwalk in the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. The first 10 people who stop by, you will get a $5 gift card for arcade games. And if you do stop by, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer as part of the summer circuit. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. So we're going to be hanging out here all afternoon. If you want to call in on an Ask on Anything Friday, you can. 713-780-3776. That is how you call. That is also how you text. Okay. So, listen, the Houston Rockets are in the midst of the offseason. And as one does when you're in the midst of the offseason, you start shopping. You start taking a look at things you can do to upgrade your squad. So, with that in mind, it's time for another episode of Rockets Big Game Hunter. That's right. The Houston Rockets are looking to go further than they went this past season. And what does that mean? Who do you need to go a little bit further? Do you go and get a Kevin Durant? It seems like a lot of Rockets fans don't want Kevin Durant, which is honestly surprising. I didn't think that there would be as many people saying about Kevin Durant, hey, nah, hard pass. Because you don't even know what the price is for Durant at this moment in time. If the price is just that 10th pick, check that, the 11th pick. Like, really? You're walking away from that? I don't think so. Hail to the no. No. So there's some interesting reports right now on what's going on with the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant. Arizona radio station, they disputed the reports that the Suns are talking about Kevin Durant to any teams in the league. That seems weird. Doesn't really seem like the Phoenix Suns' future lines up with Kevin Durant at all. I suppose at this point they're kind of screwed because of their lack of draft picks, and maybe they think to themselves, well, we just got to keep going with this. And what, is Durant going to not play? Is Durant the kind of person that actually wouldn't play? I think Durant likes basketball too much to not play altogether, even if he might be unhappy there. So an Arizona radio station, who I'm assuming is somewhat sourced, is disputing the report that the Suns are talking about Durant with any team out there. And most teams are looking at Kevin Durant as a 1-year rental, that makes sense. I wonder if Durant is thinking that, though. Because any of these teams that he goes to, you would think that he wants an extension. So the Durant sweepstakes are going to be really interesting. But from the sound of things, Rockets fans don't seem to want Durant. And I don't know. I feel like he can be had for cheap as this Arizona radio station was disputing the idea that the Suns' asking price has been lowering and lowering and lowering. Between Kelly Iko and this Arizona radio guy, I truly do not know who is more connected. Obviously, this Arizona guy might be just the mouthpiece for the Suns, who we all know are a pretty poorly run organization. I'm sure that Kelly Iko has heard from some people that the asking price is going down. Are those people saying the asking price is going down because they want people to believe that the asking price is going down? It is kind of funny the way that this information trading goes. Like, there's no denying that Kelly probably got that from somebody, but what's the incentive of that person? I guess if I had to pick who's probably more on top of it, I'm definitely going to pick the person I know in Kelly over this random Arizona radio guy. More. I saw a report, and I don't know if this person is real. I truly don't know. Because these days you don't know what's artificial intelligence and what isn't. Someone gave me crap the other day because they saw that I started following one of those artificial intelligence thoughts. I thought it was real. Don't judge me. The algorithm got me on that one. But this person at Chris Davis Report, and I looked this up. I'm assuming that this person is full of it. But he's of the idea that the Bucks are already moving on to trading Giannis Antetokounmpo. And here's what's funny. There's another report out there where there's skepticism across the NBA, per Jake L. Fisher, that Giannis will be dealt anywhere this offseason. I don't know what to believe. I do think that when it comes to Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Rockets are going to have to give up a lot to get him. I don't know if they're going to be willing to give up everything it would take to get him. So it's still really Durant and Giannis watch, I think, as far as things go. I guess the only thing that we saw from the Phoenix Suns of any substance is that it looks like the Suns are going to try to trade Durant, if they do trade him, per the people that think he will be traded, before the NBA draft. So there you go. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 713, I think you're kidding yourself if you don't think some other team won't give a little more than the 11th pick. You would think that they would, but doesn't Durant have to want to go there? And I think the Rockets probably look at themselves and say, yeah, because I would imagine if you're going to trade more than just the 11th pick, you're thinking about Durant in more than just 1 year terms. If you're trading the 11th pick, you're thinking in last year of his contract terms. And I think when it comes to the multi-year terms, how much are you willing to give up for a guy like that, where if he doesn't like it, he could pull what Kyle Tucker is going to do this offseason? You know, Kyle Tucker got traded to the Cubs. Does anyone think he's going to be with the Cubs next season? No. Even as Joe George, our resident Cubs fan. I don't think Joe's going to say, hey, yes, let's go. No, I don't see that happening at all. So there you go. That's big game hunting. And Kevin O'Connor thinks the Rockets should go after Devin Booker. I don't think the Suns want to give up Devin Booker, and I don't think the Rockets want him. So sure, Kevin. Anyway, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can jump in at 713-780-3776. It's how you call. It's how you text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone texted me, Paul, what are your weekend plans? What are you doing this weekend? Well, so last weekend, the new significant other and I, we hung out. There's a friend's birthday party. So she got to meet my core group of friends. And I think tonight I'm going to meet her core group of friends. And I got to say, the invitation to this birthday is outrageous. I also feel like there is a chance that I'm going to be hit on by some of these friends in a like friendly kind of way, if that makes sense. If I know the kind of person that approaches me at a bar, I am really curious as to how this is going to go. But I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be fun. The invitation, I can't even read it on the air. It's very graphic. But here's part of the invitation. Think sexy, think scandalous, think did that just happen kind of night. Anyway, and no, she's not telling me what to wear, Virginia Buttonweed, because she, very stylish lady that she is, appreciates my style, which is that of a Metro dandy boy. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Paul, are you dating a blue-haired lady? How did you guess? Of course I am. This person thinks I'm a raging liberal. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Maybe F yourself. You know, to quote The Departed. Leaving them in the dark. Keep them guessing. It is weird on the Paul Gallant Show right now, but it's not weird here. We're hanging out on the Kemah Boardwalk, having ourselves a wonderful, wonderful time as part of the summer circuit. We're hanging out in the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. You come in here, and you can register to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from the Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. And on top of that, since it's 10:30, the first 10 people to stop in here at the promo table, you're going to get a $5 gift card for arcade games here. So there's a big arcade right to our side. It's a really cool looking arcade. If you're going to come out and have a fun time at the Kemah Boardwalk, why not start here? Killer Bees are going to be here till 6. It's the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting from Kima Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Better squeeze those questions in. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. So, let's see what we got here. Paul, hear me out. Can we get Durant for the draft pick, and then we trade Şengün and Jalen Green for Cade Cunningham and Osor Thompson so that we could have some twins and twins? Thompson, super athletic guys, knocking balls away like flies, basketball team that can't win in the first round, and twins. Could be that. Anyway, that would be fun, but I don't see why the Pistons would do that. And I don't see why the Rockets would do that either. The Rockets should not want to give up Alperen Şengün. They shouldn't. Like that's like just a straight swap. That's the kind of swap that used to happen in baseball trades back in the 70s and 60s when at the winter meetings, dudes were just getting drunk with one another. And after they got drunk with one another, then they just write down wacky trade ideas on a cocktail napkin. And then they'd actually do it. We got some people on the Twitch commentary talking about this bar that you can go to in Houston, apparently, where there's swinging that goes on. You pervs. You dirty, dirty pervs. But that's essentially what baseball trading used to be in the 70s. It used to be just dudes getting drunk and saying, all right, let's do a wife swap. Seriously. You come my guy, I get your guy, we're going to have a good time, man. Pass to Johnny Walker. Stuff like that. On the text line, someone's asking about the significant other. Is she a furry? And does she growl at you? Yes, blue hair, furry, and she growls at me. 100%. All of those things are true. Also, I haven't even said if it's a her or a man. Haven't even said that yet. Text on the 713. What do you go for, corn tortillas or flour? I actually don't have a preference. Flour is definitely better, but corn actually complements certain tacos very well. I would say corn with brisket is really good. And I generally, whenever I get a taco, I'm looking for a brisket taco these days. So I like corn a lot. Flour makes me feel like I'm being a fatty boombati whenever I have it. So generally I get corn. So how about that? Anyway. We're hanging out on the Kima Boardwalk in the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. We're going to be here till 6. You can register to win one of the two brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. Register at the promo table. You'll also get, the first 10 people at least, a $5 gift card for the arcade games here. It's a very cool arcade. Time for a little garbage time before we leave. Yes, this indeed is garbage. You see this? You hear about this? I still can't believe that I found out yesterday that Hakeem Olajuwon's son got arrested for a road rage incident, and that the person that was the victim of said road rage incident got $500,000. 2 weeks ago, Kiana Aklagi won her civil court case against Abdullah Olajuwon, the son of Rockets great Hakeem Olajuwon. April 2022, while driving on the Southwest Freeway in Sugar Land, she said she was almost hit by a vehicle which sent her into a frenzy. I didn't react the best. I got angry. I honked at him, and I flipped him off. I got to say, that should be allowed. That should be allowed, and you should be able to move on. But here, people don't do that. I was raised in the Northeast. F you does not mean I need to kill you and your family. Maybe it's different down here. I don't know. But, like, I throw cussy wussies around from time to time. I love how she's saying, I didn't react the best. And apparently, while waiting at the light on the Sweetwater exit, Hakeem's son got out of his vehicle and choked her. What? Which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. So, $500,000. That's some ABC13.com if you want to take a look at that. I can't believe that happened. And then I hadn't heard about it until just yesterday. Interesting headline in the Houston Chronicle. You'll never believe this, but it turns out that Houston residents do not trust disaster preparedness of state officials. Who would have thought? You don't trust the city to be prepared for a storm after literally 2 days ago downtown was underwater? Yeah, I agree. I don't think they needed to write an article about it, but it is nice to have people just remind the state officials, hey, can we stop focusing on hemp and THC and maybe on, the next hurricane that's going to come? Jose Altuve is the new brand ambassador for Daikin air conditioning. There's a picture of him standing next to an air conditioning machine. I'll be honest, I don't know what they're called. But this machine is exactly 0.4 Jose Altuve. It's big machine. So there you go. Jose Altuve, brand ambassador for Daikin. Hear about this? Belgian TikTokers say they spent 27 hours in a toilet to sneak watch the Champions League final game for free between PSG and Inter Milan at Munich Stadium. So basically, they dressed up. They put on some of those construction light vests. They went into a bathroom. They sat in a stall for 25 hours. They just sat in the stall. What a psycho. And listen, this isn't like a nice bathroom. There's graffiti all over the walls. I mean, they sat on the floor, on the toilet. I don't know if these toilet seats had lids. I doubt that they did. So what, you're gonna sit on a toilet seat for 20 hours? Your legs would go numb. Like mine go numb after like 15 minutes, for goodness sake. But these two Belgians got to see a Champions League final game for free. I respect their effort, and I believe that no charges should be pressed because the Germans effed around and found out multiple times, and Belgium deserves to take advantage of them as much as possible, given that they invaded Belgium multiple times. The first time probably worse than the second time, if you can believe that. Shout out to all the D-Day homies who are still kicking. Hear about this? I know there's a big old beef going on online between the president and the Tesla guy, but get this, maybe they can be brought together because Antoine Massey, the last NOLA prison escapee, is asking for help from President Trump, from Meek Mill, from Lil Wayne, from Kim Kardashian, and something called NBA Youngboy. We got to stop with the new rappers with the boy young. What are we doing? Can you get more original? Now we're just like using a sports league and then young boy, baby boy, baby. Like, Jesus. I'm sick of this.
His NBA means never broke again, I believe.
What does it mean?
Never broke again.
Guess what it means to me? It means that he needs to get a job. Get off TikTok. Kylie Jenner, woman of the people. Did you see this? Hear about this? Kylie Jenner, a woman of the people. Yeah, she's very rich. She's dating a movie actor. But one day we see her packing Nick's lingerie for Timothy Chalamet for the game against the Pacers. And now she's going on TikTok to explain to her followers how to get some bolt-ons that look like hers. That's a woman of the people. I respect her for that. Just like I tell you, listen, if you need a little help, downstairs, rise up, you'll rise up with Rise, RIZE, health.com. Promo code 975 for the Rise Reds Max strips. So there you go. It's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. It's been fun, everybody. I love the Kima Boardwalk. I'm going to go get lost now. Perhaps find a margarita or two and sit out in the sun and burn away to get a base tan. Because it's the summer, everybody. Got to get that base tan for the bod. Big thanks to AJ hanging out here. Big thanks to everybody else as part of the ESPN Houston team, the Kima Boardwalk, too. It's been a whole lot of fun. And for Sean Mapes back in Mission Control. Also, everyone else who listened, our texters, our Twitchers, our callers, and our YouTubers. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He is Blank. I am Branham. AJ's here. He's engineering. Sean is pulling double duty, all while Brian's doing nothing. Brian has the day off today.
Again.
Sean works 2 shifts. Actually, 3. Sean, did you work at Dell's show today?
No, I actually didn't. I would love to take credit, but no.
Well, Sean's working 2 shifts today.
Extra hour, though.
AJ's been out here forever, and Brian's just chilling, doing nothing, having a day off. mean, some people just don't believe in work ethic anymore. They believed in work ethic last night in Pittsburgh, though. They did that. They made sure they got that game in yesterday in Pittsburgh.
They did. You and I were talking about the fact that because they were scheduled to move on, and I don't know if they were even scheduled to play the Pirates the rest of the year.
Not in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so you had to get it in, and 3 hours later, they certainly did. I came up with the solution that I think that they should look into, which is the Astros their Twitter account or their social media. Right before the first pitch, should let everybody know, because I kept checking and with the channel guide, unless they change the channel guide for the DVR, it won't record the game because it says Astros whatever.
Yeah, my DVR got jacked up.
Yeah, and that screwed everything up because I kept going back and forth, going, are they close to starting yet? Are they close to starting yet? And it kept saying in the little bug in the corner said rain delay, Space City Home Network, but they didn't say it. There's never ever an update. It was annoying.
I feel like this might be a boomer take.
I'm just saying it would be for all the people that were sitting there probably doing similar things. Like, I wonder if they're going to play this game or not. It would be great if either the Shin and or Astros said, hey, we're playing baseball. First pitch is at whatever. Yeah. And then you know that they were going to play.
I'll be honest with you. I had no trouble knowing what time the game was.
Okay.
The Astros tweeted at 8:19 p.m. The first pitch was at 9.
I'm watching NBA Finals. I'm watching my daughter.
But you said they should tweet it. They tweeted
I think they should, but
they did.
Okay, well, I think it should have been closer to right when it was happening. Because it's never. You know how they are with
boomer take.
You know how no, it isn't. You know how they are with deadlines. They're never. Most time they don't hit it right on the button. They're guesstimating based on the weather.
I mean, so do we need like a window of time for them to tweet this out? Like, what is the sweet spot here? Like 15 minutes before?
Yes, I was going to say within 15 minutes.
All right, so you need a 15-minute heads up, not a 40-minute heads up.
Correct.
Okay, I'm with you on the Shin thing. Like, I don't feel like they do a great job of like, okay, the game's going to start here. Like when they're in delay, which is tough for them to do. Like it's a bad spot to be in. But maybe you could put up like a little watermark in the lower third, like first pitch, 9 o'clock or something like that.
You see the guide, and the guide says,
"Oh, the guide's screwed. The guide has no chance."
The guide says the game, so you're like, okay, click on the game, and then you instantly see a fishing show, or you see like Astros on deck. And then real faintly, the bug in the top right corner says Astro or Shin rain delay. We're like, okay.
It would be nice if they could throw in a little watermark lower third on the Shin that says, hey, first pitch, whatever. Like that, I think that would be good. I have to push back on the Twitter thing, though.
It's fine.
They gave you plenty of heads up.
Okay. I mean, I just, like I said, that's just my own personal preference. That would be nice if it had, if you want to take note of it, great.
You could turn on Astros Twitter notifications, and you would have known.
Okay. I'll do that.
Yeah, you could have done that. Do you want them to send like the pigeon carrier?
No, because I have a cell phone, and I do have the internet, and I have access to social media, so I'm fine.
Well, what did you think of the game?
I mean, I'm glad that they played it. I mean, Fromber was fantastic. We were talking about we didn't think another pitcher for the Astros was going to strike out 12 guys, but he did his best. I mean, his curveball was nasty. He was unbelievable. The movement on a lot of his pitches is filthy, and it was fun to watch. And the offense got going a little bit. So overall, I was pleased with all of it. The only thing that sucks is, they got a quick turnaround for tonight, but you got the W. You won another series. You increased your lead in first place in the division. So all's well that ends well.
I nerded out a little bit on Baseball Savant, looking at some of Fromber Valdez's spin rate and stuff. First off, he had 23 whiffs in this game, which is a stupid number.
Yep.
He had 18 curveballs of greater than 3,000 RPMs. 3,000's elite. He had 18 of them. Fromber Valdez is a freak show.
Even his sinker and the majority of his pitches have some kind of most lefties do, but the tail, the drop, and the movement on the majority of his pitches is fantastic.
It's elite.
Yeah,
I mean it's called what it is. Like Fromber Valdez's stuff is elite. He said through an interpreter after the game that the game plan was more strikeouts.
You got him.
Like
mission accomplished.
He's like, yeah, I'm going to come into this game and try to strike out more, which was something we talk about with Fromber. Like Fromber kind of does what Roy Oswalt did, like after the early years of his career. Because I remember Roy Oswalt, whenever he came up, he was just striking out everybody. Like he was striking out 11, 12 a game. And then Roy Oswalt realized, okay, the pitch count's starting to add up. I'm not going deep into games. I'm going to start pitching to some soft contact. and that's whenever he would start going deeper into games. Fromber does that. Fromber usually pitches to soft contact, gets a bunch of ground balls. But when Fromber wants a strikeout, Fromber can get a strikeout. Like, I truly believe that if Fromber's game plan, every single – look, this is the Pirates lineup. I get that. But Fromber's stuff is ridiculous. If Fromber committed to, like, I'm going to chase after the strikeout championship in Major League Baseball, not to say that he would win it, but I think he'd be top 10. I really do, if he committed to it. And I don't think that he should. I'm just making a point.
I think the beauty of it is it's like the best of Lance McCullers' curveball, but with movement on all of his other pitches as well. And I think that maybe it's just being right-handed in some cases because, I mean, when I used to throw, I had a natural tail on a lot of my pitches being, for some reason, left-handed.
What do you think your RPM was?
I don't know.
3,000's elite.
Yeah,
like
not even
3,200 maybe?
No. Yeah, not even close. But really, just looking at it and watching it, watching a majority, some of it again this morning. But the movement on every pitch is just, it hunts down hitters in so many different ways, and it's so effective that you got to love what he brings. It's got to be frustrating as hell for a hitter because even the straight stuff, it ain't straight, and it's right where it needs to be.
Yeah, he's filled. He was on a different level yesterday. I think he was a little ticked off knowing that they were going to get to Cleveland late. 23 whiffs, 18 curveballs of 3,000 RPMs, greater than 3,000 RPMs. He was fantastic. That's the storyline there. LaGraza was great. Abreu was dirty too. I mean, the Pirates stink, but Abreu, 3 up, 3 down, strikes out the side, and then Astros almost went with Caleb Ort with a 4-run lead almost went with Hader with a 4-run lead until they put up the 2 spot in the 9th, thanks to Isaac Paredes from Mexico. And then they went with Caleb Ort, but the bullpen did its thing too.
I did not want to see Hader.
Same.
4-run lead. I'm like, what are we doing right now? Like, I understand that, you might think it's on the outside window of comfortable, but 4 runs, 9th inning, you can still have someone if you need someone else, but I don't want to waste my closer in a game that you seem to already have at hand, and it is the Pirates. And thankfully, the home run allowed him to stay. He still got, I would assume he got hot, not just warm.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have used him.
He got up again in the 9th after Ort found a little bit of trouble. He started to throw a little bit. No, I mean this goes to a conversation we have a lot. I mean, even Blum was a little critical of the idea of getting Hader up. Like, hey, he mentioned it. He was like, I don't love this whenever you're playing the Pirates. Like, can it be somebody else? I'm not a fan of using your leverage guys up 4 runs.
I'm not either.
Like, if it's in the playoffs, okay, yeah, I totally understand. But, this goes back to what Joe Espada was saying in spring training. Joe Espada says, I worked Brian Abreu more than I wanted to work him last year. Okay, well, what's the game plan to not work him as much this year? The easy answer is we're just not going to use him in 4-run leads. That probably cut – I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at how many times that he appeared in a game with a 4-run lead. But I would say that would cut down 5 to 7 games probably.
You would think, right? And I think that he has enough choices in his bullpen that are still above average pitchers, at least this season, that you don't have to worry about a Whitley blowing up or worry about – and you can still have other guys. I think Brian King's a guy that could get, outs for you so that you didn't have to use those 2 guys. I think there are guys that he could turn to that are effective enough that 4-run lead should be safe in most cases. We know that things happen. But I don't like using those guys in a situation like that because you're going to be in enough situations where you're going to use them. And you're playing a better baseball team this weekend that has a better lineup that you're probably going to use those guys in multiple games.
Yeah, I mean, good chance.
Yeah.
You can't predict the future,
No.
right? But no, I mean, I rather have them rested and ready to go than using them in 4-run games. But that's what they do. And this dates back to Dusty. Dusty would use his leverage guys up by 4 because one swing of the bat could tie the game. That was the logic there. If they load him up, one swing of the bat ties it up, and he wanted to use his leverage guys there no matter what. I'm not a fan of that. Is it nuanced? Is it nitpicky? Yes, probably. When the manager's saying that he's trying to reduce the workload of Brian Abreu and he's still using him in 4-run games, I feel like that's a contradiction. That's the natural time not to use him as often. Is it going to reduce his workload by 25%? No, but it's going to reduce his workload by about 4 or 5 games, and I think that's worth it. So I'm with you on that 100%.
Yeah,
and Blumers was critical of it too.
And I like the fact that the Astros announcers are not afraid to be critical of those situations, especially a baseball guy that knows baseball and played baseball. That's exactly – no. I mean, and Todd knows baseball, obviously,
he does.
in his family. But from a Blummer perspective, he should have the freedom to be able to do that, and they shouldn't be mad about it because it's something that we're talking about, that people that watch the game should be talking about. because we know that they got overused. We knew that most of the year last year, Brian Abreu led the league in appearances, or he was in top 2. And that's something that you have to be concerned about, because then he gets gassed out by the time he gets to the playoffs.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Fortunately, the Bats scored a couple, and at least Hader wasn't used, but it was up. You're right. Like, that's – I don't want to use the word Peter Gammons uses, but, like, you don't remember? You don't remember Peter Gammons'
I know who Peter
usage?
Gammons is.
No, I know that, but you don't remember his word usage of getting a guy hot but not using him in a game?
No.
Dry humping.
Oh, God. I've never – him of all people.
I'm quoting
I
here. Those are
understand
not
that,
my
but
words.
He used that term?
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't remember that?
I don't.
The Wheelhouse got a kick out of it. They would Cody would giggle every time somebody brought it up. He would. I'm being for real.
You can imagine if that happened right after someone punted one into the coffin corner.
Yeah, I don't think Peter Gammons talks a whole lot about punting, but
No,
it'd be funny.
That, yeah.
713-780-ESPN Killer Bees. Lots to get to today. Great time to be had out here in Kemah. Having a fantastic time. If you're in the area, swing on by at the arcade here on the Kemah Boardwalk, which is always fun. Joe has Junior out here.
He does.
They disappeared. I don't know who's getting a kick out of the games more, Joe or Junior. It looked like Joe was having a good time though.
Joe's got a seatbelt on. He's in full driver's ed mode.
They have a Mario Kart game though, which
Yep.
I wanted to play. I'm a big fan of Mario Kart.
They I think they're side by side right now in the driver's
Oh,
seat.
they're over there?
Yeah.
Have you ever played Mario Kart?
My kids have. I have not.
Really?
Yep.
Man. AJ, have you played Mario Kart?
Yeah, when I was younger. Yeah.
When you were younger?
Uh-huh.
So probably Nintendo 64 edition?
Yeah.
I had the one on Super Nintendo, Mario Kart. Yeah. Toad is my guy. I'm a big Toad guy. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lots to get to. Todd Callis will be joining us at 4 o'clock. We'll get into is Halliburton the greatest basketball player ever? We'll discuss that a little bit later. Shrouded in mystery. What are we shrouded in mystery in today? Continue talking about the Astros as well. How about the offensive side of things yesterday? And how about what happened before the game? Dana Brown getting heated with the Buckaroo manager and all the staffers, which very interesting to see. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Brandon. We are the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking for something fun to do? Of course you are. And if you're looking for something fun to do, what you should be doing is going out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It is a fantastic time. I was out there last week. I'm a little bummed out that I'm not going to be out there this week, too. We had a great time. I drove there after the show on Friday. That's the beauty of Two Creeks Crossing. You can still work throughout the week and get out there for the weekend with no problem. I got there pretty quick. I got there about 15, 20 minutes later than I would normally get home. That's how close Two Creeks Crossing is to the city of Houston. Just 90 minutes from downtown Houston, and you're going to have a great time, whether you're hiking the 92-acre property, whether you're kayaking, whether you're playing some pickleball, maybe you're just hanging out inside the cabin, inside the treehouse, cooking up a steak or two. Who knows? Whatever you want to do for rest and relaxation, this is the spot. I mean, it's a getaway. You have the trees all around you. You got the wildlife you don't see in the cities. And if you like to fish, they got some of the best fishing in Texas on their Two Creeks as well. You have the kids. We'll take them out to the catch and release pond. They have a pool there. They had live music while we were there as well, a food truck. That was delicious, too. So get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. They love to take care of your customers. I mentioned that they had the live music. They had the food truck. They have a little ice house there with a bar, which is nice to have as well. From glamping to cabins, we stayed in the tree house. That was awesome. Or just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting from Kima Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
If I were to win those e-bikes, I'm giving them to Josh Hader and Brian King. That way they don't have to walk around the ranch. They showed it on the game yesterday, but my DVR was messed up, so I couldn't go back and clip it.
Yeah,
but I'll get it. I'll try to get it by Monday. But Summer Circuit is back. We're out here today on the Kima Boardwalk inside the arcade. Join us every week as we visit different areas all over the Houston area. And each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. To register, all you have to do is stop by the promo table, Victoria, over there today, and sign up there. This week, we'll be hanging out at the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Come join us right now. As we're here until 6 o'clock, you can find the entire Summer Circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. I was going to say something, but I lost my train of thought.
Those bikes are really badass. That's a hell of a prize.
Yeah, it is.
And, I mean, all you got to do is come out and spend a few minutes with AJ, and then you get to fill out the entry form, and you got a good shot.
Yeah, you don't even have to talk to AJ.
No, not really.
You just have to say. You don't even have to talk to us. You don't have to
just go to the promo table.
Yeah, just go to Victoria. Hey, can I sign up to register? And you do, and you have a chance to win. Big C won the thing the other day. Not the other day, last summer year, or two summers ago.
Barbecue grill?
Yeah, I think it was 2 summers ago, maybe. I can't remember.
That's right.
But it's a Killer Bee summer. You already know that. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We mentioned the offense was good. How about these rookies? I Branham foot and mouthed the rookies to a good night offensively.
I was going to congratulate you for
Yep,
that.
I did it. Cam Smith had a knock. I mean, 1 for 4, nothing to sneeze at. It was a single. I mean, Cam Smith doesn't hit extra bases. He's allergic to extra bases. But he was 1 for 4, knocked in a run, scored a run, and then Jacob Melton had a 2 RBI single going the other way. First career RBIs for the Oregon State product.
I like it a lot. I mean, he went the other way. He shows that, in terms of his discipline at the plate, and, now a multi-hit game. He's got great speed. He's got the ability to play good outfield. I think this is a guy that you got to find a spot in the lineup for as long as he's playing the way he's playing. And there's a chance that with all this talk about the Astros need more left-handed bats and, do they go out and get one? You got a guy right now that might work right into the mix for them to be a guy that they can actually lean on and count on.
Not in the lineup tonight. The Astros are facing a lefty, LT Allen. What?
Did you see some of the numbers on how? No, I'm sorry. I was waiting till you were
You
done.
looked at me funny.
No, because that triggered something, and I heard John and Lance mention it as well this morning. They have hardly seen lefties this year.
Yeah.
I think Pena's got like less than 50 at bats against lefties, and almost all the guys. It's just really rare that they haven't faced more lefties.
I think there's also the teams realize that the Astros are so right-handed heavy, and that whenever they have the option to have wiggle room, they'll use the wiggle room.
so.
Like, you're not going to change the date on Paul Skeens, right? But if they had, the Astros have a to be announced on Sunday. So, they have a wiggle room, whether they could use McCullers if they had to. They could bring up somebody else to spot start that. So, when teams have those little wiggle dates, knowing the Astros are so right-handed heavy, they usually start the righties in that spot. It's still a fluke, but I think that does come into play a little bit there as well. But, yeah, getting a lefty today. First time we've seen Brendan Rodgers in a lineup for a while.
Long time.
Yeah. They go Pena, Paredes, Altuve, Walker, Myers to the 5 spot, Caratini, and then Smith, Dubon, Rodgers. So, your standard lineup against righties.
Yeah.
It's not what you would expect.
I like the fact that you're getting closer when you get Yordan back to a lineup right now. If Melton just kind of holds his own, where you could have Melton, Caratini, and Yordan in the lineup to at least have 3 lefty bats in a lineup when you need to.
Yeah. Ocho, did y'all see the defensive play made to throw out Isaac Paredes by Tom Ball's own Brian Kobe Hayes? I think he made up the middle name. But, yeah, that was a heck of a play.
Yeah.
He's one of the better defensive third basemen in baseball. Problem is he's never lived up to it offensively.
Yeah,
he was supposed to
struggle.
He was a hot shot prospect.
He really was.
I think he went to Concordia Lutheran.
Okay.
Shane Boz went to Concordia Lutheran. I want to say Brian Hayes also went to Concordia Lutheran. He's the son of, what was it, Charles Hayes?
Charlie Hayes.
The third baseman for the
Phillies.
Yeah, I remember him with the Yankees. Remember he backed up
did.
Brocious?
Yes, he did.
I want to say did he catch a foul ball to clinch the World Series?
Brocious did.
I think it might have been I might be
think Brocious
confusing
did.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I would confuse Scott Brocious with Charlie Harris.
The resemblance is uncanny.
Yeah. Campbell's WAR is back up to 1.1, says Israel. Yeah, kind of like his hits. He's allergic to extra base hits. That's 4th on the team, says Israel about Cam Smith. No one dislikes Cam Smith, Israel. We're just wondering that if a 1.1 WAR in the first 2.5 months of the season is worth an extra year of service. That's the conversation, Israel. We all like Killer Cam. Texture, didn't Joel Blank used to be the voice of the Rockets? Yeah, kind of.
Not the voice.
A voice.
A voice.
I hate. Have I ever told you I
Yes,
hate?
you have told me
I
that.
hate that
Yep,
phrase
yep.
so much. He's the voice of the Texans. No, D'Amico's the voice of the Texans. Nick Cassera, Hannah is the voice of the Texans.
Gino loved it.
Most guys do.
Yeah, Gene Peterson
Most.
had it printed on his business. Went back in the days of business cards.
Yeah.
Gene didn't have radio play-by-play announcer. It said the voice of the Houston Rockets.
Silly. I mean, people are gonna say it to you. Like, I mean, they're just gonna be, hey, because it is like a moniker or a nickname. I hate when like the actual person uses it. I think it's so arrogant. But I mean, radio guys and play-by-play guys are super arrogant.
Yep.
Like they all have major egos. 713-780 ESPN. Fromber's currently tied for 11th with Hunter Brown and AL strikeouts, says a texter. There you go. He would, and he doesn't even chase strikeouts that often. He's usually trying to pitch to to a soft contact.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's tried to take speed off of his fastball, which topped out at 98 last night, which was also.
I don't usually love him having a lot of velo, though.
And he's been trying to adjust that and take a little off, so he does have more movement on his pitches. But he's capable of throwing every pitch in his repertoire to be a plus pitch, and he was on his game last night.
Let's see what else I have here. Oh, yeah, the weather stuff before the game.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Dana Brown yelling at everybody that he could yell at. What'd you make of all that?
One, I like Dana Brown showing some emotion. It's the kind of stuff we talked about even with a Joe Espada, because Espada was just sitting there with his arms crossed, nodding his head like, okay, I'm going to go along with whatever they say. And I love it from the standpoint of if you're going to be the general manager of this team and you know that you're in the middle of a road trip where you've got to it's a getaway game and you got to go somewhere else, that if you're not hearing what you like, you owe it to yourself, you owe it to your team first and foremost, your organization, to put your foot down and say, hey, come on, man. Like, we got to do something and do it quickly if we're going to make a decision here, because we've got to get to another city and we have an early game again the next night. You and I were talking about it before we even knew it was going to be 3 hours when we were looking at the radar. And I like Dana Brown kind of getting a little bit more emotional and getting into it.
Yeah, I mean, I like it too. Like, I like that he's going to bat for the boys. I like that he's like trying to have their best interest in mind. I'm not sure what he's trying to accomplish by yelling at the Pirates manager.
It just, we weren't there, so we don't know what was said. But if guys can be catty, guys can be a little bit, smart-assed in things, the way they deliver a message, and maybe he didn't like it and did, because the Pirates stayed home. They opened up another homestand for the weekend. They didn't have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they were kind of relaxing, saying we're going to start it when we started.
Yeah, but the Pirates have no say in it. This is umpires and this is Major League Baseball officials that are working together. Like, they're not asking Don Kelly, hey, when do you want to start the game?
But the umpires weren't, at least the discussion that I saw, the umpires weren't saying a whole lot. It did seem to be between Kelly and Dana, and they did seem to be, it seemed like something Kelly said struck a nerve with Dana, and then Dana was very demonstrative and everything after that. And I don't know what that could be, but at the same time, I mean, you've got a first-place club that's in the middle of a road trip, and I like the fact that he's going to stick up for his team.
No, I do too. I would like to know what set him off there. Like, I know he was frustrated with the idea that we can't get out of town. Like, I know that, but I just wonder, like, why he's yelling at the Pirates manager. I just wonder what was said.
Maybe it's something to do with the, with the pitchers and stuff too. If there was a chance that you're going to get these guys hot and you're going to get them warmed up, like Fromber, and then all of a sudden.
Well, that's the reason they didn't start the game and it didn't rain for an hour and a half.
But you never know. Like, if something pops up or something like that, and then he might be fighting for the fact that he doesn't want to get a guy up unless we're dead set certain we're starting at this time.
Well, I mean, at the time that they were having the argument, the rain had cleared and they were starting to take the tarp off.
Yeah, I'm just guessing because I don't know at that point, like, because the I think it was the Pirates' assistant general manager was right behind Kelly.
Yeah.
And they seemed to be all on a unified front, nodding their heads whenever he was talking. And then when Dana took off and started going off, they all kind of went, whoa, might have struck a nerve there.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it was, I liked it too. I really don't think that could have been avoided other than playing it earlier. Like, that was the only thing to me. Like, if one, it's kind of weird that you're playing an evening getaway game that's usually not, it doesn't happen a ton. I guess it happens sometimes. And it's easy to do between Pittsburgh and Cleveland because apparently it's only like an hour flight.
It's an hour.
So it's like, okay, well, it's close. You can get away with the evening game. But The only way they could have really done anything differently, I think, is to have started the game earlier. But the early forecast only had like a 50% chance of rain, so it's really unlucky. I'm glad they didn't start the game at 5:40 or 6:40 Eastern.
You probably lose Frommer at some point in the next rain delay.
Like Josh Reddick was complaining that, we had the tarp on the field and it didn't rain for an hour and a half. Well, if you use Frommer and then all of a sudden the skies fall down, in the fourth inning, Frommer's toast. So I don't want there to be a delay in the middle of a game. And then Chandler Roman, his article today, quotes from Dana. They were talking about this. They were like overlapping the Pirates schedule and the Astros schedule to see if there was a way that they could like travel to Pittsburgh on an off day. And I don't think that's worth the trouble. Like ultimately, I think this was in the best interest of the Astros.
Yes,
Just get the game out of the way. Don't worry about blowing an off day in the future and actually traveling back into Pittsburgh. Fromber made quick work of Pittsburgh. Yes, you got home late, and that stinks. And I do think it's a factor, and it's not great. And that's why Dana Brown was frustrated. But I don't think that there was an alternative to what happened yesterday.
Of everything you said, and then the other alternative is they push it to the end of the season to see if it's necessary. And the last thing you want to do as you're really getting ready for the postseason is to have to rush out and find a way to play a one-game series on the East Coast when you're trying to get your players ready for the playoffs and get them as much rest as possible. So this seemed like the best-case scenario of all the possibilities. It just sucks that, the 3-hour rain delay pushed him into Cleveland at about 5 a.m.
Yeah, they were talking about in season, not into season.
But you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times these things, they will push it to the end of the season and then it becomes unnecessary because it's not going to change the standings or the playoff seeds.
Can you do that now whenever? Because they go straight into the wild card.
But I'm saying in the last week or so of the season, they've blown off a game saying we're not going to make up that game
everybody's not.
We don't need it.
Yeah, if it's a rain out like the last series,
Right.
last two series, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I think that they made the right decision by playing. I certainly understand everybody being mad. Blumers was he was ticked off on the broadcast. He was super annoyed and agitated by he was very agitated by everything that was going on. Pretty interesting stuff. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Fromber was great yesterday. I've been thinking about this for a while, and I think I'm ready to make the proclamation. Fromber Valdez is the greatest left-handed starting pitcher in Houston Astros history. Am I wrong? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
broadcasting from Kemah Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Shout out Josh from Seabrook swinging by to say hello to the Killer Bees. Said he said that we're his third favorite show in this time slot in the last 5 years.
Great.
No, he didn't say that. I made that up, but it's funny. The Twitter deposit just hit the account. Tap water on me.
Twitter deposit?
Yeah, Twitter paid me for my tweets.
Oh, nice.
Today, they hit the account today.
Okay.
So if you guys want some tap water, I'm buying. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. So I believe that Framber Valdez is the greatest left-handed starter in Houston Astro history. I've been sitting on this for a while. I've been thinking about this for a while. I was ready to go here last week, and then we just didn't get to it. I was like, let's wait for another Framber start. And then he pitched really well, so it kind of helps out my cause a little bit here. There's a long list of like solid lefties. There isn't like this. There's not 50 great lefties in Astro history, but there's a handful of really good ones. If you wanted to go just straight peak, I mean, Randy Johnson was obviously very good, but he did it for 3 months, so like doesn't have the volume. If you want to go way back, you can go to Mike Cuellar.
I've heard the
Remember
name.
Mike Cuellar?
I've heard the name, yes.
He had a 2.74 ERA with the Astros, which is the best left-handed ERA in franchise history for a starter, but was only 37 and 36.
Okay.
And a lot of his best years actually came once he went to Baltimore, which he was traded with Elijah Johnson and Enzo Hernandez for John Mason and Kurt Byferry. So, like, probably the worst trade in Astros history that we never talk about.
Okay.
Bob Knepper could be in the mix here. Bob Knepper won 93 games as an Astro, which is the most ever for a left-handed starter in franchise history. Problem here is that he had a losing record. He was 93 and 100 and had a 3.66 ERA.
ERA
So,
is good, though.
I mean, 3.66 is okay.
For 100 games, I mean, it's pretty decent.
I mean, in that
Or
era,
200
pitching
games,
in the
well,
Dome.
That's true. The dome does factor in.
I mean, it's not bad, but we're talking about greatest of all time.
Yeah, look, there's three to come to my mind just because it's been.
Let me finish this
Yeah,
point
I know.
real quick.
I'm just saying because I didn't see Bob Knepper pitch in the dome.
Yeah, I didn't either. Bob Knepper was before my time, but Knepper also never finished with like a top 10 Cy Young year. So like even like relative to his era, he was never in the he never had a top 10 Cy Young finish year. Period. So I think that hurts his cause a little bit here too. How about recently? I think Wandy Rodriguez could be a mention, not anywhere, not the top, but a mention. Wandy had 80 wins in his Astro career, which is the second most, but had a losing record, 80 and 84, and also had an ERA north of 4. Mike Hampton was pretty dang good, 76 and 50, 3.59 ERA. His best Cy Young year was in 1999, had a second-place Cy Young year.
He was one of the ones on my mind.
Andy Pettit, 37 and 26, 3.38 ERA. He had, I think it was 3 years in Houston. His best Cy Young year in Houston was a 5th place in 2005. Now, there's only been one left-handed Cy Young in Houston Astro franchise history. And this is where I think the conversation is at. The
beard.
Right, yeah. Yes. Thank you for that. I didn't know who it was. Dallas Keuchel. To me, it's those two. I think it's Dallas Keuchel and Framber Valdez. That's the conversation. Dallas Keuchel, the only left-handed Cy Young in Astro franchise history, 76 and 63, 3.66 ERA. Framber Valdez, after last night, is 74 and 45. So he has 2 fewer wins, but he has way less losses. He has a 3.28 ERA. So it's 0.40 better than Keuchel. He has his WAR is like equal. It's 17.4 Keuchel, 17.3 Framber. And while Framber doesn't have a Cy Young, he has 3 top 10 finishes and 4 top 11 finishes. So, and Framber also has more postseason wins, 7 to Dallas Keuchel's 4.
Yep.
So when you look at Framber versus Keuchel, I'm going Framber over Keuchel because of the consistency over a body of work. And I would argue he had more playoff success. So he doesn't have the Cy Young, doesn't have Keuchel's peak, maybe not even Randy Johnson's peak. But because of the longevity and the consistency and the volume, I believe Framber Valdez is the greatest left-handed starter in Houston Astros history.
Yeah, you look at it, and the names that were on my list that I had seen were Wandy, Hampton, and Keuchel going up against Framber. But you also got to factor in the fact that Frommer looks like he's not anywhere close to being done from now to the rest of the regular season. He's probably going to keep stacking and racking a lot of wins and have good success. I look at it and from the same standpoint. It's going to come down to Cy Young's versus postseason success. If you tell me that Keuchel's got a Cy Young, but you say that Frommer's got more wins in the playoffs and at the biggest moments, I don't know that it's a wash, but it says that Keuchel had one really, really good year. And then when you start talking about how many, top 10 finishes and top 5 finishes he had for Cy Young, I would probably lean Frommer.
Okay. So you agree with me?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And I look, the older school guys, I don't know. The other thing that kind of becomes evident with all this is it's surprising with all the Astros that had some really good pitchers back in the day that those were the best lefties that this franchise has ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, that to me is the list. Cuellar, Nepper, Wandy, Hampton Pettit, Randy Johnson, if you want to throw in the big unit. I think it's fair to have him in the conversation because he was great in that short period of time. He's never going to win this conversation, but because he was great, and he does have the highest peak, I believe, even though Keuchel won a Cy Young back in 2015, I will take Randy Johnson's peak after trading for him in 1998 than I would Keuchel. I think he was 11-1.
11-1. Yeah, I was going to say, if you just want to take the best lefty to ever throw in an Astros uniform in terms of their repertoire, their pitches, their domination, Randy Johnson's obviously in the conversation.
Yeah,
but I don't think Pettit played here long enough for him to be in the mix and be in the conversation.
I mean, 3 years, probably not.
I was surprised when you told me that was the year I think he and Clemens both had really good years.
05 was the year they went to the World Series.
That he was was he top? Would you say top 5?
He was 5th. Yeah.
Yeah,
he was 5th.
But I think it's definitely a 2-guy race. I think it's Keuchel and it's Frommer.
And if you were pressed, you would go Frommer over Keuchel.
And what's the difference in losses?
Frommer has 45 career losses. Keuchel has 63. I mean, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, as opposed to the difference of 2 in wins. Yeah, if you go 20 more losses, yeah, I'm leaning Frommer.
Yeah, Frommer's at 74 wins. Keuchel's at 76.
Yeah.
But if you were to add the postseason, because Frommer has 7 postseason wins, Keuchel has 4. So if you put Keuchel's 4 postseason wins with a 76 regular season, you're looking at 80. You put Frommer's 7 wins with his 74 wins, he's actually at 81 wins as an Astro.
More
with almost
wins,
twice
20
as
less
many
losses.
in the regular season.
Yeah, the only thing that Keuchel's got that pushes it his way is the Cy Young.
He does. Keuchel has the Cy Young, but that was his only year as an Astro.
Right.
Where he finished with a Cy Young vote at all. He actually had a year
he won 20,
after the Astros.
He went 20 that year?
I want to say I think he hit 20 right on the nose, wasn't it?
Because I thought it was 20, and then when you factor that in, did he have just one really good year as opposed to Frommer having the consistency of having multiple really good years?
Dallas Keuchel never finished on a Cy Young leaderboard in Houston other than that one
time.
year.
Yep.
Now, he did have a 5th-place Cy Young year in Chicago as a White Sox in the COVID year, but that doesn't count.
Nope.
Like we're only counting his Astros. But Keuchel was a 2-time All-Star in Houston. Like he had other good years. Like in 17, he was 14-5 with a 2.90 ERA. Like that's a good year.
That is.
14 was the second most wins he had in a season. Second most wins that he had in a season. Now his career high as an Astro was 20. Frommer's had 17, 15, 12, 11, but he's right up there with Keuchel. He's a couple wins shy of Keuchel in the regular season. Passes him if you want to include the postseason.
It's pretty close.
It is very close.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's razor thin between the two.
Agreed.
But I give the slight edge to Frommer. People too were putting Frommer a little bit ahead of Keuchel as well because of the postseason stuff. Like Keuchel wasn't bad in the playoffs, but he didn't rack up 7 wins like Frommer has racked up 7 wins. And Frommer also started a World Series clinching game in 2012 or 2022 and won that game.
Yeah, and I just think that when you look at the two of them, no matter what, if you just wipe the slate clean and said, who do you have more confidence in a one-and-done situation in a big time game, Keuchel or Frommer? I'm leaning Frommer because of what we just talked about in the opening segment. All of his pitches move. His fastball is above average. Keuchel's fastball was okay, but I just think that from the variety of stuff, the movement of stuff, the domination of stuff, and because it's so close, I lean Frommer.
713-780-ESPN. Is Frommer the greatest left-handed starter in Astro franchise history? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live for the Kima Boardwalk on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting from Kemah Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, Kemah Boardwalk. Texture, I'm on Team Fromber, but you can't hold the losses against Keuchel. He was on some terrible teams. That's a good counterpoint. That's a fair point. Because he was on the 12. He made 16 starts in 12, terrible. 22 starts in 13, terrible. 29 starts in 14, terrible.
Those were the 100-loss teams?
I think 12 and 13 they were. They lost 90 and 14, and then they started winning in 15.
Right.
Now, Fromber, Dallas did pitch in some of the golden era. He won a championship in 17. He was on the 18 team that was loaded. That rotation was loaded. It had him, Cole, Verlander, McCullers, and Morton. That in my opinion, was the best starting rotation in Astros history.
Who compares it in 19 or 22?
They traded for Greinke, so they had Greinke with Cole and Verlander, but McCullers didn't pitch that year because he was hurt. Morton left in free agency.
Right.
Keuchel left in free agency. So they were getting some spot starts from random dudes in the back. I remember
say,
Peacock started a few games.
That's right. Yep.
He was in the rotation for a little
good
bit.
For about a year and a half.
Yeah. No, he was great out of the pen.
Yeah, out of the pen. No matter where they used him.
Out of the pen. Yep. I loved Brad Peacock, but the rotation in 18 was better than 19. The lineup in 19 was better than 18 because now you add Jordan, you add Tucker to the back last 2 months of the year.
The two unsung guys I'll always give. I don't think they get enough credit for just the versatility and the effectiveness are Peacock and McHugh. McHugh, I used to love seeing McHugh.
He might have started some games.
I think he did. I was going to say, I thought he started some games. When he needed a starter, he could be a spot starter. When you needed him to get some guys out, he'd get some guys out. When you needed him to go multiple innings, he'd go multiple innings. And his stuff was filthy there for a small window of time of a couple of years for the Astros. But he was good. Peacock was good too.
Peacock. Oh yeah, they had Wade Miley.
Oh, that's
they had
right.
Wade Miley,
yep.
and then Fromber came up that year, but only started in 8 games. He wasn't Fromber yet.
That's right.
He was. Urquidy started 7 games that year.
Was Miley only here for a year?
I want to say he was.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
Yeah, which was. He was pretty dang
he
good.
Was
that
good.
Year. Sub 4 ERA, but I'll go starting rotation 18 over 19. Underrated starting rotation were the years they had Clemens, Pettit, Royo. That was pretty dang good.
Filthy.
And then if you go back, didn't Ryan and Richard share a rotation for a time? That's pretty nasty too.
Yeah, Ryan Richards, and it was either Negro or
sounds right.
I don't know if Mike Scott was ever in.
Oh yeah, Scott and Ryan were on the 86 team, but not that was after Richard though.
Yeah, that's still those two guys alone are pretty damn good.
Yeah, so you go back to what kind of predates us. They had some really good rotations as well. Those are more my lifetime, 18, and then the Clemens, Pettit, Royo was pretty dang good too. I wonder how long. I don't know. Let's see. I'm not sure that Richard. See, what was J.R. Richards' final year in Houston? Richards' final year in Houston was 80 before the stroke.
Year? Okay.
And Nolan Ryan's first year in Houston was 80. So they only shared the rotation in 1980. And they only did it for
partial?
They did it 17 starts for Richards.
Because he collapsed in the dome, right?
Yeah.
On the mound?
I believe that's right, yes. And then later was homeless.
He was
living under the overpass. Terrible story.
But then kind of found his way. The Astros got behind him. Everybody got behind him, and he passed too soon.
Yeah, that guy was a freak. So good.
True story. I grew up, and we've got pictures of it. All I wanted was the Astros rainbow jersey with 50 on the back when I was growing up. I loved J.R. Richard. His dominance, man, if he could have just, played out his full career, what a pitcher he was.
Yeah, so Richard and Nolan only shared the rotation for part of the 1980 season. So they didn't have that run. How nasty would have that been for years? Well, Nolan Ryan, J.R. Richard at the top of the rotation for multiple years. And it was
horses, too. They could go deep every game.
That might be one of the great what-ifs in Houston sports history. What if J.R. Richard stays healthy, never has the stroke, and him and Nolan Ryan are dominant for maybe they still add a Mike Scott. Could you imagine?
Wow.
Nolan Ryan, J.R. Richard, Mike Scott, the same rotation, game
and
over.
They're in the dome where it's a pitcher's ballpark where everything stays in the park. God, that would have been dominant.
All right, Wandy will always be known for the click heard around the world when during the start of the World Series started by saying Roger Clemens wasn't pitching. It was going to be Wandy. Was it? I thought Clemens left the game early and Wandy relieved him.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
No, it was 2015 World Series. I thought Roger Clemens left the game early.
15, they didn't get there, right?
2005.
They lost to the Royals? 05.
2005, I thought that Clemens got hurt early in one of the Chicago starts and left the game and was relieved by Wandy Rodriguez. I don't think it was a late scratch.
I don't either because I didn't hear. I didn't get the click reference. The click heard round the world.
So I'm trying to pull it up here real quick. That's regular season. I want to say that he started the game and left the game in the first.
In Chicago?
Yeah. So he started the game and actually pitched 2 innings.
Okay.
He left the game in the third. He went 2 innings, gave up 3 runs, 4 hits, left the game, and then wouldn't pitch again. That was game 1. And I want to say Wandy relieved him. Yep, Wandy was the relief pitcher.
What
Yeah,
was
so
the injury?
it wasn't. It was a hamstring, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
I kind of remember it wasn't arm related.
Yeah, so it wasn't a scratch before the game. It was Clemens was pitching, and he had to leave the game in the third, and then Wandy relieved him. I did remember that right. Fromber had a lot more notable first-inning playoff meltdowns than Keuchel. Okay, Keuchel got hit sometimes in the playoffs too.
Yeah.
Harris was awesome, but he's a reliever and a righty. Wade Miley was only with the Astros in 19.
Okay.
1980 Astros pitching staff was pretty good. Ryan, Richard, Necro, and Mike Scott. Okay, so Scott was on the 80 rotation. I missed that. Nepper was a good lefty for the Astros, says Ocho. We mentioned Nepper, but I don't think you can put a 3.66 ERA, 93-10, never had a top 10 Cy Young season ahead of Fromber and Keuchel.
I mean, he was good as an Astro, but if you want to say the greatest lefty of all time, that's where everything matters. Everything's on the table, and those two guys have the most accolades.
Dallas had the Gold Glove, says a texter.
That could factor in. Fromber's never going to have one of those.
How much does that weigh into you?
No, pitching is all about your arm and your effectiveness, your wins, losses, earned run average, those kind of things. Yeah, it's nice. Like Mike Hampton was an unbelievable defender. Mike Hampton has multiple Gold Gloves, but Mike Hampton as a pitcher doesn't come close to those other two guys.
He could hit too.
Oh my goodness, yes he could.
Didn't Hampton have 100 victories for the Astros? I had Hampton at 76 wins in his Astros tenure, so not quite 100. Really not close. That's kind of like 2 seasons away.
And did you say, or someone texted us in the last week or so that he actually came back for one more year?
Yeah, I mentioned that because I was looking at. We were looking at him the other day.
Yeah, we were.
And he came back in 2009 when he was 36.
And I don't remember that.
I don't either.
I just remember Rocky. He got paid, and he was Rockies and Mets, but that I don't remember him coming back.
Yeah, that Astros team was not good though. That was the 09 Astros. They weren't a good team.
Okay.
I want to say that was Carlos Lee. They were 74-88. Their head coach was Cecil Cooper. Carlos Lee was
definitely
on the team.
Carlos Lee. Yeah.
That team wasn't awful.
Wasn't
they
had
were just
strikeout
old.
king at first base, Chris?
No, they had Berkman still.
Oh, did they? What was the guy that was either?
You're thinking of Chris Carter.
Chris Carter. There you go.
Yeah, they had Pudge at 37. They had Kaz Matsui, the anal fissures, at 33. They had Tejada, who we think was 35. They had Blum at 36. Carlos Lee was 33. And then their young guys were Bourne and Pence, who were both 26. That team's not awful. They were just old.
Yeah. I mean, literally, if you have those guys closer to their prime, there's some pretty good baseball players in the mix there. But, yeah, it seemed like they got everybody all, bunched into the same age group.
You had 30-year-old Wandy, 31-year-old Royo, and then you had the veteran Mike Hampton make 21 starts that year. I mean, that team's just old.
Yep.
It's not – I mean, they were 74-88. I guess that counts as a bad team. They fired Cooper that year.
Who was was Lidge the closer?
I think he was already gone. No, because – oh, you said Lidge. For some reason, I heard you say Lidge, and for some reason,
Billy?
I thought you said Wagner.
Yeah, I asked Lidge.
No, Lidge was gone. It was Valverde.
Okay.
Because remember, they got rid of Lidge after
you go to Philly?
Yeah, I think they got rid of him after the – did he stick around one more year after the Pujols homer? Or did they get rid of him after 05?
I think he had one more year here before they got rid of him. I don't think it was we got to get rid of him because of that.
And then he was awesome in Philly.
Yeah, he had good years.
I think he won he spent 2 more years with the Astros. He had a good year with the with Phillies. He finished 4th in Cy Young his first year in Philly. Yeah.
That I don't remember.
41 saves, sub-2 ERA, 4th in Cy Young, 8th in MVP. Brad Lidge. He had a top 10 MVP season.
That's impressive.
Once he left.
I never would have thunk that.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. I want to agree, but does Fromber have to win a Cy Young to get that title? Let's answer that on the other side. Does Fromber have to win a Cy Young to get the title as the greatest lefty starter in Astros history? Todd Cowles will be joining us at 4:15. We'll get to NBA Finals a little bit later, and then also we have to discuss shrouded in mystery CJ Stroud saga. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Rico hanging out with the Bees, member of the Hive. He's out here at Kima Boardwalk hanging out with us. Shout out, Rico. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. TK in 15 minutes from Cleveland. I bet you he's tired today. How many coffees has TK had today? 713. How many cigarettes has TK smoked today? It's probably the better question.
Does he still?
I have no idea. He sounds like he does. He's got a smoker's voice.
I think he did. Maybe he did back in the day. I don't think I would bet that he doesn't anymore.
Why? Why would you bet that? How would you know?
Because he goes for walks and everything every day. And I think he's healthier.
You don't think smokers walk?
No, I don't.
What?
I don't think a lot of them do.
You don't think smokers walk?
On average, I would say most smokers don't care that much about their health.
Like, of walkers, is there a disproportionate amount of non-smokers versus smokers? Is there correlation there?
I think so.
Really? Why do you think that? See, I would think the opposite, because smokers, you get the nicotine hit, which makes you active.
I would think that they're not really dialed in all that much to like physical fitness, cardio, and those kind of things when they're doing that to their body with the cigarettes.
But nicotine does give you like that jolt.
I've heard, yes.
I've been thinking about starting up a nicotine habit
dip.
for the jolt. Well, I don't want to get gum cancer or jaw cancer.
Oh, so you'd rather get lung cancer?
I don't have to smoke to get nicotine. There's other ways. There's other mediums of nicotine. You could get gum. You could get patches. There's many alternatives. What's the best way to take in nicotine for the positive ramifications of nicotine without the negative ramifications? There's positive to nicotine.
As long as you think so, then you go get that.
What are you disputing this?
I don't like the negative ramifications that can come with nicotine.
But what are the negative ramifications?
Cancer,
right? But that's from the cigarette or from the
not
from
necessarily.
The dip. Nicotine's not what causes the cancer.
Okay, I'm just not messing with it.
All right. 713-7. I'm not doing that, Mario. He said suppository.
Then you go back to your bidet. You're all good.
I would need one if I'm doing that. Sheesh. No wonder that guy's wife called us trash radio yesterday. Todd says Zen. I still think Zen would have the danger of the jaw cancer.
What is Zen?
It's like a modern form of dip. It's just like a little pouch.
Oh, the pouches.
It's like supposed to have less of the negative things that dip has. You get like a lot of coaches do dip or Zens because they get laser focus. That's the positive nicotine. Nicotine gives you laser focus and energy.
I played with a ton of guys that would dip, but I didn't know it dialed you in like that, but I also don't think any guy that I played with, thankfully, went through any kind of mouth cancer.
What was Gwen's? Gwen had, I think it was jaw cancer, right?
Yeah.
And it was because he was dipping.
Because he had a chaw in all the time. Some of the time, back in the day, they used to wrap it in bubble gum. They used to take the big chaw and then wrap it in bubble gum so that it wouldn't erode the inside of your cheek, but you'd still get the nicotine.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
What's his name from Devers? Devers still uses the old school, like the tobacco wad, like not the pinch dip, but it looks almost like he's chewing up a cigar in his mouth, and it's just nasty.
I kind of like my baseball players that dip.
Okay.
I think they're better.
Okay.
For real.
All right, I don't.
Like I want my offensive line looking like Big Ten country boys. I want my middle of the order hitters having a big fat dip in. Like, I think Yordan Alvarez would be a better baseball player if he took up dipping.
Okay, I don't.
If he had like a big old, what do they call it? Like, they call it something like a big old. It's like yeah, but there's so many different words for it. There's like one that's like an animal, maybe pig. Do they call it pig? I don't think they call it pig. But like you throw in like a big one, and it's like, well, you looks like you have a baseball in your mouth. You telling me that Yordan Alvarez, if he had a dip the size of a baseball in his mouth, wouldn't hit 50 home runs a year?
No,
I think so.
No,
I think so.
I know
100%.
one of the terms they used to use for it.
Can't say it on the air.
No, I mean,
then why would you tease us like
a fatty?
That? Oh yeah.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah. Fatty. Yeah,
big
sure.
fatty.
He had a big fatty.
Yep.
You see him on the golf course a lot. Like somebody spit out their big fatty, and it's like right there, like near the tee box. It's always gross.
Don't spit on the greens.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Or in the hole.
Fact.
Was it Sergio that did that? Didn't Sergio Garcia spit in the hole once?
I don't remember that.
I think he did.
But he wasn't dipping.
No, it was just kind of like people were ticked off at him, though, because like you spit in the cup and people's golf balls are going in there, they're going to have to pick up their golf
like
balls.
peeing in
I'm pretty sure Sergio. No, it's a little different because like if you pee in Race Creek, no one else is touching that. you spit in the cup, somebody's going to get the the ramifications.
I think the
of your spit in
ramifications
cup.
at Augusta could be as severe.
Right, no, look,
Creek.
both are negative,
Yes.
but they're like one is affecting a person, the other one is not affecting a person. So a little bit there. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. Mario says that Randy Johnson's the best lefty. I mean, as peak, I have no argument there. Just didn't have the volume for me. Eric said that Bob had some great years, but Fromber gets my vote. To me, it's Fromber or Keuchel. I would go Fromber over Keuchel, but I would have to go Fromber.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a 2-horse race.
Bagwell started to get injury prone after he stopped dipping. Fact, Keith. There you go. So maybe you would have the opposite effect with Jordan. Jordan doesn't dip, always hurt. Start dipping, get a little dipping addict or whatever, and then maybe he would get healthy.
There was a lot of different rumors as to what caused the breakdown of Jeff's body. Sometimes putting on a little too much muscle too quickly and things like that too.
It's called a horseshoe, said somebody. Big old eagle claw dip. Branham going around to high schools talking about how cool dipping is. They need to do it if they want to be successful. It's the kind of motivation you get from the Killer Bees and from Branham. I'm not saying I'm not saying you should start dipping, but there are some positive effects of nicotine. Texter Moises Alou always had a massive dip in his mouth. I loved Moises Alou. How dirty was Moises Alou, by the way? He had that big old dip, was peeing on his hands. Like, that's the kind of baseball player I like. There's a reason that he was a great hitter. Peed on his hand, had a big dip in all the time. Like, that's a throwback. I like throwbacks.
It is a throwback. I'm not going to go as far as to say that guys would be better baseball players if they dip.
Remember Jack Parkman in Major League? He has had the tobacco between his teeth.
Which one was who was
he? Was the guy that was like, get off the tracks when the train's coming through. He got traded to the Indians at the time, and then traded back to the White Sox.
The really old pitcher?
He was a catcher.
Oh no, I remember the really old school pitcher.
You don't remember the catcher that got traded to them in Major League Two?
Major League Two. I thought you did in Major League.
Well, I mean, that's the series.
Yeah, but I don't know that I remember Major League Two.
You don't remember Parkman?
No.
Get off the train when the track's coming through and he ran over the catcher?
I think I remember Charlie Sheen saying his name. I don't remember the character.
Wow. Okay. All right. 713-780 ESPN. The movie, or you're too old for it?
No, the movie's too old for me. It's more your style there.
Patches, gum, lozenges, or inhalers. These products deliver nicotine without the harmful chemicals found in traditional tobacco products. See, it's the harmful chemicals that cause cancer. It's not the nicotine that causes cancer.
Someone said nicotine causes cancer in your heart and lungs.
Cancer in your heart?
Wait, where was the text? Someone texted.
You ever heard of cancer in your heart?
Let me find the text.
More addictive than heroin, nicotine is. Is it really? Wow. Asked Tony Gwynn how good nicotine was. The nicotine's not what killed him. It's Randy Johnson, tenure be darned. Who was the reliever we had in 04 and 05 that we basically hated to see come in? Was it Mike Gallo? I wonder if it was Mike Gallo. The Astros have had some tomato can lefties. Like back when loogies were a thing, when you didn't have the 3-batter minimum. Like they had Mike Gallo, who was awful. They had Tony Sipp, who was awful.
Tony Sipp was bad. And then he affected my guy and was like playing psychologist for him even after he went to Washington, Josh James. Josh James that had that big 99-mile-an-hour fastball and couldn't do anything with it. And he was like, Tony Sipp keeps calling me to help me through this.
They had a name for him. They had a...
For Tony Sipp?
No, for Josh James. He had a nickname. It had something to do with how hard he threw.
He did throw.
But I can't remember what
99.
that nickname. What was Josh James' nickname? 713-780 ESPN.
Wouldn't Baseball Reference have it?
No, maybe.
It says nicotine directly affects your nervous system and heart. I would say that's what you're talking about. Like immediately upon when you.
That's not cancer, though.
Right? No. No, I'm saying, but I just read the text. I was like,
well, I do think it gets your heart pumping. Yeah. But again, like affecting your nervous system doesn't mean negatively. Like there are some positive effects of your nervous system as well. Wagner's the best lefty, says a texter. Yeah, but he's not a starter. Left-handed starter. Billy Wagner wouldn't be on there. Bro, Wandy came in like a boss, but I remember thinking, who the heck is Wandy? What is Wandy? If you didn't know who Wandy was by the 2005 World Series, you were a casual, man.
Seriously.
Wandy was pretty solid back in the day.
Yeah, you're right. Nicotine acts as a stimulant.
Yes. I've done studies. I've entertained the idea of taking up a nicotine habit.
And it backs up what it says. While nicotine itself is not definitively classified as a carcinogen in humans, It has many other harmful chemicals within the tobacco that can cause cancer.
You know, I think what would make you smarter if you listen to me more.
That's not going to ever happen. So
it took Google.
I give you
for you
credit
to believe
when you were right.
me
but I'm just
telling
saying,
you. But my point is,
I said I know that
you didn't
smoking
believe me, and then you had to Google it.
Damn right.
You shouldn't have had
I
to
think the
Google
majority
it.
of the
You
people
should
in
have
their
just been like,
cars wanted me to do that.
You should have just been like, "Yep, I believe you," but no, you had to go fact check and find out what I said. I did that for you. I had already Googled this. I've already researched this. I'm not just going to take up a dangerous habit
I know you
without
expect
doing
me to
my due
trust you
diligence.
just like that, but it's not happening.
I mean, has it ever failed you?
Mm-hmm.
Aside from Will Levis, has it ever failed you? Christian Walker would at least have a 680 OPS if he dipped. I agree. Let's he's over here changing the height of his socks and changing lockers. Let's put a big fat dip in his mouth.
I didn't realize, when you think about his age and Abreu's age, and I had a hard time categorizing him as an older player in Major League Baseball until I saw the documentary on the South Carolina baseball team that ended up winning the national championship. And it was him and Jackie Bradley Jr. And I'm like, well, damn, how long has he been in Major League Baseball? And he's been in baseball a long time.
It took him forever to get a job
because
he was behind Goldschmidt and he was blocked. Texture, they make nicotine toothpicks and they make you look cool as bad word. I'm going to be over here looking like Razor Ramon with my nicotine toothpicks.
You like Dusty and get it stuck as he tries to flip it in his mouth and gets stuck on the roof of his mouth.
I think I would look cool doing the radio show with a toothpick in my mouth.
It'd sound great.
Josh Flames James.
That was it?
Because his fastball had flames. Now, Flames isn't a great nickname.
No, he used to drive me nuts, and
he was not great. But I mean, if you can have better nicknames than Flames. Like, it rhymes with James. I get it. I understand. Fastball Flame, yay. But I wouldn't love if that was my nickname.
No, because you also could get lit up.
Not where I was going to go, but that also applies. Yeah. Nicotine is the most addictive drug on earth. Yeah, let's do it. Come on. Let's go.
AJ, you in?
Will you do nicotine gum with me?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
I got to
Smart
keep my
decision.
fitness.
Nicotine is good for you if done properly. It's like caffeine. Caffeine is good for you if done properly. Just don't overuse these things.
People overuse everything, though. So, I mean,
He's not wrong.
We call them hog legs. See, I knew there was something to do with pigs. Like a
That's
big
what
hog.
that's
It's hog.
what a dip was?
I was thinking hog. I wasn't thinking hog leg, but I was thinking hog. Like you had a big old hog in your Major League Baseball is not allowed smokeless tobacco since 2016. Everybody's breaking that rule, dog. Everybody's breaking that rule.
Watch a Red Sox game in which Devers plays.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that ain't chewing gum.
That is a rule. The texter is right. It is a rule. That is a rule that gets overlooked, and they do not enforce it. It's like these stupid rules we have in Texas. Like there's I don't remember some of them, but like you can't spit on the courthouse steps. Like these little stupid rules that were like adopted like in the 1920s that nobody follows and even knows about. Like it's like that. Yes, you can't have tobacco in Major League Baseball dugouts, but they have tobacco in Major League Baseball dugouts.
That's where either got started or it was more prevalent that they were wrapping it in chewing gum when they initially made that rule because the guys could say, look, it's pink, it's bubble gum, but the inside was filled with just nicotine and chaw juice.
Now, maybe they're not like in the dugout. Maybe they're like down the stairs, like when the Astros kept the trash can.
They look for the dip cans now. Remember, because in the back pocket you used to see them, and that was the first indication from the umpires that they were going to go get that.
I think they probably hide them in the little, away from view, but they go in there and they stick them in there.
Oh,
Ain't no doubt about that.
Bregman was big on them. A lot. Bregman would have a dip in.
I'm not reading that one. How would Drayton do in today's Major League Baseball? Drayton McClain, he'd be terrible. The DARE program failed Branham. No, it didn't. I did. I can handle my things in moderation. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis, next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Boardwalk inside the arcade as we go straight out to the HR&P guest line, joined by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. Todd, thank you for spending some time with us this afternoon. What time did you put head to pillow last night?
It was a little after 4 o'clock. We got to the hotel around 3:30 in Cleveland, and then by the time you get your luggage and settle in, it's a little after 4. So I got about 6 hours sleep, so I'm okay. I'm fine.
There we go.
Good to see that you come out after a late night affair. Obviously better when you get a win, but Frommer was dominant yet again. He is definitely back to his old self. And, I mean, the 11 strikeouts and what he's doing right now and the movement on his stuff is fantastic.
Yeah, Frommer and Hunter Brown have carried a big load for this rotation. They've really had to because they're not getting a ton of innings out of the other guys. Lance has stepped it up lately and gone 6 back-to-back, so that's a huge sign. But other than Lance, the young guys, Gusto, and tonight's guy, Gordon, need to figure out a way to go 5 or 6. But going back to Frommer, great stuff. Gave up 2 runs, could have easily been 1 run. He's just one of those guys that day in and day out, you're going to count on to give you 7 innings, a couple of runs, and give your team a chance to win.
Todd, not to put you on the spot, but we were kicking this around a little bit ago. I think that Frommer's the greatest left-handed starter in Houston Astro history. And without going into the history and this guy banging the table, would you have any immediate reservation or counterpoint to that?
No, when you first said it, I hadn't thought about it before, and I started thinking, there have been some good lefties in the past, but it's tough to argue with that. I mean, based on the number of years he's been here, the big games he's pitched in, what he did in the 2022 World Series, the no-hitter, all those quality starts in a row, setting a major league record. I think that's a fair statement. And, just going through the mental Rolodex, a lot of good lefties that Frommer has to be right up there.
TK, let's stay with the pitching for a minute, but you mentioned Lance. But after not knowing, and you talked about the other guys having to go deeper, Lance's first couple starts, he didn't go deep. He didn't have his control. There was a lot of concern and worry about would he ever regain kind of like anywhere close to where he was before all the injuries. And now back-to-back starts where he has been downright dominant. The strikeouts are up. The control is back. And he looks like a guy that until Arrighetti gets back in the mix can be your number 3 starter and give you quality starts.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Lance is definitely locked in as that 3 guy right now. So I don't think, what we've seen lately is a lot of swing and miss. We've seen him really be more efficient with his pitches. And I really like what I've seen. The ball's just really coming out of his hand nicely. He's not throwing 95 anymore. He's not even throwing 93, 94. But his fastball sitting at 91, 92 plays because his off-speed stuff and his changeup are so good. I'm excited to see what Lance does. Assuming he stays healthy, he's going to be a key figure in this rotation. They're going to give him an extra couple of days after he was scheduled to start Sunday. The Astros have the off day on Monday. They're going to start somebody else on Sunday here in Cleveland, and he will get a start coming up on Tuesday to open up that homestand. So just being to make sure Lance doesn't overdo it here early, coming up a long stretch away from the team. And right now it's hard to argue with what we see out of Lance.
How about the other 2 guys? Colton Gordon will get the start today for the Astros in Game 1 against the Guards. Ryan Gusto, who pitched really good early in the year. I thought you brought up a good point the other day, maybe he's lacking that confidence a little bit, but we know it's there with Ryan Gusto. I think Gordon's been pretty solid. What's been your take on the bottom of the rotation?
So the first thing I thought about both of them was about the same, is that they both throw strikes, and that's what you love to see out of a rookie making their big league debut or pitching the first 4 or 5 games in their big league career. Because most guys struggle early with command because they're afraid or they're just nervous or for whatever reason they're not commanding the zone. But that's going back to Gusto, and then we'll talk about Gordon. Gusto did that early in his career. He was filling up the zone. He was throwing strikes. He was getting ahead of hitters. He was able to set up his pitches, and he showed no fear. And then, somewhere along the line, late April, early May, he was starting to get hit harder and harder, and maybe he shied away from that strike zone. I feel like it's not a physical inability to throw strikes, because we saw that early in his career, but maybe he is trying to be too fine after getting hit a few times over his first month and a half. But now on the other side, you got Colton Gordon, who's even a more extreme strike thrower. And I think for Colton, his key is once he gets ahead 0-2, 1-2, you don't have to always throw a strike. You can throw a ball that starts with a strike and moves off the plate and try and get a chase. I think that's the one key for him. is maybe, and it's odd to say this about a rookie, but maybe he throws too many strikes right now and needs to be a little bit more judicious with where he picks the spots 0-2, 1-2 near the zone, because that's been hurting him a lot in the early part of his career.
I agree with you, TK. He got hurt by a lot of 0-2 pitches that were way too competitive. But you mentioned rookies, and I want to get to one that's been impressive to me, and I'm interested in your thoughts. Unlike, Cam Smith, who had all that extra pressure and everything coming out of camp, Jacob Melton, he gets up, and I think the most impressive thing to me early on was how he turned that 0-2 count against Skeens into a walk, and he battled and fought off pitches. And then last night, again, 2 hits, goes the other way, gets his first 2 RBIs. If this kid can be consistent as a hitter with his speed and defense, he could be just what the doctor ordered for this team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That was one of the key plate appearances of that series. And I know they ended up just getting 1 run against Skeens and didn't score because of that walk. But he was right. I mean, that was a really, really impressive battle he had once he got down in the count to continue to foul off pitches and draw a walk against one of the game's best. And then yesterday, just using the opposite field, really battled. Keller was only down 2-1 at the time, got to 2 strikes on Melton. Inning could have been over. Might have been a different game at that point. But Melton kept fouling off 2 strike pitches, ended up on the 8th pitch, I believe, as his plate appearance, hitting a ball in the left field for a 2 RBI knock, stole a base, got up again, hit another base hit the other way. So, yeah, you got to love what you see out of Melton. He's not going to start tonight because the lefty's on the mound for Cleveland, but you're going to see him in there probably tomorrow and Sunday, I would think, because a couple of righties after this. And it's so far so good. Small sample size, but you really like the at-bats that you saw, especially that walk, as you mentioned, that he drew against Skeens.
Speed, ranging the outfield, too. Good-looking player. Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line, presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. Let's get to the pressing questions here, TK. Whenever you play golf on an off day, are you using your own clubs or a rental set?
Ooh, good question.
I did bring my own this time. So I have this little travel bag that I carry on the plane itself, because we're not really supposed to travel our clubs with the guys that load up our luggage through all these trips. So I bring it as a carry-on. It looks like a small little rifle bag, and it carries like 8 to 10 clubs with my putter.
I've seen them.
And it's got, yeah. Blummer, Sparky and Blummer did it 3 years ago, and then last year was the first year I started doing it. So, yeah, they kind of got me turned on to it. And you just put it up in the overhead.
Yep.
And
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. You put
Prevalent
driver
in the NBA as well. And then as more NBA players started to make golf
That's nice.
be kind of more sexy, you'd see players doing it too.
Nice.
Yeah,
I
you put
like
like
that.
driver, hybrid, and then like 3 or 4 different irons, and then a couple of wedges and a putter, and you're good to go. Like, I don't have all my clubs with me, but I have most of them, and it was good enough on the off day. We had a good time. It was a perfect day in Pittsburgh.
That's awesome. And then the second very, hard-hitting, pressing, got-to-ask-you question, what do you do during a rain delay?
Not much. I mean, so we didn't eat. Julia, Blummer, and myself didn't eat because we were figuring we were going to eat on the flight, and it wasn't going to be that late because of the 6:40 start. So we all didn't eat dinner at media dining, which is usually part of our routine. So we were kind of scrounging around for food. I went down and got some chicken. Tenders right around what was going to be game time. And then later, as it went on to like 8:39, 9:30, Julie ended up buying a few dollar dogs for us up in the booth. So, yeah, we didn't do much. We just talked for a while. We hung out. You go over your notes and just make sure you got every I dotted and T crossed. But there's not a whole lot to do in a rain delay. If it would have been in the middle of the series, I probably would have gone back to the hotel, because our hotel in Pittsburgh is literally right across the bridge on the Roberto Clemente Bridge from the stadium. So I probably would have gone back to the hotel and maybe even had time for a workout or whatever, but I would have probably gone back to the hotel.
Show off.
That would have been impressive to pull that off. Now, last question for me, then we'll keep it on the tough, hard-hitting questions then. Best spread on the road. And Calvin Murphy taught me a long time ago, if it's free, I'll take 3, and it's me. But are you more apt to go, like, get the food somewhere down on the concession aisle, or are you just worried about whatever the media food has and what's available to you even during a rain delay?
So yesterday I had a report on the barbecue ribs that were down there at media dining, and it wasn't the best report for media dining. So I decided to go on my own to concessions. But normally I would say 80 to 90% of the time I'm eating in media dining. And the best one, it's probably also the most expensive one, is at Yankee Stadium. I have to give them props. They're really good. They have a lot diverse choices. There's a few good ones around the league. I would say that Houston's is right up there in the top 3 or 4. But Yankee Stadium's probably the best in terms of overall quality and overall choices. But they also charge you closing in on like 20 now, which still doesn't seem like a lot. Wow. But media dining used to be like anywhere from 5 to 15. Now it's anywhere from 12 to 20.
I was going to say NBA was normally like 8 to 12, but most of the visiting team broadcasters got it comped, but $20 now.
TK's paying part of the judge's salary.
Man, I guess.
Todd, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great call this weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, I'm headed to media dining now. Cleveland's not bad either. I put them in the,
Tweet out the report.
I put them in the top 5. There you
Enjoy.
go. All right, guys.
Todd Callis, TV voice of the Astros. Boy, I was not familiar with this golf club in the carry-on game.
Want another secret?
This is next level.
Want another secret
Uh-huh.
that I found out from a buddy of mine that was on the Hooters tour with hotels. You know, in the hotels that have the windows, they have the double layer curtains. They have the curtain, and then there's like it's more like a vinyl.
Yeah, like one's a screen and the other one's like a curtain.
Yeah. That curtain is close to bulletproof.
What?
Quote unquote. So guys on the Hooters tour used to hit balls into the curtain because it would hit the curtain and drop.
It was their mat.
I kind of gave that tip to a few guys in the league that started to bring clubs on the road, even in cold cities, and would hit balls in their room off the carpet
into the net,
into the curtain.
Oh my! They would use it as their net.
Yep.
That's insane. TK, Tinder guy. I wouldn't have known he was a Tindy guy. He likes the chicken tenders.
He likes chicken tenders,
he
yeah.
said.
Craig's big thing always was, his hot button was, you got rated higher in all the NBA food if you had a free ice cream machine.
Most places do.
A lot of people do. Phoenix had a good one.
Astros at the Dike have an ice cream machine.
They do. That's right.
I've had the Astros media dining a couple of times.
Yep.
TK's right. It's solid.
It's not bad.
I had the I don't know if that was the Rangers media dining or if they catered it in when we were there. I think it was the Rangers media dining. But at Globe Life, they have the ice cream machine.
Okay.
Which is they have the vanilla, the chocolate, and the swirl.
Which is
you
good.
throw in the swirl. I'm a big swirl guy.
Well, but
I like the swirl.
At the Dike, they have toppings too, right? I want to say
believe
they have
that.
toppings.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, and
they do.
That's a big key.
Yeah, you throw a little sprinkle. What's your
Yep.
favorite ice cream topping?
I go with the chocolate chips.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
like the
choc-
Oreos?
Either one. Either the crushed up Oreos or the small chocolate chips.
Where do you stand on the McFlurry?
I
like the McFlurry. I only get it like once a year, but I'm a fan of the McFlurry.
The Blizzard is all world.
Blizzard from Dairy Queen.
The DQ Blizzard.
They do it. They turn it upside down to
they
show
do.
you, like, look, which is like the ultimate flex.
That DQ
Look, I can turn my ice cream upside down. What are you going to do about it?
That Blizzard is really damn good.
They have underrated tacos at Dairy Queen. Don't shoot me.
They do?
Yeah, like fast food tacos. Like if we're talking like Jack in the Box, like Burger King used to do a taco. Sonic used to do a taco. Dairy Queen does a taco.
That's like
Dairy Queen's here's what I'll say. I shouldn't say Dairy Queen has a good taco. Dairy Queen taco better than Jack in the Box taco, which maybe it's a low bar, but
like that now Taco Bell's doing chicken. I don't think I would want to try
I've
chicken.
tried it. I've tried it.
Taco Bell.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of like the chicken that you buy at the freezer section of the grocery store and you throw it in the
kids love those nuggets.
Yeah, it's like that. It's fine. It's not awful. It's not the worst in the world.
If your
but
calling card is
kinda
it's
weird.
ground up tortilla chips in the batter,
Yeah.
I'll pass.
No, it's not. I mean, it's mid. Will you ask Todd to shout out the Pearland White 8 under All-Star team? Big game today, and the boys would get a kick out of that. We're not going to. We don't do shout out radio, Texter. I'm sorry. We're not going to shout out the Pearland White 8U All-Star team. Israel's not going to be happy with that name either, by the way. Israel's going to hear Pearland White AU All-Star team. He's going to be like, what? Israel's going to call in here pretty soon. But no, we're not shouting out Pearland White AU All-Star team. Pearland White AU All-Star team. We're not going to wish you good luck in your big game tonight. We're not going to wish Kingwood Park good luck in their state semifinal game that just started. First pitch seconds ago.
You got anybody playing in that or something that you're watching it?
My buddy's son, Landon Coburn, is their number 2 starter, who's actually set all the K Park records. Yeah, he's good pitcher. Good pitcher.
I guess so.
They haven't started yet, but they're standing for the anthem right now. A lot of baseball today too. Super regionals are underway. Maybe we'll give you a super regional sports flash coming up soon.
On the conversation that we had the other day for the car wreck, which was the kid from Duke that got suspended for wearing
Gracia or something.
Gracia, Yeah, they made the appeal that the coach said the first 2 days after it that they were still lobbying for the appeal. They were waiting for the final response before game one, hoping that there was a way that he would let them. They would find a way to let.
Have they
play.
ruled on it?
I have not seen the final.
I would be stunned if they overturned it. Like, he's literally on the field with a prop.
I mean, it's tough. It was. I get it because the argument is he wasn't that far onto the field, but the bottom line was he was on the field with the hard hat on. I hate the rule.
Yeah, I mean, people were like going nuts with it. Like, they were bringing out like chainsaws to home plate. Like,
he even said that he did an interview with someone that I saw on Twitter where he said, "Look, I know and I understand people have gone overboard with it. They counted as part of their appeal how many times they've used the hard hat this year.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is the first time it was even close, but it was the excitement of the moment. He wasn't trying to do it to show anybody up.
You saw like one player too, like, get that away, get that away. Now, I agree with you that Gracia didn't do it like egregiously, but there have been some egregious occasions in the past that that rule's kind of new. Like, they put that rule in place like within the last 3 years because people were going nuts with it. So it's, I mean, you kind of have to enforce it, right? Like, when you put it in
if
play.
it's a rule, it's like the softball rule we were talking about the other night. The rule is the rule until changed, whether you like it or not or think it's fair or not.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's get to the NBA Finals. Game one yesterday. How about the Pacers stealing game one in OKC? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now, I'll tell you about my good friends at Allstate Siding and Windows. You can go to allstatesidingandwindows.com right now, and you can find out all the different ways that Allstate can help you. But as their name states, they specialize siding, windows, front doors, and so much more. And they're always dedicated to the ESPN listeners like you guys, and they're going to take care of you every step of the way. How do I know? Because I went to them when we bought our new house about a year and a half ago, and they have treated me right throughout the entire process. They made sure they took care of me by coming out for a free, no-obligation inspection that everybody gets just by calling them, 832-204-1936. The number's on the website as well, 832-204-1936. If you're even considering it remotely, have them come out, and they'll look at the year the house was built, the architecture and style, and then recommend the best products that they offer to give you the best results. And by results, I mean they're going to reduce your energy bills by 30 to 40%. That's what happened with us when we put the new windows in. Siding makes it even better. They've got all kinds of deals for you, but the bottom line is we know it's hurricane season in Houston, and that's a really tough time. Also, the extreme heat in the summer and the occasional cool nights and cold nights in the winter. Everything that they offer allows you to make sure everything is in the house is safe and secure, like your family and your content. But more so than even that, it's also going to make sure your house stays strong and everything about your biggest investment is safe. Check them out today right now, 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. Mention us at ESPN 97.5. Maybe get even a little bit more of a discount, as well as discounts for senior citizens, military, and first responders. Have them come out, give you the free inspection, and see how they can help you like they helped me and so many others. 832-204-1936, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
Broadcasting from Kemah Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 3/10 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game.
Guy's on an all-time heater. Tyrese
really
Halliburton.
is.
He's doing this in each and every series.
Windhorst has called him, if not the greatest, one of the greatest big-time shot makers in the history of the league. I'm like, he's having a hell of a year doing it, but you already put him up in that category?
If you filter it to one playoff series,
yeah.
If you filter it to one playoff year,
Not
not
series,
series,
right. Yeah,
1
yeah,
year,
right.
one amazing postseason run. He's on the short list.
Has to be, right? I mean, you think about Reggie Miller, the year the Pacers went deep and he beat the Knicks with the choke sign.
Yeah.
You think about Jordan because he beat Utah earlier in his career. He beat Cleveland at the buzzer to win the series. But you're right, from series to series, and even Mario's shot, he didn't have another one.
Right.
The fact that he had one in, I think, almost every series.
Every series. Because remember, he had the one against Milwaukee where his dad came onto the floor and trolled Giannis.
That was. Oh, that's right. It was a layup.
Yeah, it was a buzzer beater, not a jumper.
In the regular season, he had a 4-point play to beat him as well with an off-balance
I forgot
three.
about that.
Yep.
I forgot about that one. But he had the layup, and then his dad came in there and trolled Giannis. He had the one in Cleveland where he did the Sam Cassell. Remember? He had the Knicks one where he did the Reggie Miller choke, and he had the one last night.
Yep.
He's had one in every series. If you go one postseason, it's hard to argue that. I wouldn't go career, but one postseason run. Now, I would say that in order to magnify it, you probably have to win the title to have this one, oh my goodness, once in a generation run with a series of shots. You probably have to win the title
tough,
to
though,
cement it.
Because you think of where those shots happen to win series or save series for him. And yes, you're right. The icing on the cake would be if they won it all. But the fact that they might not be anywhere close to where they are without some of the shots that he hit. I think that, all time Jordan in some of those shots has to be up there. Curry's had his share of big shots. LeBron had the one in Orlando.
But to live in lore, you usually have to win the title.
Probably true. Same thing as if you have the greatest regular season record in the history of the league, but if you don't win it all that year, it loses some of its luster.
Yeah.
So I'd agree with that.
Yeah, the Warriors did that with 73.
Right.
The Mariners did it with what was it, 118,
Yeah,
something like that. But if you don't win the title, then it loses a bit of its luster. Still an unbelievable feat. I mean, it's the reason that it's never been done before. That's how good of a feat it is. But it does lose its luster if you don't win it all. What's amazing to me, Halliburton, the shot, that's amazing, obviously. This was their only lead of the game. They were down by as many as 15 with 9.5 to play. They were down by 9 with 2.5 to play. This was thievery. They absolutely stole this game.
No, and I think this was their only lead of the game. Their only lead of the game being on that shot is ridiculous in a finals game. But, I was going back and forth on multiple sporting events, and every time I checked in, I'm like, oh, this is the Thunder's game. They're running away with it. I was curious about the 9.5 to 10-point spread. I was like, well, maybe Indiana can come back and at least cover the spread. And then all of a sudden I saw the score on the bottom of the screen. I go, we got to go back to the game. 5 minutes left, and it's less than 9.
Yeah.
And then they just kept whittling it away. I thought Indiana blew it on the challenge because it was clearly off. I think they were looking for the foul there prior to Siakam hitting the ball. But then I thought SGA got a really good look to kind of
it was a great look.
It. Yeah, and then I thought they would call timeout. When they didn't, I thought they might have missed an opportunity because it looked like it got muddled up. But he hit the brakes on full tilt. Both guys went by and got a clean look.
See, I like not taking a timeout there. If you have if that's something you work on, which obviously it is, and Rick Carlisle is an amazing coach. I like not taking a timeout there because you might get a favorable matchup. You don't allow the opponent to sub their defensive guys if they aren't already on the floor, and then they can't set up a defense.
Right.
Usually you can get a good look there if it's something that you've prepped for. They clearly have, and then Pacers still game one. Texture, Halliburton's playoffs is like Beltran's Astros playoff run. Beltran's playoff run didn't end in a title, though.
No, he was unbelievable that year.
How much, you were at the Thunder winning the series at a 10 yesterday, right? 1 to 10, probably a 10. How much did the game one loss move you off of that? just to win the series, not game series length, not like in 5 and 6. Just Oklahoma City to win the series. Yesterday, you were a 10 of 10 confident. So you moved that much.
Yep.
See, I haven't. I'm still very confident in OKC.
Because it's game 1. And again, now this is 3 of 4 series. They've won game 1 on the road. That's extremely impressive too.
Yeah, it is.
So you go out and get game 1. I think that helps them a bunch. And with momentum, now they're going to throw caution to the wind. They're not going to be tight at all coming into game 2, knowing they got what they needed by getting 1 of the first 2. I just think that's why it's altered my opinion a little bit.
I'm still at 9. Look, I understand Oklahoma City lost game 1 and Indy won it. They were up 15 points for 39 minutes into that game.
Yeah.
Like they dominated that game and then they let it slip away. I still think that the Thunder are clearly the better team.
I think the Thunder are a deeper team. Right now, we always talk about when a team gets on a roll and they become the hot team. I think that right now, Indiana can play as good a basketball as OKC because they've got so much confidence and they've been on a heater. I think you're right. Over the stretch of 82, and if you take their roster top to bottom, I think Oklahoma City is a better team. But right now, it's hard to question the fact that the way they're playing, the confidence that they're playing with, because I go back to the possession before SGA missed the shot. The Indiana's possession before SGA missed the shot. They easily could have called the foul there and let that go. I think it was Turner that went to the basket. But it was like that got way too close, and the Thunder should have never let it get to that point.
Thunder in 5.
In 5?
Thunder in 5.
I don't see it. I think mine looks
Thunder
better now.
5.
I think Thunder in 6.
Well, I said Thunder in 6 yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm doubling down.
You changed and went with more confidence. I'm the opposite.
I thought. I mean, I from what I saw yesterday, they're the better team. They just had a bad 9.5 minutes.
What's interesting?
They had a bad 2.5 minutes. Really,
Carlisle, like you were just talking about with the timeouts. But if Carlisle found an advantage by trying to keep the OKC bigs off the floor, because there was really no place for you to play Hartenstein and some of their bigs, and in order to stay with the smaller lineup that Indiana was putting out there, they were forced to take some of their guys that had an advantage off the floor.
713-780-ESPN. The Hive has some thoughts on this. Also, I have a question to pose to you. Do you have more interest in this kind of super starless NBA Finals? Like, we know that SGA is the MVP, but we're talking about, like, the LeBrons, the Stephs, the big markets. Do you have more interest in kind of the starless NBA Final than if it was like Knicks, Lakers, Boston? 713-780-3776, 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Kima Boardwalk.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting from Kemah Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
E-bikes are great. 713-780-ESPN. Ocho, can we rename Fromber's sinker because it doesn't actually sink? It's more like a golf draw. That's a terrible take, Ocho.
It does drop.
I was actually looking at the again, I geeked out with the baseball savant numbers. Fromber's sinker drops from what is like the normal trajectory of a pitch, like over 2 feet.
And it also fades. What's crazy
It's
is
got some horizontal
he gets
break.
it to drop, and then at the end it tails out. It's like I said, the movement on his pitches last night was impressive.
Yeah, that's a bad take there, Och. Now, I actually do agree with Och that whenever he has more velo, that it actually gets a little flatter.
Yeah, it's true.
Which is why I don't normally like him to have the velo like we were seeing early in the game yesterday. But yesterday he actually combined the velo with his normal movement, so it's fine.
I got a question for you about.
Hold on, I want to pull up the Fromber thing here because I want to see how bad of a take it was by Ocho. Da, da, da. I oversold it a bit, but it was 2 feet. 2 feet of vertical break.
That's what you said.
For Fromber. Did I say 2 feet?
That's it.
Oh, okay, then I didn't oversell it. I hit it right on the head. All right, what were you asking?
My first question before your question would be, Mike Breen, biggest call of the night. It's going to be one of the bigger calls in the recent finals history. No bang. And it's basically a game winner.
So, okay.
That's why I'm asking you. It's his signature call.
It's his signature call for a 3.
I think it's not just a 3. It could also be a game.
Have we ever seen that?
I'm trying to think.
I personally don't know. I'm legitimately asking that. I'm not being sarcastic like I normally am. Like, have we ever heard Mike Breen drop a bang with a non-3? Like, I don't know the answer to that.
I don't either.
Because that would be the first thing that I would say is that he uses that for a 3-point call. Secondly, I don't love the catchphrase in a big game winner. I don't really like catchphrases. I think catchphrases are kind of cheesy.
All right, we have an answer. We're going to have an answer because evidently Sports Illustrated asked him today or after the game last night.
About specifically
not using the bang.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a big catchphrase guy. I mean, especially in a big moment, because like, okay, why are you using a catchphrase? Because you're using it as like, okay, this is going to be how I'm like remembered, and that's fine. Like run of play, like a random 3 in the third quarter or just throughout the game. But you have a legendary moment, game-winning shot in the NBA Finals, and you're going to put your catchphrase over it. I think is narcissist behavior.
See, and it's different what your catchphrase is, right? Gino's was how sweet it is after wins. Obviously, John Sterling.
Wins are fine in my
John
opinion.
Sterling at the Yankees win.
I don't mind the win as much. To me, it's the play. The play should belong to the player.
But if it's a 3, you just said it. The 3, the bang is part of the aftermath of a great play by a great player.
I think you can get away with the bang if it's your 3-point call and it's a 3-pointer. I don't think you should be adding a bang to a game winner if you don't do it when you're not calling a 3.
You're onto it, by the way. Because they asked him this morning, and he said, in hindsight, because of the magnitude of the shot, it certainly would have worked and made people happy. But I don't premeditate the call, and it was such an unbelievable shot. If he was beyond the 3-point mark, I probably would have said bang. In all my years, I only think I said bang for a 2-pointer once, and it was Kobe Bryant in a game winner in the playoffs beating the Suns, and he thinks it's the only time that he used it.
Okay, yeah. That's where my mind went. Like, I personally don't like catchphrase. Now, I do say, like, got it on 3-pointers, so, like, maybe that's I don't even think that's a catchphrase, though. Like, everybody says that. But I don't say that. Well, I mean, I do say that every now and then inside the 3-point line, but usually like caught up in the moment, maybe. Yeah. Anyway, that's my take on it.
Okay.
Like, and everybody, I mean, it's relative, right? Everybody has their own personal
Because I
thoughts
caught
on
it
things.
live, and I was like,
yeah,
he didn't use bang there, and I thought it would have been the appropriate time, but you were onto something.
But don't you think that moment belongs to Halliburton, not Breen?
I don't think he's trying to steal the moment at all. I think he's enhancing it. I think when the shot's already made, he's getting the love. The reaction of a guy that's a Hall of Fame broadcaster, that if he adds the bang to it, it just adds to the overall kind of mystique of winning a game on a shot of that magnitude.
In defensive Breen, too, like bang isn't that big a deal, right? Like bang, okay, made the shot bang. Like it's not like John's, it's an A-bomb by A-Rod, like if they won the ALCS or something like that. So it's like a pretty tame catchphrase, right?
And
like it's
everybody's
not over the
different.
top to the broadcaster.
Some of the Hall of Famers had them, some didn't. I know from an NBA perspective, like Al McCoy of the Suns had Shazam. You can use Shazam anywhere at any time. But some of them are either tailor-made for just when you know you got the win, or others are like a big moment.
I'm more of a less is more in big moments and try to eliminate myself as much as possible.
See, what I don't like, and you and I've had this conversation, but over the years, especially when I first got here, what I tried to work with our guys on too was don't script it because you can tell. Like when as much as we used to, laugh about how Foley's old calls and Peterson's old calls, they were homers, but you wanted them to be. So just letting the raw emotion play is great.
Yeah, I agree.
But then when you hear some of the championship calls and stuff, you can tell they wrote it out on a cue card. And in the moment, it just doesn't flow.
I agree with that. I don't think you should have it planned. And I never have. You know somebody who I think might, and this is kind of Cougar on Cougar crime?
Who?
Nance.
Oh, with the
I mean, you go look at some of these.
Some of them, and they're tied into like the teams playing,
or even like the Masters. Like I'd have to go back and like listen to the calls. But like, was it UConn? Or like UConn top dog in college basketball?
He did
Or it's
one
like
for Rory finally winning the Grand
Yeah,
Slam.
I can't remember the exact call.
You're right, but it sounds forced.
Yeah,
I'll tell you the worst of all time. When we first got the Comets, and I gave Jeff Hagedorn his first chance to do play-by-play, and I'm like, I don't care if you have a catchphrase. But his catchphrase was, she's burning with the white-hot intensity of 1,000 suns. And you want to talk about
Hold on, what? She's burning with the white-hot
intensity of 1,000 suns.
Who was this?
Jeff Hagedorn.
And he broadcasted who?
The Comets games. So Cynthia Cooper hits a big three. Cynthia Cooper for three. She's burning with the white-hot. I'm like, it's too long.
It is too long.
It just doesn't work.
And it's also like, you could take it another way.
But that was like, he was adamant about getting it in. And that's where your point,
forced.
It's got to just flow natural.
Yeah, I am always a less is more. Always. Like if you have to ask yourself, is this too much? The answer is always yes.
Now, the tougher part for you is because you still have to be descriptive because it's on radio, that you still have to talk.
Describing is different than catchphrases.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's what I was going to say. Like, and the listener's savvy enough to pick up if you forced it, whether it's you can tell an enunciation that you're reading, or it's just that, hey, I got to get my phrase in now.
Yeah.
Now you're talking about a situation where it can take away from the actual call.
Exactly. And then like that's where in Breen's defense, bang isn't big enough to take away from the moment. Right. Like to me, it's fine if he says it. It's fine if he doesn't. I hadn't noticed he didn't say it. It didn't even catch my attention.
It's again from my background. It's one of the first things I kind of latched on after the wow factor of the shot.
I've always took it more as it's his 3-point call, not his big shot call, and maybe that's why I didn't think of it. Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's kick around that other question about the NBA Finals. And the Hive has some thoughts on the Finals Game 1 as well. Do you have more interest in this non-flashy, starless-ish NBA Finals, or do you like kind of the Ritz, the big markets, the LeBrons, the Stephs? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5. Talking finals, 713-780-3776. I'm a diehard Rockets fan, but the NBA is better when the small market teams are good. So he's in favor of this new NBA. I mean, it's not a new NBA final. It just happened to be what you got with OKC and Indy, a couple of small markets. I don't think the ratings are going to be great, though.
I don't think they've been if there's games like this to draw a little extra. So far, I've been surprised that the ratings overall in the playoffs were up because I didn't think that they were that compelling to say that ratings were up. But that's where I think Silver got defensive when he had the press conference when he made this statement about if you had Pittsburgh and Green Bay in a Super Bowl, you'd be happy, but not if you have Indiana and OKC.
Yeah, the games have been good. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. I feel like the best case scenario is having a small market team beat one of those big market teams. See, it depends on what you're talking about from best case. Like if you're talking about just TV ratings, you want star power. You want big markets because by default, that's going to drive up the numbers. Yep. That's why I think by default, Oklahoma City and Indy is going to be a low-rated NBA final. Like, do I care what the ratings are for the finals? Absolutely not. I just want it to be good ball. So I have no problem with it being small markets. I have no problem that it's like a couple of teams that don't have marquee, top of the line, top 5 superstars. Now Halliburton's emerging into a star. SGA's emerging into a star. MVP, and maybe they will, in the years to come, be the faces of the NBA once LeBron is gone, once Steph is gone, once Durant is gone. So I think what we're seeing are maybe the making of some stars.
Yeah, it's kind of the changing of the guard a little bit because it's only a couple years more of Steph. You don't know when LeBron's going to walk away. Some of the guys that have been and carry the torch as the face, that's why those discussions fire up. But I think that if you look at it if the ratings are going to be down, New York fans don't want anything to do with the finals because they're so ticked off they lost. The major markets are all checked out because their teams are done. So it's tougher to you have to get the true diehard basketball fans to stay dialed in. You and I were talking about yesterday in the fact that when we were trying to figure out when they went away from the 2-3-2 finals format, it's because the Rockets have been so far away from it for so long, you kind of lose touch with unless it's a really compelling superstar-driven matchup. I think SGA is a superstar. I think Halliburton has taken his overrated ranking from the players survey and basically got people convinced that he is one of the better players in this league. Superstar to me is a tough term because there's so much more than just what you do on the floor. It's the marketability. It's the overall team achievements. It's so many different things because Halliburton has been unbelievable as we talked about. But if you say that, I think they're really legitimately because Jalen Williams, most people don't know about him, even though he was an all-star and he was the second fiddle to SGA. I think the one legitimate superstar in the whole series is SGA.
I would agree. Halliburton. I would throw Halliburton in there.
See that? I think he's getting to that level. I think, like you said, when we were talking about records too, if he wins it all, now he's elevated his status to true superstar.
See, I don't think SGA is a megastar.
No,
because of the other stuff
right?
that you mentioned. Yeah, I think there's only a few of them. I think it's LeBron. LeBron's the biggest one.
Steph's right there.
I wouldn't put Steph on LeBron's tier. I think LeBron's on a tier by himself, and then Steph would be on the very next tier. Probably second in the NBA.
Oh, I think he's second, and you can argue the distance because just like LeBron's Nike deal, Steph is Under Armour. And then when you talk about,
I think that kind of helps my point. Like one's Nike and one's Under Armour.
But what I said was, how big of a difference there is between 1 and 2 is what you think of the difference between Nike and Under Armour, and then some of the other endorsement deals they have. And
I think it's vast, though, don't you?
I think
Nike and Under Armour?
LeBron's media, it's all about his entire media involvement from, Rich Paul, and he had the investments with the agencies, but then the fact that he's got into TV production and the barbershop and the HBO store. Yeah, I think probably LeBron is I think LeBron is definitely number 1. Steph's doing really, really, really well, but I think he's a clear 2.
Yeah, I would agree. Like LeBron's probably on the short list of the greatest. Okay, let me make sure I'm phrasing this right. LeBron is on the short list of the biggest superstars to have ever played the game.
Yes, but he's also behind 2 of the guys that a lot of people think he's above in terms of the greatest player in the history of the
Jordan
game.
and Kobe.
Jordan and Kobe.
I wonder, like Jordan, no doubt, number 1. I wonder how close the gap is between Kobe and, again, we're not talking about player production on the floor stuff. We're talking about how bright is their stardom. I wonder how close LeBron and Kobe are.
The Kobe with the Kobe shoe.
Yeah.
alone puts him right below Michael in terms of the shoe deals.
So you think the gap between Jordan and Kobe is smaller than the gap between Kobe and LeBron?
I think I do. I think because Kobe was in movie production, TV production. He won the Oscar. He won the Oscar for,
So
for the short film.
You know what's never mind, I'm not gonna
But
say
you
it.
watch
I'm
some
not
of the
gonna say it.
documentaries, and he was constantly. He built the Kobe Academy, the Mamba Academy, and that started to become a thing. Like, he was very calculated, but what he touched, almost all of it blew up.
Texture says Steph is over Braun, and then he used the R word. No, he's not.
No.
as a star, and they're just like, what's the right word to use here? Like, they're
marketability.
They're GQ. What is it? The GQ
Swag.
meter. I think there's a phrase like GQ meter or whatever. Like, Steph is not ahead of LeBron.
No, I think it could be a closer gap than maybe people think when you look at the overall things Steph is involved into that he's making money
Q
on.
rating is what I was looking for.
Okay.
Q rating. Like, LeBron's Q rating
Yeah,
way
the
higher
Q
than
scores.
Steph's Q
Q
rating.
scores in a marketing world are very important. But I think that, again, a lot of people, because they want this to be an MJ and LeBron conversation, they lose sight of Steph right now, but they certainly lose sight of all of Kobe's marketability over the body of all of the things he was involved in.
Did it surprise you that Kobe won an Oscar in the Me Too era?
No. I watched the actual doc on the making of that documentary. The fact that he got John Williams to write all the music, who did all the Star Wars music and won all those Oscars. He got some award-winning animation guy that did all the drawings, and they met. Like, the calculated things that he did to put into that were unbelievable.
I'm not diminishing his his prowess in doing whatever he did. My surprise is that Hollywood accepted him
Because of his wrongdoings of the past?
Like that, as the time he was winning Oscars is when they were canceling men. And he had a history of like the type of guy that would have been canceled by Hollywood.
My rebuttal to that would be that if it had happened really, really close to when he was up for the Oscar, it might have had an effect. But it was almost like, and I'm not saying this is right, but it was almost like it got to be forgotten at a certain point. Like he overcame it. He did his apologizing. There was a downtime for him when Nike pulled away from him and everybody was going to pull away from him. And then he rebuilt the image enough to when it came to that, I think it was so far behind him that people didn't calculate it.
I agree with that. The gap helped, no doubt.
Yes.
If it was a closer gap, I don't think he would have ever had a chance to take off. Will the Women's College World Series ratings get more viewers on average per game than the NBA Finals?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
No, and it's cable versus over the air. And the over the air, I think you get a big hit from the ABC for every game.
I wonder how much that matters now. Like the gap,
it's closed
It's
because of
smaller
all
than-
the different
yeah.
avenues people have to watch television. But I do think in terms of just grabbing as many people as you possibly can, I still think it's, as a nation, it's easier to get the over the air ratings.
Yeah. The best meter on Stardom is does my wife or daughter know who they are? Says Jasper. Well, Jasper, does your wife or daughter know who LeBron or Steph Curry is? You got to finish the story there.
My daughter
Jasper.
knows. My older daughter knows both. My younger daughter knows neither.
Yeah, my wife doesn't really follow sports, so that would be like a, Q rating as well, because she keeps up with like pop culture stuff, but not sports. She would know both.
Yeah, Lisa knows both, and Lisa knows the marketable stars and the bigger stars in every
Yeah.
sport. But she'll go to me if she's like, "Hey, I got a story coming up. I don't know who Zach DeCenzo is, or something like that, or tell me more about him." But yeah, because of what she does, she knows a lot more. My youngest, she knows some teams like the Green Bay Packers.
Ari Shafir, yeah, of course. Ari Shafir, the comedian, didn't forget about Kobe's past. Remember his tweet when Kobe died? I don't remember that.
I don't either.
Yeah, send it in. I'm curious.
What's his
7-1 Ari Shafir, Shaffir.
I've never heard of the guy.
I'll Google it during the break. Or you can just text it in. 713-780-ESPN. Who has more championships, LeBron or Steph? Who has the heads up in their final when they faced each other? LeBron made the league soft. Steph changed the game with his threes. Mic drop. Steph better than LeBron. We're not talking about their play, two, their impact. We're talking about their level of fame and stardom. And it's not close.
No.
It's not close.
No. I mean, Steph's going to be known as the greatest shooter of all time. LeBron statistically has the greatest stats of all time. But if you're talking about the greatest player of all time, it's a different discussion. Because that's where I think Kobe's in the discussion with LeBron, and I think Michael's above all of them.
I think we overrate Kobe's numbers.
Oof, I don't know, man. Every single opportunity that he capitalized on, he's got more titles than LeBron. And when we talk about that it factor, when he took over games, made every ridiculous shot, the game winner after game win, all those things. I think we sell Kobe short in terms of the overall body of work.
I mean, everybody would have Kobe top 10, right?
Top 10 is one thing, but we're talking about the top pinnacle of the sport.
So you think Kobe's closer to 1 than 10?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, we fundamentally disagree there. Then
I'm talking about in our era of watching.
Oh, that's much different.
I'm not talking Wilt and Russell. I never saw those guys play.
So you Kobe or LeBron?
I think it's more of a discussion than you think. I think just overall greatest player, regardless of the stats, because LeBron's played longer than anybody's ever played.
Sure, he's gonna get a lot of the counting stats.
Yeah, and didn't go through some of the injuries MJ and Kobe had. If you just tell me I've got to choose one or the other to make my team the best it can be, I will take Kobe. In terms of his moves, his ability to hit tough shots, his nerves, everything that he brought to the table, I honestly would take Kobe over LeBron, and I wouldn't take Kobe over MJ.
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't. I would take LeBron over Kobe.
Okay.
I would take LeBron over Kobe. My wife would recognize LeBron and Kobe, not Steph.
I don't know. Steph's pretty mainstream. He's on tons of commercials. Shows.
Hold on, what? The texter said my wife would recognize LeBron and Kobe, not Steph. Are you arguing with his wife?
No, I'm just saying I would think his wife, if she watches TV at all, I think she'd know who Steph Curry is. He's done cooking
I'm gonna
shows.
take his word on who his wife would know over you.
I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm just saying if she watches TV and stuff, I think there's a chance she knows who Steph Curry is.
Yeah. There's some Kobe slander coming in, which I think it's
par for the course.
Kobe cheated on his wife, and she was going to divorce him. Dude was a slime ball.
She wasn't going to divorce him. There's other factors involved. She was not going to divorce him.
Oh, I do remember this. Tweet now. I don't want to read it.
You want to read it over the air. Yeah.
What about Larry Bird and Magic Johnson? I love both of them. I think Larry Bird's the most underrated basketball player to ever play.
I agree.
He's one of 3 players in the history of the game who've won 3 straight MVPs.
Yeah,
I think it's him, Wilt. Who's the third? Maybe there's only 2.
3 straight. Michael, right?
I don't think he won 3 in a row. Because remember, voters started to get Jordan fatigue, and they started to invent other guys to win the MVP, so they didn't have to give it to Jordan.
Yeah, I still thought he won 3 in a row.
Maybe. Let me look it up real quick. I don't think that Jordan did. There's been 3. It was not Jordan.
Okay.
I hit 2 of them. Wilt, Bird. There's 1 more.
Chamberlain?
Magic.
No, Wilt is Chamberlain.
Magic?
Larry Bird. Bill Russell?
Yeah. Bill Russell. Russell, Wilt, Larry Bird, the only 3 players in NBA history to win 3 consecutive MVPs. Didn't Joker come close?
Yeah, but again, like you said, they started to get whatever they call it, success bias, where they didn't want to give it to him again. Because he actually could have won it this year. He could have won it the last 5 years, I think.
Yeah, so Joker went MVP in 21, MVP in 22, runner-up in 23, MVP in 24. And then this year he finished second, right?
Yep.
713-780 ESPN, HRP listener
Bird
line.
gets docked for one main reason.
Bird?
Yep.
What's the reason?
He's white.
LeBron passed both Mike
Am I
and
right
Kobe.
or wrong, AJ?
Why do you have to ask AJ? Not
Because
me.
he was nodding with me.
I'm a minority, too.
I think to some people, yeah, probably so.
Yeah. Because remember Rodman and everybody that said if Larry and Isaiah Thomas, if Larry Bird wasn't white, he'd just be an average NBA player.
Yeah.
Hold on, what?
That's disrespectful.
Oh, Rodman said it and Isaiah said it. Isaiah was one of the most, I don't know if he regrets it personally, but it's one of the most publicized comments.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So
Look,
hold on. So let me say it again.
Let me get I'll get it for you.
They said that if he was
Rodman and Isaiah said that if Bird was white, he would just be an average
Bird
NBA
was
player.
white.
I mean, if Bird wasn't white, he would just be an average NBA player.
That's ridiculous.
Yep, I'll find it for you.
I love Bird's game, man. Sometimes I'll just I'll get bored and watch Larry Bird highlights.
When you watch the way he backed up the arrogance that he had, when you hear guys talk about the fact that he would come out of a huddle when his coach drew up a play and go, hey, you see that corner over there? I'm going there. I don't care how many guys you send at me. I'm catching it here. I'm shooting it over you, and I'm going to win the game.
Awesome.
And the guys would sit on the court after he did exactly what he just told us he was going to do. And there's numerous accounts of that. He won the three-point title with his warm-up still on, and after the last shot went over as he walked off.
Bird like Eminem, overrated. I think it was Israel that texted that in. I knew that Israel was going to say that. Israel said that he didn't think Bird was good. Josh from
Shocker.
Seabrook, I like this kind of finals instead of series like Knicks Lakers or Celtics Lakers, just so I don't have to listen to the NBA big market bias. I think it's a good point there, Josh. Josh from Philly, Thunder in 5, girls, stop it. As I said yesterday before the game, Indy in 6. Indy don't stop playing. They keep hustling to the last whistle. Josh from Philly trying to drop bars. The defense had flopped, and seconds got popped. Someone called the cops. Pacers in 5. It's not great.
Is that who we just met today?
No, that was different. Texter, y'all are out of touch.
How?
Because we say LeBron has more Q rating than Steph. Because he said for the last 10-plus years, all these kids and new pros have been copying Steph. That's not Q rating, man. I think you're having a fundamental problem understanding what Q rating is. I love Steph. I really don't like LeBron. I'm a Steph guy, but I'm not so Steph biased that I would say that he has more of a Q rating than LeBron.
Isaiah's direct quote was on Larry Bird and his status. If he were black, he'd just be another good guy.
Yeah, that's the worst take I've ever heard.
Yeah, and it got blown up, and then they had a press
So
conference.
who said it, Rodman or Thomas?
Thomas said it, and then Rodman followed up. Rodman had other comments. I did
When
the Isaiah
was the timeline? When were they?
They were both in the playoffs that year. It was I believe
So
it was
this
the
was
year.
okay. So it could have been gamesmanship.
I think it was the year that he sprained his ankle against the Lakers. But they had him after they got bumped out. They had him on the national broadcast. They set up a press conference so he could apologize, and he actually made it worse.
Yeah. Israel, I mean, not Israel. Somebody texted in Israel. Somebody said Israel is overrated. I don't know if he's overrated. If he was overrated, that means you'd have to hold Israel in high regard. Isaiah Thomas always puts his foot in his mouth, though. He has a history of that. I wonder too when they originally said it, if that was kind of like gamesmanship within the series.
Rodman made the comment first.
Yeah, see, I think that might have been a little bit of gamesmanship.
It's a tough way to have games.
I mean, they were the bad boy Pistons. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I probably should. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Stratton Mystery. What's Stratton Mystery today? It's the Killer Bees broadcasting live from the Keeman Boardwalk on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting from Kemah Boardwalk as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I had to go to Tukey's. Anytime I'm on Kemah, I go to Tukey's.
There's
Give me a little
several different
cheeseburger.
ones. There's Tukey's hamburgers and there's Tukey's seafood.
Yeah, I've never been to the seafood one. I go to the burger one anytime I'm in Kemah. I might try to get a little seafood on the way out. I'm not hungry though. That burger kind of filled me up. Feel good. Israel says Bird's not top 20. Okay, Israel, you're banned for the rest of the week.
He's starting to lean the way you don't think he is.
You're banned for the rest of the week, Israel. 35-minute ban. You can't text us anymore. Magic even said Bird is the best player. Bird would say he was insulted when they put a white boy on him. That sounds like a Bird thing. And then Rocky said blank. I just Googled it, and TMZ reported among other sources Vanessa Bryant filed for divorce in 2011. What are we doing
And then
here?
she got the biggest, one of the most rare diamond rings in the history as an I'm sorry present, and it all went away. Rocky.
But I feel like he's not wrong though. He said he filed for divorce. And she did,
Okay.
right? So, wouldn't he be right?
I don't know if she ever. Okay. Interpret it how you will.
Hey, Rocky said Kobe cheated on his wife, and she was going to divorce him. Dude was a slime ball. She was going to divorce him until your point. He bought her a ring and bribed her not to.
I wonder if she ever filed those papers or would have.
The story says that she filed for divorce.
There was a lot of pressure because that was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I'll leave it there.
The couple later decided to reconcile, and the proceedings were dismissed. Right, but I don't think what Rocky's saying is wrong though.
Okay.
Like she did file.
Sure. Would she have gone through with it?
But that's not that you're moving the goalpost.
I
on
know.
Rocky.
I'm knowing what I know, Jeremy, but I'm not saying everything. But I'm just saying, okay, then it's interpretation. I'll leave it there.
I feel like you're gaslighting Rocky right now.
I'm not really worried. Rocky, okay, never mind.
Josh from Seabrook, I've been seeing the nickname being floated from around Twitter for Tyrese Halliburton, Haliban like Taliban. There was some nasty stuff going on Twitter yesterday.
Really?
There was some idiot who posted the building that was bombed, the Oklahoma City bombings, saying that Halliburton did more than that guy. Like that's trash, man.
I saw
like
that.
That Elon should ban those people from the internet. Like it ticked me off, honestly. Like there was a terrorist attack, and you're
raunchy.
making that.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Comp. Like that is the word. That's the people that are threatening McCullers. It's like these keyboard warriors who have no repercussions for their stupid behavior. It annoys me. Barry owns both Tukey's and T-Bone Tom's. T-Bone Tom's is where you get a good steak, I think. I play there every other month. I wonder what he plays. I wonder if he plays like in a band. Bird crushing the college player who heckled him is an all-time story. I don't know that one. Do you know that one?
I've not heard that one.
Went to Bird's house in August of '89 at French Lick. He was there. I was 23, but not the only doofus there. A guy and his kid from Iowa house featured in magazine. I don't know what this guy's saying.
Vanessa's from there.
From
French Lick.
She's from French Lick?
I believe so.
French Lick. I think I drove through French Lick from Indy to Bloomington.
Not
Or
Vanessa
it was
Bryant, by the way.
close.
Vanessa Richards.
I knew you meant, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm doing for the listeners' sake.
Yeah, good point. That was a good call. All right, 713-780-ESPN. So let's get to Stratton and Mystery, today's edition. Stratton and Mystery. I'm going to try to go out to OTAs next week, I think, if they allow me. See what Stroud's doing. Take my binoculars.
As an influencer, not a journalist.
I guess that would have some journalistic tendencies. But I might TikTok, so I don't think that's journalistic. But anyways, today's Stratton and Mystery. This was from Pat McAfee, and they were opining about Stroud's shoulder.
The soreness is interesting with the time of year that it is. It's June.
Yeah.
Was this too hard of workouts? Is this an injury that's lingering from last year that he didn't know was as serious, like the Derek Carr situation that happened just a few months ago down in New Orleans? What are your thoughts on this, Steve?
hopefully it's a big nothing burger here in early June. But
I hope.
Because we were conversing before the show, me and AJ specifically talking about the quarterbacks we kind of been around, and you were around Peyton. And the one thing we know about franchise quarterbacks, they like to get all their reps, regardless of when it is, mini camp, OTAs, training camp. They like to get those reps if they're in the building, which most of them are. So this is concerning to me. Early June is the young quarterback. Definitely too early to be taking G days. So definitely concerning, but hopefully once we get to the season, once again, he's a phenomenal talent. So hopefully we see him taking every snap next season. It's a big nothing burger once we get to the big dance.
Yeah, it can be. It definitely most likely is nothing. You would think with the time of year is what kind of would scare me. Like the only time I've ever seen a quarterback not throw as much or have not even an off day, but come out and just, okay, he's not going to do 7 on and team today, but just individual, is if, say, you had 3 straight days of practices and you threw a bunch of balls and you have a certain limit. But a young guy in June not throwing, I'd be worried a little bit.
There you go. They're opining. The people are talking.
Was that AJ Hawk at the end?
I think it was Hawk. I couldn't find out who the middle guy was.
Oh, it was Darius Butler.
That was Darius Butler?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a regular on the show.
You think Brian's taking a G day today? That's why he's not working?
He takes many G days.
Brian's taking a G day.
Look, that was rich that Hawk said that because he covered for the fact that Rodgers wouldn't do individual drills. He just wouldn't show up.
Yeah.
That's his boy.
So, look, I mean, the people are talking. It's not just the Killer Bees. People are talking and weighing in about Stroud's shoulder. Off season that is shrouded in mystery. I got into it a little bit with Texas Stressons on Twitter last night because
I saw some of that, I think, this morning.
He didn't understand what I was saying. He made an assumption, which is fine to make assumptions. Everybody can have an assumption about what's going on. I just don't think that you can cherry pick assumptions, right? Like if you're saying this is going on, you can't also say, well, this, you can't rule out this over here, right? Within reasonable doubt. Like no one thinks he's had a labral surgery, right? Like we don't think he's a torn labrum. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there. He wouldn't be shooting hoops. So like within reason. My point is that you can certainly make an assumption. Everybody can. You just can't cherry pick assumptions and eliminate some assumptions that could be true. You just don't want to believe them. So that's what that was about. But what kind of I think was interesting is that I feel like the Texans were lying last week. Whenever D'Amico Ryans like kind of misled people that, hey, it's not, he's not an injury. He's not throwing because everybody's on their own schedules. Stressons took offense that I said that he was lying, which I think they were lying. So let's go back to this is last week. D'Amico talked last week once. He talked Monday earlier this week whenever he, admitted to the soreness. Here was D'Amico Ryans last week when asked about Stroud not throwing.
For all the guys you see here, guys, there'll be guys on different schedules, different routines. So you'll see some guys out. Some guys won't be out there. Some guys will be. Some guys will be on different snap count, different pitch count. So there's nothing going on right now within our guys. Everybody's just on their own schedule.
Was D'Amico Ryans lying to us whenever he said that when asked about C.J. Stroud not throwing the football last week?
My opinion, I was hot buttoning this all last week. Yes, he was lying.
I think he was lying.
There's no doubt. In my mind, there's no doubt about it because of the fact that what we heard later, but also the fact that when the word started to travel out, because the local guys got onto it first and a lot of national guys weren't even paying attention to it. And then because it went multiple days and more attention, and because they were intentionally staying away from addressing it any further, that it even got more attention until they basically had their hand was forced to say something, which basically what they told you was enough to make sure you believe that there was something to why he wasn't throwing.
Yeah, I think this is very clearly a lie, and I'm not sure how you could take an opposite opinion. Maybe you could semantic it and say it wasn't a lie, they were just misleading or they were covering up. Like, not technically a lie because he didn't say he's not injured. Like, maybe you can lawyer it like that, but at the very least it was misleading and coy with information.
But let me ask you a question just to answer that, right? What did they eventually say? He had soreness, right? Is soreness not being injured?
No, yeah, I mean,
and they're saying that's the direct correlation to why he's not throwing is because he's experienced. Yes. So then the truth is out that he was injured, and he is injured.
Like for that to not be a lie, you would have to believe that he didn't know that Stroud had soreness last week, yet Stroud didn't throw.
Everybody I talked to said the PR department might not know, the general manager might not get it all right away. The head coach knows everything about every player, no matter what, with injuries.
I imagine Caserio would know.
I would take in
Texans
this case, the GM case, yes.
Yeah, I 100% think that was a lie. Was D'Amico Ryans lying to us last week? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. D'Amico sounds like Vikings, Brad Childress on Favre missing. I don't remember that. I'm going to have to look up that scenario.
I don't
That saga. All right, let's get to Who Said It, everybody's favorite game. Who Said It next with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Business owners, let HR&P help you. Whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, HR&P can help in one of those areas or all of those areas. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P will completely customize a plan for what you need, for what your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate. HR&P is going to find a way to help you in what is in your best interest. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best tech in the game. Their tech is elite, but you're going to fall in love with their service. Their service is elite of elite. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you. They know your business needs. They're going to take care of you and your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. All right, Who Said It with the Bees? No Brian today. He's taking a G day. We have AJ instead, who is a G. And he's going to be reading us the 5 Who Said It quotes. I think I got a tell on AJ.
You do?
Hey, you can't look at me in the eye. Look at him. Yeah, now you're trying to look
I'm
at me
getting
in the
ready
eye.
to read the quotes. That's why.
Big test.
I can do it.
Why don't you read us quote number 1?
Okay, I'm ready.
Stop looking me in the eye.
Well, I have to read.
All right, 5 quotes. Somebody ESPN 975 personalities. What do we got?
Okay, so the first one, there have been moments where people are like, "Oh no, this isn't a Abreu or a Hater night," and you're concerned about the Okert, mostly because of his name. Just people don't like saying Okert or Ort and Ort's probably worse, to be honest with you. We're talking about guys who you don't think are going to perform because of their names. Ort has to be one of them. It does not sound like a name of a guy who's going to bail you out of the 7th inning jam.
It's a casual take.
Paul or
so
Lance?
it's Lance, Dell, or Paul.
I think Dell's got more knowledge than I don't think he's casual.
Yeah, but like that's
He's
a Dell.
sneaky.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you on that, but that's kind of like a Dell like approach to a conversation. Where he's talking about like, the name giving him a bunch of confidence and stuff.
We know BMAC still did these, so I know that he's trying to possibly lead us the wrong way because the obvious answer right now would be Paul. If there's a dark horse, it would be Lance.
Who y'all choosing?
I don't know. I'm trying to read it in your eyes.
I was wondering what you were doing, then I realized.
Could it be Paul?
Yeah,
Why you looking at me?
No, I'm thinking.
No, we tell you final answer.
Could it be Lance?
I'm not gonna give y'all a hint. So, man,
Could it
Do you
be
think that
Dell?
you read it like Paul?
Oh no, I know I didn't. Nah,
You didn't read it like
I'm gonna
Paul?
try to add some more personalities in next.
But do
few,
you feel like you read it like Lance?
You're trying to trip me up? He can't do it. I'm telling you.
I don't
Interrogation
know.
with AJ.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I didn't get a good read off of him. He's pretty good at that.
What are you feeling?
I don't have a great feel. Don't have a great feel.
Do we think
I'm good with Lance or Paul.
You think Brian is trying to lead us down that road? Because the casual take would be Paul. Let's go, Paul.
I don't want to overthink this.
Final answer,
It's
Paul.
way too much effort.
He doesn't like to do that.
Yeah.
There have been moments where people are like, "Oh no,
Oh, it was
this
Dell.
isn't
Dang, I was
a
right.
Bray or hater night," and you're concerned about the Okurt mostly because of his name.
Okert's been really good, by the
He
way.
just called him Okurt.
Okurt has been really good.
Yes, he has.
Really good. Really, really good. All right.
Ready?
Number
Okay.
two.
So for the second one, we've seen him a little bit animated before on the sideline, but not about his own players or what they were doing. It's been about officials, and when I say animated, not much. He's pretty low. He's pretty low key. I wish I was more like D'Amico Ryans, if I'm being honest with you. Not only with the bench press and the squat, but also just his ability to not get pissed off about things.
It sounds like something I would say. I love D'Amico. D'Amico's a role model of mine, and I mean that sincerely.
I hear Lance.
I hear Paul. Paul likes to think about workouts, and he's enamored with people's bodies, especially men, because he gets jealous and envious of their muscles. I think it's Paul.
Okay, then you can go. We can go with Paul. The only reason why I said Lance is because I think, from the standpoint of Lance admitting things he definitely wouldn't do, like bench press and things like that, that's why he'd be envious.
But do you think he would be enamored by it, where he's like, I am jealous of him. I want his body.
I do, but we can go Paul.
All right, let's try Paul.
We've seen him a little bit
dang.
animated.
That's
before
funny that I
on
got
the
Dell
sideline,
right,
but not about
you
his
got
own
Lance
players.
right, but we picked the wrong person to pick at the time.
Number 3, AJ.
Okay. For number 3, never underestimate in this industry the ability of bosses to step on creativity because they think that they know better. I believe you have somebody let you do what you're going to do. Get out of the way, give you some pointers from time to time, but stay out of the way. This place does a great job of that. I've never felt more free.
So I heard Paul till the end.
Yeah, but would Paul say that on air, but then not say it off the air?
Yeah,
Like,
off
you know what
the
I'm
air,
saying?
off the air, it's a little different.
I
mean, John runs the place. Is he going to say that?
Say it. Can you read it again?
Okay. Never underestimate in this industry the ability of bosses to step on creativity because they think that they know better. I believe you have somebody let you do what you're going to do, get out of the way, give you some pointers from time to time, but stay out of the way.
See, really, I don't hear John's cadence there at all.
I hear John in the message.
I don't think that John's going to go to that point though and talk about like creativity.
I hear
think
John
it's-
in the message because before he's actually told program directors to F off that he's told stories about because of how many program directors have ticked him off.
Yeah, but there's not like a stutter there or like a resetting of the sentence. I'm going more like their cadence than their actual what they said. I think it's Paul or Lance, and I would lean Paul, but I don't care how you answer it. I don't care.
We call it then.
No, you call it.
No,
I called it
'cause
last time.
you're-
it was wrong.
you're more
But
adamant
but I
about
was
it.
wrong last time.
I was wrong the first time.
Right, but mine was more recent, so it's your turn.
No, it's not.
All right, fine, Paul.
Never underestimate.
Thanks.
In
There you
this
go.
industry.
All right, number 4.
Okay.
I thought it was Rudy T at first.
I thought that's what he was going
Never
to do, was read a Rudy
underestimate.
quote.
Okay, for number 4, it's not the actual roller coasters themselves. I just don't have a lot of faith in these type of rides. I've seen enough videos from like third world countries where things don't go so well. Being up at a great height on something that does not seem structurally sound, it's like my 2 worst fears combining.
Dell.
Who's soft?
I think it's Dell.
You think it's Dell? Really? All right, let's do it.
It's not the actual roller
Paul's the soft
coasters
one.
themselves.
And he always talks so tough.
And Paul kind of like is a hybrid. Like he'll talk tough, but he'll also be soft about certain
I mean,
things.
he's a cat.
Are you a roller coaster guy?
I'll go one. I'll go on it once. I'm not one of those people that has to like Lisa and my oldest daughter. My oldest daughter's fearless at 9.
Yeah.
Like that Galveston one where you're just swing 10 stories up, winging
She
around.
likes it.
Loves it.
Yeah.
I'll go once to say I did it and then be like good with it. I don't have that. Like I got to do that again.
I love roller coasters. I don't love like the round and round things. I get kind of like
The upside
those
down
kinda get a little
ones.
dizzy.
Yeah. Some of them.
Yeah, I get a little dizzy on those. I like the roller coasters. Like the free fall drops. I don't love
I don't
those
like
either.
those.
I would do them, but I didn't love those. Roller coasters I love.
Yeah, we do those hard pin turns and all that stuff, like the
Yeah.
hairpin turns and those are fun.
Yeah, I used to go to Astro all the time. Grease Lightning, my favorite. All right, last one. We have
Not
no chance
shut
to
out,
win,
but we're
right?
not winning.
Yeah, we're toast.
All right, so for number 5, I don't run. I don't like running. Running's the worst. Running's for suckers. Who wants to run? You're going to just hurt your knees running on that pavement. No, thanks. I'm trying to keep my knees pristine.
Was that Lance?
King of Twitch.
Why do you think King of Twitch runs?
No, he makes a big deal of the fact that we were supposed to know he runs.
I missed that.
You think it's Lance? Well, Lance, we know.
See,
Lance
I think
doesn't
this is.
run.
I think this is Lance. Okay, I have 2 thoughts on this. One, his wife runs marathons,
Yes, she
but
does.
he doesn't. And he's like, I refuse to do it. Secondly, I saw a treadmill in his office.
He's also injury prone. So is he making light of the fact
Now-
that his knees are pristine?
Now, I think it's a bad take. I don't think his knees are pristine.
Right.
But I do think this is Lance who said it.
Go with it.
All right, might as well. We already lost.
Yep.
I don't run. I don't like
Yeah,
running.
good job.
Running's the worst. Running's for suckers.
Save face a little bit.
Running's for suckers. He said running for suckers.
Yeah,
and
but
his wife
walking in a crosswalk and finding a way to debilitate your leg is really athletic.
It's funny on that front, and it's funny on the front that his wife runs tons of marathons.
Yeah.
Running is for suckers, he travels with his wife to go run marathons. He's calling his wife a sucker.
It's
I
true.
mean, she did marry him.
Indirectly, you're right. It's true.
He called his wife a sucker. Oh, that's so funny. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. That's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Car wreck of the day. What are you nominating? 713-780-ESPN. What are you nominating, Blankers?
I am nominating the Oklahoma City Thunder because you were leading the entire game. You had the game in the palm of your hand with less than 5 minutes to play, and you found a way to give it away.
Yeah, that was a bad one. That was a bad one. Which one is worse, up 15 with 9.5 or up 9 with 2.5?
They're both pretty bad.
I go the latter.
Yeah, because you just run the clock out.
Yeah.
And you should be in the driver's seat. Yeah.
Yeah, I go the latter on that one. Any other ones? I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Rangers blowing that game yesterday. See how the Rangers lost?
That infield play where the first baseman came over too far, and then
They gave up two rounds. They were up a run in the ninth, bottom of the ninth. They're playing at George Steinbrenner Field, home of the Yankees against the Rays, and must have been runners at second and third, maybe bases loaded.
I think it was second and third.
They hit a routine grounder to second base. First baseman sprints over there for whatever reason. It's a routine grounder to second. There's nobody covering first. Tying run scores. They wave the runner from second across, and he scores at the plate. The Rays scored 2 runs, the tying run and the go-ahead, the winning run, on a routine ground ball to second. I've never seen anything like that.
Infield hit. They got 2 runs. That's crazy.
Like there wasn't even an error on the play.
Nope.
Is that a 2 RBI infield single
believe it
on a
is.
routine grounder to second?
Unless they're going to say the second run scored on an error based on.
I don't think you can charge
you
a
can't just
mental
do it
error
based on out of position.
I need to go back to see how that was ruled because I've never seen a play like that.
It was crazy.
And it didn't have an error.
Yeah,
like you see that every now and then, lower levels on a ball that's booted by the second baseman. No, I picked it up cleanly.
They had benched for a while the guy that was their starting first baseman that always wore the mock turtlenecks when it was 100 degrees of the last couple of years.
No, I think they traded him to the Nats. You're talking about Lowell?
Yeah.
He's with Washington.
Oh, is that right? So
Yeah.
I couldn't recognize who was playing first for the Rangers.
Are they playing Young there?
Maybe.
I don't know who's playing first base for the Rangers. No, sometimes they've been using Berger there, the Jacob Berger guy.
Oh.
I don't know who was there last night, though. But that was all-time bad.
Yeah, it was awful.
The Joker, the tennis Joker, Djokovic, he lost to a Sinner. Guy by the last name of Sinner.
Oh, Sinner, yeah.
Beat him to go to the French Open final. And did you see the guy that Carlos Alcaraz was playing?
I did not.
Carlos Alcaraz won his semifinal. His opponent decided to retire in the 4th set. He said he's done with tennis. He's going to retire from the sport and go to his next avenue in life. He retired mid-match.
Not from the tournament, from the sport.
He retired from the sport mid-match. I was reading the headlines on ESPN. Carlos Alcaraz advances to the French Open final. His opponent retired.
Yeah, because I saw that
I'm kidding. I know he retired from the match.
Oh, okay. I thought you were being serious because I said I saw that Alcaraz wanted to make sure the fans gave him a standing ovation and gave him credit when he bowed out.
Man, I cracked myself up.
I guess so.
That was a funny joke. Who was that Colt Corner who retired in the middle of the game? You remember that? He at halftime, he's like, I'm done.
And he also didn't he just pass away too?
That guy that retired passed away?
You had to call my grandmama.
Hold on a second.
That was the one on Hard Knocks that said when they said, "Hey, by the way, it's Davis, Vontae Davis."
Vontae Davis died?
I believe so. Because he's like the one I got to call my grandmama.
Dude, I didn't realize that.
That's true, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He died in April.
I remember that even D-Butt on McAfee, everybody were sending their condolences because they all said what a great dude he was.
That stinks.
Yeah.
That's so weird. He's 35 years old.
Yep. Yeah, I remember.
That scares me. I hate hearing about stuff like that. That's tough.
Antonio Brown kind of retired in the middle of the game because what he
Yeah,
did,
he
no
kinda
one,
did.
no one else was going to ever hire him again.
See, the Steelers are trying to pick him up, so Rodgers has somebody to throw to.
Stop. I'm not biting on that.
No, there's a parody account that tweeted that out. Antonio Brown got called up. It's funny. Cam Smith. I'm nominating Cam Smith. Car wreck of the day.
Why?
He pulled a Jordan. He got scratched in the lineup
for.
He said illness.
Oh.
But he's pulling a Jordan. He doesn't like Cleveland.
Or the plane food was bad last night.
I hope you're not eating that late at night.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, you're right. They are.
Unless they got the buffet set up before they got to the plane.
I mean, they're eating something post game.
No doubt.
There's probably something on the buffet line, and there's probably something on the plane.
It's probably true.
Like they're big league. Like they're big leaguers.
Yep.
They absolutely do that. It's crazy. Like how late they got there.
Oh my God! When Travis Johnson used to tell the stories that they got Chick-fil-A as they were getting on the plane, then had their choice of food on the plane, and then before the meetings they had dinner, and then after the meetings they would go to dinner.
Oh my God!
The caloric intake of NFL guys, and every food at all times at your house. And then before bed, they delivered cookies.
That's every team, though.
Yep.
Like, it's every sport.
Yep.
Like, you get fed like kings. Josh from Seabrook, Carwick of the day, everyone within the immediate area who didn't visit y'all at the Kima Boardwalk, but I did. Yeah, shout out to Josh from Seabrook.
No doubt.
A lot of people came out. Rico was out here. Junior was out here. JG was out here. Age was out here. A great time out at Kima Boardwalk today. Great time.
Yeah, Victoria was out here. Good. Yep.
Yeah, Victoria. Everybody signing up to win up those. I hope y'all be on the lookout for the Josh Hader, Brian King romance.
I will look
commercial.
for the commercial.
You know, I watched it again last night because they showed it last night, but I didn't get it on my DVR because the game was at a different time. The Shins music that they use is what really makes it
accentuates
ambiguous.
Because
yes,
I never saw the
100%.
commercial.
The
but
music is not
but
good.
my DVR got Astros bases loaded,
So you saw
whatever
the
they call it
bases loaded?
show. So I was fast forwarding going, it's got the story, the whole story's got to be in here, and it wasn't in there.
The commercial is what makes it. And the music is like romantic.
Because the story wasn't, I couldn't
weird.
find it.
All right, does it for us. Thanks to Sean Mage for laboring today. Thanks to AJ for laboring. Brian was on a G day today. Can't believe it. For Blankers, I'm Brad. Thank you to Kima Boardwalk. Thank you to the Arcade. We'll talk to you next week. Have a great weekend, everybody.